Sugats.
I'm ready.
What day is it?
Draft day.
I said, what day is it?
Draft day.
I said, what day is it?
Draft day.
I said, what day is it?
Draft day.
Who we talking about?
Njoku.
Njoku. Njoku. Njoku. Njoku. Trubisky. 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 Mel Kiper.
Mel Kiper.
Mel Kiper.
John Gruden. Mel Kiper. John Gruden. Mel Kiper. John Gruden. Mel Kiper.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Big Blue in the Bronx YouTube channel. Obviously, we have a big day ahead of us. Day three is extremely long, as we all know, but we have a couple of guests to help us get through it. I will go through the lineup very, very shortly, but I want to make the most of everyone's time that is on here. So, with that said, we will open up with a little bit of the Chicago Bears, who picked 10th overall in the draft. They've had a nice draft thus far. But first off, I want to welcome again Mason West, who covers the Bears. If you want to just introduce yourself to the crowd, Mason, and anyone who may not know you, and also where can people find you and your work?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thanks for having me on. Got to do this last year, so excited that you're bringing me back on again. You can find, I am, like I said, Dr. Mason West. Mainly, I'm a physical therapist, but I do, wear the hat also of covering Chicago Bears. I like to do it from both that physical therapy science perspective, but then also just, analyzing the team and everything of that nature. I have a podcast on Second City Gridiron called Bare Bones, where we discuss Bears things. And you can find me at West Sports PT. A lot of times people will also, shoot me questions and all that on other players, injuries, things of that nature. So if anyone ever has that, especially for fantasy season, let me know.
Yeah, of course. So getting right into it, the Bears hired arguably the best candidate on the market for coaches, and that was Ben Johnson. They took him from the rival Detroit Lions. What were your thoughts of getting the best candidate on the market? And if you got to watch his press conference, or in general, really through the first, I would say 3.5 months, what has he been like in terms of perception? I should say. What vibes have you gotten off of him?
Well, in terms of perception, it's been all positive. Like you said, he was the hottest candidate this last cycle, but also even the previous cycle. He was in conversations, also literally to the point where he was flying out to the Commanders, and then decided ultimately to back out of that interview and head back to Detroit last year, citing that he had unfinished business and trying to help lead Detroit to a Super Bowl. Didn't work out. They ended up, funny enough, losing to that Commanders team and Jaden Daniels, but when you look at the trajectory of that Lions team and you see what they were able to do coming from the ground up and being able to truly put together a consistent contender, even though, again, they haven't really reached the heights that they were hoping for, that was one of the reasons that I know Bears fans in particular are very excited. You look nationally, a lot of individuals are talking about how good Ben Johnson is ultimately going to be. And you're seeing that. You're seeing it in the press conferences. He's a very natural guy to want to root for and follow. He's a good motivator. I know that was a big question mark. Is he just an X's and O's guy, or ultimately is going to be able to lead a locker room? Currently, I don't see any issue with that whatsoever. So far, players coming out saying very much the same thing. And he's making his imprint already, whether you want to talk about free agency, draft, just the tenor of offseason. It all is pointing in a very positive direction, and in a very different way than it has previously. Matt Eberflus, the coach before him, everything from the introductory press conference being incredibly awkward, all the way to when you were seeing some of these draft picks getting called, the energy just wasn't there, the excitement wasn't there. It was just a bleh experience from start to finish, and it couldn't be any more different with Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. What's up to Brad? And anyone else who may come in the chat, hit the like button, subscribe to all the good stuff. Thoughts on the hires, and obviously something I value really when I'm looking at head coaches. I even valued this obviously when the Giants made their hires back in 2022 is, if you're having a first-time head coach, you want to have somewhat of a veteran coaching staff. It seems like there was a polar opposite if you're looking at defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator. Dennis Allen, he obviously came from the Saints. He was also Raiders head coach for a number of years, so he's a veteran. He's called plays. He's been a head coach before, obviously a failed head coach. And then Declan Doyle is the offensive coordinator. Now, what are your thoughts on Ben Johnson hiring those guys? Do you think that Declan Doyle is just going to help out the offense and that Ben Johnson's going to call the plays? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
So Ben Johnson is going to call the plays. He is very adamant about that. That's what he's passionate about, and he's not going to let that go anytime soon. And at the end of the day, that's what I feel like you're looking for if you're trying to just maintain and just look exactly where Ben Johnson came from, right? You had Dan Campbell as more of the culture guy. And then with Ben Johnson leaving, I know a lot of Lions fans are kind of wondering, what is this going to feel like not having Ben there, even though they brought in a coordinator that can still run a similar offense. So, Ben Johnson is the guy. He's and really, when you talk about Declan Doyle, he brought in Declan with one, he's very highly thought of. Two, because he wanted other ideas. A lot of times you do see it being kind of like hey, who do I know, friends club, things of that nature. But Ben Johnson wanted differing ideas. So that's why he brought in Declan Doyle. That's why he actually brought in guys like, JT Barrett was also from the Lions, but, as a quarterbacks coach, but he brought in Eric Bieniemy as a running backs coach. I mean, that's a very strong personality that you're going to have in there. Antoine Randall is a wide receiver and assistant head coach. I mean, you can kind of just go through the list. So he really wanted to be able to have a very multiple offense that was hard to prepare for. And then on the other side of that coin, you're talking about Dennis Allen. I mean, like you say, it's the exact opposite. I think it's very similar to what the Bears had previously when they had Matt Nagy and they had Vic Fangio as their defensive coordinator. At that time, obviously, Vic had not been a head coach yet, but essentially, I mean, he was so senior and knew what he was doing. It was almost like he was the head coach of that side. And so Ben Johnson has the benefit now of a coach that's unfortunately done it and failed twice for him. But, it's kind of the joke of, well, just basically do the opposite of what I did. But whenever now a problem comes up, Ben can go to Dennis and say, well, what was your experience with this, right? There's someone with their finger on the pulse of that. And he can not ignore, but he can basically just say, hey, Dennis, take care of the defense. And that makes it a lot easier, I think, for Ben Johnson now to focus on controlling the team as a whole and then also calling plays, because that's a lot that you do have to manage.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot on the plate, and especially, again, for a rookie head coach like Ben Johnson with a lot of expectation. Do you think that this is the final chance for Ryan Poles to get the act together? Because, again, like I thought at least last year the Bears could have done a little bit more, and I know there was a lot of expectations, but also Caleb Williams was coming in. Do you think this is like the last chance for Ryan Poles to get the act together before? And if they don't succeed, then he's gone.
I do. I mean, I think it definitely depends on what the year looks like. It's not just a playoff or bust scenario necessarily, but you have to feel like this team is truly making steps forward. There are definitely Bears fans, individuals who cover the Bears that are very over the Ryan Poles experience, would have liked him to potentially move on, or have the team move on from him. Excuse me. I'm not really in that camp. There's a lot of things that he has not done well, but he's been very vocal about it. And he said he has learned from it, right? I mean, you could talk about the Chase Claypool trade, giving away a second, and now he's not even in the league. You could talk about trading, and there's a lot of trades as a part of this. You could talk about trading for a Ryan Bates from the Bills and basically burning that pick in a way. Keenan Allen, right? Brought him in at the time. I mean, I liked the idea behind it, having that veteran wide receiver presence, but I mean, Keenan doesn't even have a team right now. And then you go to some of the draft stuff. I think in a negative way, I mean, he literally hasn't hit on a third round pick. It's been pretty much 0 for 3 in third rounders at this point. But then on the positive side, he did construct that deal, and some people aren't going to give him credit for this, but I do, to trade that first round pick that became Bryce Young for a bevy of players. And those included, so that trade basically became DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, their starting right tackle, Tyreek Stevenson, their starting second corner, who I still like, even though some don't. You got Caleb Williams out of it. You got Torrey Taylor, which that was acquired from moving from the 9th to the 10th pick. And then now Luther Burden in this draft. That's a pretty hefty haul for ultimately Bryce Young, which, I mean, you could say what you want about Bryce Young. He definitely did better at the end of the year, but Bryce Young. So all that's positive. Kyler Gordon is a fantastic slot, and the guy he got in the second round. Jerome Dexter is a very, so far, very solid, like 3 tech that they're employing. And so there are still a lot of positives to go with the negatives. But to back to your original question, yes, if this ultimately goes downhill and you have like a 4-win season or something like that, Ryan Poles' head would be on the chopping block, and Ben Johnson would more likely not retain his job, because it's like, well, it wasn't a me thing. It was Ryan Poles not giving me the ingredients I needed. So he does have to show positive steps this year.
Absolutely. Quick update for everybody who's watching the draft. Shamir DK, the wide receiver from Florida, is the first pick of the 4th round going to the Tennessee Titans. How would you assess Caleb Williams' first season as a Chicago Bear?
It's an odd mix of exciting and disappointing, right? And because you can say the bar was fairly low, Bears have not had a lot of quarterback success over the years, and that's an understatement. But he broke records, right, for the Bears. He almost broke the overall passing yards record, let alone the rookie passing yards record. So you can't say it was a failure in that. However, I mean, the hype was real, right? I mean, whether it was what he had coming out, he won the Heisman, the year before. There was all these excuses being made in terms of why that USC team didn't do quite as well as it did his final year there, in terms of, you lost guys like Jordan Addison and all that the previous year. So you're losing that talent, put a lot more on Caleb. And so, it wouldn't, especially when you're the number 1 quarterback taken, and then you have Jaden Daniels taking the pick after you, and then you have Drake May, a little bit further down, and you see kind of the positive upward trajectory, especially Drake May arguably having less, at least on paper, to play with. You expected more out of Caleb. However, I do think that there is a lot to be said about how terrible that environment was. Shane Waldron was abhorrent as an offensive coordinator. Matt Eberflus just did not have control of the locker room, especially after that Commanders loss and him not taking ownership of his role to play in that game. Literally, Caleb came out and said he had to build his own film room at home because coaches weren't watching film with him. So he's still a rookie quarterback. So all that being said, is a disappointment? Yes, but I'm still feeling very optimistic. And I think ultimately you saw some really good things last year that should make you excited. And if you're on the opposition, make you a little worried that there is something actually brewing in Chicago.
Definitely. Moving on to a couple other different things. I'm really curious for this. Now, personally, again, everyone can have different thoughts. Everyone could be a couch GM. What is the emphasis that Chicago has put behind it, especially with the 2 of their draft picks this year, putting pass catchers in front of Caleb Williams? They selected Luther Burden. With the 10th pick, they selected Colston Loveland, which in my opinion, it kind of brought me out of the water. Like it was a little weird for me because I thought it was going to be Tyler Warren or maybe an offensive lineman. They did go offensive line later. But I mean, is that extra support? Is that like more emphasis? Is that a depth reason? I mean, what do you think?
Well, you're definitely not alone in being surprised that Loveland was the pick, because there's a lot of individuals in Bears land that had that feeling, even people who are very, very close to the team. It really boiled down to, one, the nature of this draft, right? You had a couple blue chippers, I would say maybe 3. They all went. And then when you see guys like Ashton Genty being one of those blue chippers, you see some of the tackles like Membu go before that. You're sitting at a spot at pick 10 that you're weighing like, man, all these edges have their blemishes. There really isn't another tackle that's really worth taking right here. You saw some of those other guys, Connerly and Simmons, go way later in the draft. So you're not going to take them at 10. You need someone to potentially trade back with you if you want to trade back. And who knows, if you could see that. Actually, Ian Rappaport came out that night and said basically the phone calls from teams trying to move up quieted down after the Bears took Loveland, because a lot of teams were looking to move up to get him, apparently. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you see Loveland fits better with what the Bears have in Cole Kmet as their tight end in terms of opposition there, and just in terms of what Ben Johnson wants to do. He's more explosive. He's going to be able to just rip up seam routes. He's actually probably the better blocker, I would say, if you watch on tape. A little bit better arm length, things of that nature, and he wants to block. He's a hard-nosed kid from Gooding, Idaho, just wrangling cattle and putting up barbed wire fences. So it's just the mentality and the skill set. Even though right now technically Tyler Warren might be the better tight end right now, the ceiling seems like it's higher on Loveland. But you're absolutely right. They're trying to basically make it where there's no excuse for Caleb in terms of weapons to throw to, but also that you can be very multiple on offense and kind of not know where they're coming from, right? You have Roma Dunze, who's still a very good wide receiver, good at yards after catch, good at those runaway routes. You got Roma Dunze, who's DJ Moore doing that. You got Roma Dunze, who's a big body, good down the field guy who didn't get to shine last year because kind of in Keenan Allen shadow. But I mean, would have been the first wide receiver taken this year if he was in this draft, as an example. And then you add, like you mentioned, also a Luther Burden, who I don't dislike the pick. I think he's a good player. I just think it's a bit of a luxury pick at this point in time. But you now have your you're a slot guy who's similar into the Jamison Williams role, like it was with the Lions, where, he's fast. He can take the top off the defense. He's great at those runaway routes, yards after catch, get the ball in his hands, is probably the most creative and elusive runner in the draft. So, you are just creating all these question marks and mismatch options. You just hope there's not too many mouths to feed.
Absolutely. So, again, another update. Jacksonville took Tootin, the running back from Virginia Tech, and the Giants are about to make the pick. I'm actually going to tune this in now. So they're actually live from, I want to probably a different country. Yeah, they're live from Berlin. But while I guess they make the pick, I can ask you, because this is a position I want them to take. What are your thoughts on Ozzy Trapilo? I actually got to interview him at the Senior Bowl. Very nice guy, very tall dude. I know there's some criticism of him that he needs to, I think, muscle up a little bit. At least I think that's the criticism. What were your thoughts on picking Trapilo and your assessment of the offensive line overall, the way it's coming together?
Definitely more confident in the offensive line this year than in past years. You go out and you trade for a Joe Thuney from the Chiefs, who's arguably the best, if you want to be, maybe a top 3 guard in this league. He also gives you flexibility that he can play some tackle. And then you also have Jonah Jackson, who had his best year under Ben Johnson when he was with the Lions, and then unfortunately got hurt. Why he got bounced when he was with the Rams. So when you have those two, and then you went and signed out the best center in this particular free agency class in Drew Dahlman, you put all that together, and it's shaping up to be a much better offensive line as a whole. But Trapilo is needed, because right now Braxton Jones, he's a very solid left tackle for the Bears. He's had injury issues, though. Neck as an example, some low back stuff as an example. And then at the end of the year, he missed a couple last games because he actually needed ankle injury, needed surgery. So he's expected to be back for training camp, and I expect him to be back for training camp. However, A, you don't know for sure what that's going to ultimately look like. B, again, right in the middle in terms of that kind of a player. And then, you just saw a guy like Dan Moore get paid $84 million, right? And to play, who was a very middling left tackle at best, I would say.
He was not all that good. And Jalen Moore too. Jalen Moore wasn't all that great either.
Exactly. So if you have a tackle that's even average, they're gonna get paid. And can you afford that? / should you afford that? So at least right now, what the Bears did was they got Trapilo. He played 1 year at left tackle, which was okay, much better at right tackle when he was at Boston College. And he's a guy that at least potentially gives you an off ramp if you move on from Braxton. The Bears also drafted Kron Amagachi last year, but he's super raw coming out of Yale, so you still don't really know what you're going to have there. You've basically created off ramps just in case in these situations. And I like Trapilo. Was it a little bit of an overdraft? Probably, but at the end of the day, that's tackle for you. Like, I just don't know that if you waited that you would have gotten him.
Yeah, if a team feels that there's a run on a certain player or a run on a certain position, then they're going to end up taking him. And I think the Giants played into that just now. They just selected Cam Scatabo from Arizona State after Tootin was taken. So they might have felt that there was a run there. He was also a top 30 visit. Moving on, what do you think of the defense overall? Obviously, they brought in Grady Jarrett, Dennis Allen, new defensive coordinator and stuff like that. Your thoughts?
The defense last year got criticized because people felt that they basically were just beating up on bad quarterbacks the year before, and that's why they were good. But I wouldn't go that far. The defense was actually pretty good to start the year. And then again, that Commanders game happens, and you have Eberflus basically saying that the team didn't play that Hail Mary correctly. And it wasn't even about the Hail Mary, it's about the play before, but I digress. So you have some solid players here. You traded for Montez Sweat. He had a disappointing year last year, but you look at the rest of that line, and there's injuries across it. You had lost Andrew Billings, and he was the heart and soul of that defensive line. So he should be back at this point, which is really going to help you. And then, like you said, when your linebacker pairing too, probably at least average, if not slightly above average in the league. Linebacker play right now is really rough in the NFL. It's tough. Most teams don't have two actual solid ones, let alone better than that. So the fact that you TJ Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds, even though Edmonds has not played up to his contract, that is for sure. But at least you have two solid guys. The back end, with Jalen Johnson's a very good corner, a top 5 at least. Gordon's a fantastic nickel. He just got paid. I already talked about Stevenson. So when you take all of that and you add guys like Grady Jarrett, you add a Daya Obanego, and then they added Shamar Stewart last night. That defense is one under Dennis Allen, who always has a very good defense. I think you're looking at a unit that's at least going to be a top 10 unit. And there should be more aggressive, because in the past under Eberflus, it was a very passive unit that bend but don't break. They're going to start to get after teams a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what's up to Jacob in the chat? Obviously, the Giants just selected Cam Scatabo. So defense and all that. How does I'm curious, because I think we play you guys this year, because I think we play the North, Packers, Vikings, stuff like that. How would you do? I mean, how are they in terms of strength of schedule? The Chicago Bears.
Oh, that sucks. It's weird because they technically are a last place team, being that ended up fourth in the NFC North, but because of how that all worked out, and mismatch or matching across with the AFC. I mean, you're playing the Bengals, the Eagles, you're playing the Ravens, you're playing Cowboys, or I don't know what to make of them, honestly. They're this weird middle team, and the 49ers, right? I mean, that's like a very unfortunate slate of non-divisional opponents, and then the NFC North is arguably, in my opinion, either number one or number two in terms of the most difficult. AFC North is probably, in that conversation as well. So when you combine your division opponents plus all of these, like the Bengals should not be where they're at, but they just had a weird year. It's going to suck. That's one of the reasons why, while I'm excited about this next year, you look at it with a little bit of trepidation, because if you miss the playoffs by a game because you lost to the Bengals and the Ravens, like, are you that upset about it? I don't know how you can be.
Yeah, no, not at all. Those are pretty tough and pretty grindy teams. Now, I'll ask you this as well, and it's something I usually don't come out with, but how do you guys feel? How do you feel you rank within the division? Because obviously the Lions are a super team. You still have the Packers, who are pretty competitive every year. The Vikings is like that really, really. They're a good team, but we don't know what JJ McCarthy is going to look like. So, how do you guys feel? You rank within the division.
It's such a good question, because it's very frustrating being a Bears fan right now, because of those unknowns and the upside of those three teams. There's really no one to beat up on like some other divisions might have, unless you're maybe the Bears getting beat up on, at least in the past. But like you mentioned, the Vikings are such a big unknown. I mean, they had such a great year last year with Sam Darnold, who everyone had more or less given up on. But who is JJ McCarthy? He looked solid in the preseason, but we have no idea. And the Vikings were flirting for a while with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think you float with Aaron Rodgers if you are confident that JJ's both healthy and that he's going to be the guy, at least from a play standpoint. The Packers, you add, and Kevin O'Connell too, I didn't even mention him for the Vikings. He's a fantastic coach. Packers, same thing, great head coach. And Jordan Love is the question mark. It goes back. They have a bunch of wide receiver twos, in my opinion. They went out and drafted another, in my opinion, wide receiver two in Matthew Golden. I'm not really sure he's going to be a number one. But Jordan Love, it's Jekyll and Hyde. 2 years ago, a top 5 quarterback. Last year, top 15-ish, but he had injuries and all that. So who is he really? And then lastly, with the Lions, I mean, they have a very good roster from bottom to top. They are a culture-based team, but brain drain is real. You lost both your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator. How important was that? Is Ben Johnson the reason that Goff was who he was? Or is that all in Goff's own merit? And lastly on that too, I mean, Goff has those games every year. He threw, I think it was 5 interceptions against the Texans in the regular season last year. In that game against the Commanders, he threw 3 interceptions. He turned back into a pumpkin. And in the NFL, you need a dude at quarterback. And they've committed financially to a guy that I don't think is a dude. So in terms of ultimately ranking, I think the trajectory for the Bears is in a better direction than, for example, the Lions right now. But I still think the Lions are better. The Vikings have a better roster top to bottom than the Bears right now, I'm more confident in Caleb than I am JJ. And I just think Love is okay. So I'd put the Bears at like third in right now in that division. But there's definitely room for upside.
Yeah, definitely. One of the final questions I'll ask is, I'm probably going to ask this to every creator/writer I have on here. I have it as a poll, or at least in related as a poll on the YouTube chats. Are you surprised Shedeur Sanders has fallen this far?
Yes, I'm surprised in that I thought some team would take a whack at him like end of second, beginning of third round. But once you get past a certain point and you're no longer talking about him as a true competition /starter, when you're bringing that guy in to truly be a backup at this point, like he is our backup quarterback for at a minimum 2025-26 season. It's hard to do that because you are bringing a circus, right? Like think about the Tim Tebow effect, where even if your team is doing fine, there's constantly going to be the national narrative of, well, when is it Shador's turn? And that's because of one, this whole shenanigans that's gone on the last couple of days, but also just his name. I think he's a functional starting quarterback in this league for some team, but unfortunately, his ceiling is not that high. He's not that athletic. There was a weird lack of teams that really needed a quarterback. And then you also factor in ultimately the dad situation. And apparently he just bombed interviews. Like teams just were not a fan of what he came in with. There's a report that the Giants, right?
Yeah.
That he just was unprepared and couldn't answer questions. And so when you mix all of that together, it's just like, is he worth our time? And the answer right now is no. Some team's going to take him at some point and probably be a great value pick for them. And I still think he's going to be a better quarterback than, like, for example, Tyler Shaw. That's just my point of view. Or Dylan Gabriel in particular.
Yeah, I agree.
Crazy. But no, it's once you get past a certain point, it's not surprising anymore. It was surprising initially. And then once you pass that point, it's like, all right, that makes sense. It's not worth it.
Yeah, not at all. But lastly, for anyone who may have popped in or late or anything like that, or on the rewatch, tell the people where they could find you, your work, all that good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So again, I have a podcast, Bare Bones, focusing on injury stuff, more kind of physical therapy mold, and that's going to be under Second City Gridiron. Find us everywhere, Spotify, iTunes, etc. But obviously also talk heavy Chicago Bears. You can find me specifically at West Sports PT, talk about Bear stuff on there, but a lot of physical therapy based things. I'll also answer questions if anyone shoots them at me about their particular team, their particular player, rehab questions, and ultimately like what that means for things like, the regular season and fantasy stuff.
So speaking of the Chicago Bears, they actually just traded their pick to the Bills, acquiring a fourth, which is the 132nd pick, and a fifth, 169th, giving up their 109th to Buffalo. So I don't know who Buffalo wants here. Maybe they want a running back or some sort of playmaker. Who the hell knows? But you know what? I'm going to keep that in mind now. A Giants player gets injured, I'm going to go right to Mason and ask, what does this mean? Because obviously you have people who pretend to be Twitter doctors. You have people in the organization who may not know what they're talking about, or these timelines. I'm going to go right to you, so I'm going to keep that in my little notes. But with that said, Mason, thank you so much for coming on. I will definitely reach out to you, obviously, if there's a giant injury significant enough. And I know we also play the Bears this year.
Yep.
I don't know if it's in Chicago or if it's in New York though, but I will definitely reach out at some point. Appreciate you coming on, man. And have a good rest of your day, and good luck to those Bears.
Hey, have a good rest of your day, and good luck to you too. Have a good one.
Later. All right. So just a preview before we get our next guest on what our lineup looks like today. It's a pretty packed lineup. It's better than last year because I know last year we had a lot of dead periods. We did have one late call out. We have a Raiders guest in about 2 minutes. I know the Bills are about to select here. I know the Patriots just took a safety from California. I know there was another playmaker that went off the board. The Jets are next. It looks like the Bills Mafia is doing their thing. At 1 p.m., we got Kyle Besson from Canal Street Chronicles. We have Zach Bell at 1:30. He's a guy I met down at the Senior Bowl, so that's going to be a fun talk. Then about a half-hour gap, and then at 2:30, we got Mookie Alexander coming on from Field Goals. 3:30, we have Travis Holmes from Jacksonville. He writes for Jacksonville Jaguars Wire. At 4:30, we have David Howman from the Cowboys SB Nation site, blogging the boys, that is. 5 p.m., we have Donald coming back to join us. And then at 6 p.m., our final guest, we have Paul Vizella. He covers the Patriots. He's another guy I met down at the Senior Bowl this past year. So the Bills took a nice pick in Deion Walker. If he could just do stuff with his hands a little bit more, he could be a very dangerous interior defensive lineman. They took two. They took TJ Sanders, but Deion Walker. And all these guys, by the way, went to the Senior Bowl. Harrison Sanders, Landon Jackson, and Deion Walker. So with that said, I'm going to welcome on my next guest, Levi from Levi covering the Raiders, of course. How are you doing, man? Tell people what you do, where they can find you, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, so I currently am writing for Just Blog Baby, part of the Fan-Sided Network, and then I'm also doing stuff kind of breaking trending news over at Athlon Sports for the Raiders. Started contributing little almost a year ago at Fan-Sided, and just got promoted to site expert this week. So they threw me into the fire right before the draft, so I've been busy. But no, it's been fun. So
Good to hear. So moving into the Raiders offseason before we get to their draft and stuff like that, what do you think that Antonio Pierce deserved to get canned so quickly after he had this Linsanity type run after McDaniels was fired and then he had a full year? Do you think he deserved to get canned so quickly? Like, what was the background of that situation as to why he left? Well, not why he left, why he got fired.
Right. I think he was the right hire at the time. Looking back, it's easy to look and say maybe we promoted him a little bit too much. We had Patrick Graham sitting there as a defensive coordinator. We knew he had been trying to get head coaching jobs in the past. I think he was a finalist for the Giants job and maybe the Seahawks. And so, I think he was the right choice. I think the players really wanted him. I think, Mark Davis was in a little bit of a bind there where he kind of had to pick his players or maybe a person with more experience. And so, the job that he did in 2024, I think he probably deserved to be fired. I wouldn't have been upset if he stayed for another year, but now that looking back, we have Pete Carroll now, feels like quite an upgrade. And so, I think Raider Nation kind of all feels the same way, where they love Antonio Pierce for everything that he did. And he kind of, gave us excitement in 2 seasons that were not very exciting. And so I do think that we needed an upgrade. It's a little disappointing to see he doesn't really have a job lined up for this next year or anything like that. He's always going to kind of, be part of that lore in Raiders, for the Raiders. But I do think that him not being around this year after a 4-win campaign was warranted.
Yeah, definitely. So, what do you think of Pete Carroll? What did you think of the hire of Pete Carroll? We obviously know what he brings. Was there any concern about his age?
I think there was. I don't think he was anybody's top choice. I think people were very convinced and kind of on the Ben Johnson train at first. And then, as soon as Pete Carroll, we hired him, and it was like, we just had a first-time head coach that didn't work out for us. Maybe we need to flip it and get a guy that's pretty experienced. And so, I think the age thing, I get it. It doesn't make him seem like a long-term option, but he's also not out there running around and doing stuff on the field. It's not like his body's breaking down or anything, and like a player where you worry about their age. And so, you add an old guy with a bunch of experience to a conference and a division full of coaches that are old with a bunch of experience. And so I think it was the perfect match, for what we needed. We needed a guy that had been there before. And so in that way, he's sort of the perfect hire for us. And he has a 3-year contract, 4th-year team option, which puts him at 76, 77 still when he's coaching. But, as long as he doesn't cognitively decline, I don't see any reason why he couldn't be a good option for us for those years.
Yeah, and I'd be honest with you, I think the way that, and I get it, like, sometimes after a few years, your run as a coach kind of just like, it tanks out. I wasn't really a big fan of how Seattle kind of got rid of him. I mean, listen, Mike McDonald's been okay, but I mean, we'll see what happens there. Obviously, the last 2 years, the last year really, especially, has been quarterback hell for you guys. I mean, Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, all these different names coming in. And then you trade for Geno Smith, which to me was a little bit out of the blue, but also the Pete Carroll connection. And there was obviously a sense, Geno wasn't that great with Mike McDonald and the former Washington offensive coordinator, Ryan Grubb, this year. What was your original reaction to that? And what do you think he brings to the table? Just a full analysis of Geno Smith being a Las Vegas Raider.
Yeah, I was pretty stunned when that happened. It was one of those things, again, as soon as it happened, it made a ton of sense. We were really in quarterback purgatory for so many years. Even with Derek Carr, it was like he was always good enough to keep us out from the bottom, of the league and not get a top, quarterback as a replacement. But we were never good enough to really make the playoffs. And if we did, make any noise. And so, we kind of botched that whole situation, getting rid of him, and it ended up 2 pretty rough years. And so we had the number 6 pick. I think a lot of people were looking towards Shedeur Sanders or, a trade back in Jackson Dart or trading up to get Cam Ward. But I think what this does is just raises the floor of the team immediately. His contract is not so much so that we're committed to him, like the Browns are to Deshaun Watson or something like that. I mean, we owe him all his money this year. We owe him part of his money next year. And the third year, we don't even have, any guaranteed money for him. So in that sense, it's a really team-friendly deal. And, he raises the floor immediately, but he doesn't bind us, like long-term. And so we can still look for a guy like Will Howard or Quinn Ewers or even Shedeur Sanders, in these middle rounds. But I think what he brings also is just like accuracy and dependability. He's got one of the best deep balls in the league. He's been one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league. And so you got 2 guys that eat up over the middle. You got Brock Bowers, you got Jacoby Myers. They each had 1,000 yards with Minshew, O'Connell, and Desmond Ridder throwing them the ball. So I'm excited to see what they can do. And, we just drafted 2 receivers, Jack Besh, and right before I got on, Dante Thornton. We got Trey Tucker. We've got Michael Mayer. We have enough offensive weapons where now we have sort of a competent guy. It really raises the floor. And so with him not having the highest ceiling really at this point, but we have a bunch of guys that do, I think we can really, really turn our offense around and not have to win games, with the defense holding the 12 points or whatever it is. So,
yeah. Before I go into a few other things on offense, just reminded me of something because I have the hat on.
Yeah.
What is the situation with Michael Mayer? Because obviously I don't know what his expectations were going in when he came in as a rookie. But obviously you really don't draft Brock Bowers if Michael Mayer is doing his job. I mean, what the hell's going on there?
So for Mike, I mean, it was his rookie year. He had Jimmy Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer and rookie AOC kind of throwing him the ball. And, he, like most, young players, he had a little bit of a learning curve when he first got to the league. And then I don't think anybody really expected that Bowers was going to fall into our lap at 13 last year. And new regime. So Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels were the ones responsible for drafting Mayer. And then, the next year, new general manager, we took Bowers. And again, I don't think anybody expected Bowers to be a first-team All-Pro. And so Luke Getsy, our offensive coordinator, was supposed to be like a 12 personnel guy. Mayer's dealt with some mental health issues, and so he had to step away from the team, for a few weeks last season. And so, that was always priority 1 for him, was just getting back to a place where he's like, excited and feeling good and coming back to the facility. And, now we're 2 regimes since he was drafted. And so, there was reports that he was going to, maybe be floated in trade talks around the draft and stuff like that. But, I still think he's a valuable piece of the offense. He got hurt at the end of his rookie year. He, missed some games last year, but, he's still on his rookie contract. And I think that he can be a good piece and, a lot of 2 tight end sets and stuff like that. And so hopefully he can, we can get a lot out of him with this new coaching staff. And Chip Kelly's pretty, unique in the way that he schemes people open. And so hopefully he's like the 4th or 5th option, and he can kind of benefit off of that.
Yeah. I almost forgot that Jacoby Myers had 1,000 yards. I mean, he's not like this great receiver, but the fact that he did it with the QB hell that was going on in Las Vegas, I mean, it's more of a compliment to him and alongside Brock Bowers. I mean, that's just, when it just tells you when you get a quarterback in, things are going to be a lot better.
Right.
What's up, Barbara, and what's up to Luca? Luca, if you don't know, the Giants took Cam Scatabo with their pick. Very happy with that one, personally. Yeah. Speaking of Chip Kelly, he hasn't been in the NFL since I think it was almost 10 years ago, actually, when he was the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. What will he provide for a stagnant Raider offense? What will he provide for Geno Smith? And do you think that if it gets late enough, Will Howard will be an option on the table because of the connection from Ohio State?
Yeah. I think Chip Kelly, he hasn't been in the league obviously for 10 years, but, Jim Harbaugh proved last year that doesn't really matter, and also him being the offensive coordinator. I think his shortcomings as a head coach were more maybe about his leadership style or the way he structured things. And he's not really in charge of that. He's just kind of his same role at Ohio State, and they had a lot of success. And so, what all his players, and Jeremiah Smith, his star receiver, is actually cousins or nephew of Geno Smith, which is just a funny connection there. But, what they would all say is just that he's super unique at scheming people open, that he makes, life easy on the quarterback and the skill position players. And so with so many, weapons that we have on offense and so many new pieces, I think that, he's the perfect guy to try to, get the best out of these guys that have maybe underperformed a little bit in their first 2 years. And then, I think Will Howard's a great option for us, honestly, with Geno kind of being the guy for hopefully 2 or 3 years. I think he's like a good understudy to him. He's a little bit of a dual threat like Geno was, in his heyday. I think he had like 4,000 yards, 74% completion percentage, 35 touchdowns, another 7 on the ground. I mean, he's not. It would be a good fit just because he'd be a quick study in the offense, and so he provides a lot more upside than Aiden O'Connell does. He's a lot more exciting than Aiden O'Connell is, to watch. And so I think the fan base, based on just kind of what I've seen people saying, is I think a lot of people really like him just because of the fit and just because of his play style. So,
yeah, and going to the running game, Ashton Genty is a Las Vegas Raider, as of 2 nights ago, obviously.
Yeah.
What would, as a Raider fan, just looking at it, how was it? How hell? Now, obviously, that's not really that's not even English, but like I don't know that it could have Josh Jacobs goes to Green Bay. What was the situation at running back last year, and how much better does Ashton Genty make it? Even half of Ashton Genty.
So yeah, the whole situation with Josh Jacobs was pretty disappointing. He was a fan favorite, and McDaniels and Ziegler kind of come from that Patriot way where we're not going to pay a running back. It's not worth it, and so they really set the negotiations kind of on a bad trail. And then Tom Telesco came in, and that was the peak of don't pay running backs. And so we didn't resign him. We tried to franchise tag him again, and it just everything kind of fell apart. And the reason why we were able to, just say we're not going to pay you is because Zamir White came in last 4 games of the season the year prior and, ran really well. I think he had like 450 yards. He had like the 70-yard run at the end of the game to clinch that Christmas Day victory against the Chiefs. And so, we were really hedging our bets that he was going to be good. And then, we also brought in Alexander Madison, who was coming off of an 800-yard season in free agency. And so I think we kind of felt like we were going to be able to recreate him in the aggregate, like Moneyball, and, we end up with the worst rushing attack in the league, which was, disappointing. But we brought in Mostert this offseason, which there's that, I think, 49ers connection with Chip Kelly. I believe he brought him in as an undrafted free agent for the Niners his first year in the league. And so there's some familiarity there. And if he can be healthy, that's a really good number 2. But yeah, adding Ashton Genty is just exactly what we needed. I mean, we could have addressed the need in the 2nd or 3rd round, gotten one of those Ohio State backs that Kelly knows. But I mean, I kept saying this, and me and my family would have this discussion. It's like, yeah, it's a deep running back class, but somebody has to get the best running back. And so why not the team that had the worst rushing attack in the league? And so, it made perfect sense. I'm really glad that we just stuck and picked there, and the Jags and the Bears weren't able to steal him from us. And so, yeah, he really opens things up. He'll be Geno's best friend running the ball, and I think he's an underrated receiver too. So he adds a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And a running game is a quarterback's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
As for Sir Brad in the chat, if you're still there, your 49ers have taken CJ West, another defensive tackle, off the board in
Indiana.
San Francisco. Thoughts on the Jack Besh pick? What does he add to and obviously I was at the Senior Bowl, so I saw everything. I thought he was the best receiver there. Outside of Tez Johnson, he was the most consistent receiver there. And obviously he had that emotional moment at the end, all these other different things. What does he bring to a depleted but coming up receiving room?
Yeah, he was the MVP of the Senior Bowl, wasn't he, for the final game? Yeah, I think the thing that Carroll and Spytek were saying is that he just brings toughness. They've really put a premium on like the kind of character and person that they're bringing in. And so Spytek said in interviews, like, whenever we miss on a prospect, it's never about their talent level. It's always about who they are as a person. And so, he's obviously demonstrated throughout this process what an incredible human he is. And, within that TCU offense with Savion Williams and some other guys that could catch balls, I mean, he really separated himself. He was the leading receiver his freshman year at LSU, caught the most passes over Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors. And so, he seems like he'll be a guy that can step in and contribute on day one. He's a good route runner. He's tough. And, I think he'll be a great complement to the guys we already have. And then adding Dante Thornton in on the outside, we've got some speed. And so, Trey Tucker's been a little bit underwhelming in his career. And, we just got rid of Ramel Keaton and we picked up Kyle Phillips this offseason. Like, we just kind of have this hovering, mediocrity bottom of the roster guys. And so he provides like a day one starter, really on the outside. So. I'm sorry, I can't hear you for some reason.
I was on mute. I apologize. Okay. How in a shitty season, how bright was Brock Bowers last year?
It was pretty bright. That was really one of the only high points. Him and Jackson Powers Johnson, DJ Glaze, that kind of trio of rookies was pretty exciting for us. And so, it's not like the Raiders have had a shortage of good tight ends recently. And in recent years, we've had Darren Waller and stuff like that. But for him to do it as a rookie and, to feel like he has more upside to even tap into is pretty exciting. And so, yeah, with a quarterback that can reliably get him the ball, I think Bowers had one of the highest, off target passing. People were just throwing terrible passes to him, trying to force it in. And so with these additional options, with Besh, with Thornton and, these other guys, I think it'll just open him up even more. He should just be an all-pro kind of, Pro Bowl guy for the next 10 years. But, we said the same thing about Waller and we said the same thing about Jacobs. And so it'll be on this new regime to make sure that he stays a Raider. That's been one of the biggest problems. So.
Yeah, he signs a second contract. Exactly. Lou, I'll throw you the link in a few minutes. It's a personal. No, I guess it should be personal. I don't know. JPJ was one of my favorite linemen to watch at the Senior Bowl. He left early due to an injury. I remember that Wednesday, but I also got a chance to interview him, and I just was watching his film and was like, his attitude is great. How did he do in his first year as a Raider?
Yeah, no, he was great. He fell in the draft because of character concerns, and Telesco's thing was kind of just taking the best player available. He took two guys that fell into his lap. Powers Johnson's a lifelong Raiders fan. He grew up as a Raiders fan, so it was really cool to see him get to contribute immediately. Obviously, I think he missed the first 2 weeks of the season, but he started off at left guard, which was kind of interesting because he played center in college. And the O-line was okay. But then we fired James Craig, our O-line coach, Getsy, kind of everybody at the bye week, and we moved him over to center. And Pro Football Focus had him as like the 11th, best center in the league based on what he did during those 6 or 8 weeks. And so, he's really exciting. He's kind of a violent guy out there on the field. He's like a big teddy bear off of it. They're always posting videos of him doing funny stuff at the facility. And but yeah, no, he's a violent guy. That's the kind of thing that that Raiders fans love. We have this historic, set of like offensive linemen in our history, Gene Upshaw and Jim Otto and all these kind of guys like that. And so he really fits that mold, the old school Raiders bruiser on the O-line. He's throwing people around. And so, it'll be really fun to see him move people for Genty this year and have a running back that can actually make life easier, on the O-lineman that can, make reads and do things like that, use their vision to, when they make little mistakes. And so, yeah, he's awesome. Seems like a great guy, and it should be exciting to watch him in the future.
I didn't even know there were character concerns about JPJ.
No, injury concerns. If I said I meant injury concerns. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving forward, how do you assess the picks of Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant? I mean, I'm looking at the depth chart right now. Meredith is slotted in as the left guard, so I can see that. But also, you guys signed Alex Kappa in the offseason. But Grant would be sitting behind DJ Glaze and Colton Miller, and they selected 2 linemen in a row, nonetheless.
Yeah.
What do you think the philosophy is behind that?
To use Pete Carroll's words, compete. That's been his big thing. And, there is sort of an out, there might be a little contract situation with Colton Miller. And so, Charles Grant and DJ Glaze are both swing tackles. And so that kind of gives them 2 or 3 options now at left tackle if that, situation doesn't go the way we want it to. And then as far as Rodgers, highly athletic. I think he had like the 3rd highest athleticism score at the combine. I mean, honorable mention, all Big 12 guys. So, I mean, he's done it at a high level. And, with the addition of Kappa this offseason, I thought maybe we weren't going to try to re-sign Meredith or anything like that, but we did. And so now we've got 4 guys, in there that Dylan Parham's the other guy who started the last 2 years. And, the big thing is just versatility on the interior O-line. I mean, JPJ and Parham and all these guys can kind of play multiple positions. And so I think it gives them that flexibility. O-linemen are always getting banged up, and, it gives people just the opportunity to compete at every spot and put the 3 best guys out there. And, same thing at tackle. We've got, 2 or 3 guys now that are competing for starting tackle spots, especially if Miller's contract negotiations go sideways. And so, John Spytek kind of got his start with the Eagles. He's a big line of scrimmage guy. And so it makes sense that, he wants to build the trenches there. And even though we had a good O-line last year, it can be better. And if you're going to have a young running back that you want to sort of dominate, that's where you got to build through. So that makes sense to me. I thought they were both good picks.
Definitely. Do you think that Patrick Graham has earned the right to stay through 3 coaching staffs? I mean, obviously, I knew he was going to stay with Pierce. He went with McDaniels. The Giants, we're going to really try to reach out to him, but he felt his time in New York was over. And then he stays over for the Pete Carroll coaching staff, which is going to be an interesting dynamic because Carroll, this big personality guy. Do you think he's earned the right to stay through these 3 coaching staffs?
Yeah, I think he has. I think he's done the best that he could with what he has. That first year, the defense was not super strong. The people that McDaniels brought over and everything like that, it was, sort of a work in progress. And then you really saw them take that next step when Antonio Pierce took over, and Pierce just kind of unleashed him and let him, coach in the way that he wanted to. The Raiders defense was the best defense in the league for the last 8 weeks. We held the Chiefs, on that Christmas Day game. And, we were really shutting teams down. Jack Jones was flying everywhere, and, we're getting defensive touchdowns. And so I do think so. Last year was just kind of a wash. I mean, you have Malcolm Kuntz go down right before the season starts. You have Christian Wilkins go down in week 5. Marcus Epps go down in week 3. Crosby misses 5 games. And, a lot of these big pieces were kind of just, injured for a lot of the year. Jacorian Bennett and Nate Hobbs missed time. And so, I really think he did, sort of what he could. It was one of those things where the stats don't back up him being there, but you watch the games and it's like we're giving up 14 points, all the way through the third quarter. And then our defense has just been on the field for the whole game. And so they get tired and they get beat. Our offense has 14 minutes of possession, and it's just like, so I think he's a great coach. I think his philosophy is great. It'll be interesting seeing his, sort of defensive, schemes kind of mixed with what Pete Carroll wants. But one of the biggest things about keeping Graham was being able to retain Rob Leonard, our defensive line coach. I mean, he's just been like a miracle worker. He helped Caleb Chase improve a lot this year. He, has helped Adam Butler sip from the fountain of youth, apparently. And, Malcolm Kuntz obviously had a great season, the second half of the year in 2023. And so, I think keeping those 2 guys in the building was a really good move. And, I guess if the defense is not great again this year, we'll have to look at him and say that's where we need to improve. But, I think with the right people in tow and, hopefully a healthy season, he can, show that he's earned that job.
Definitely. How do you think you guys stack? And I know this is a interesting question because it's only been, you're just getting into another year of Pete Carroll. How do you guys think you stack within the division?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's obviously a tough division. I live in Denver, and so I, hear all the time about how great the Broncos are. I'm not as, this has been consistent through the pre-draft process. I'm not as convinced about Bo Nix as most people are. I think he's kind of a high floor, low ceiling guy. I think he might be just kind of as good as he's going to be. I do think that we have an opportunity to challenge, those teams this year. Kansas City's obviously still very good, but I don't know, that Harbaugh and Carroll rivalry is just going to kind of be a wild card. It doesn't matter whose team is good or not. With those 2 guys going at it, you can just throw records and everything out the window. And, I think we got a lot better than the Broncos did in the draft. RJ Harvey was a solid pick, but, they need a lot of help in different places. And, they're just kind of reinforcing what they're already good at, which is their defense. And so, I thought they were going to be a little bit more aggressive attacking offensive guys. And so, I mean, I don't know. It'll be very interesting because I didn't expect either the Chargers or the Broncos to be that good last year. And so, I'm hoping that was just like an early peak and a plateau there. But I do think that Carroll, he hasn't won less than 7 games in a season since 1994, like his first year of coaching. And so, like, I have a hard time believing with this roster that, he's going to win less than that. And so that's less wins to go around for the rest of the teams in the AFC West. I mean, I think we got swept in the AFC West last year. I can't imagine that'll happen again. So, we'll see, but I'm pretty hopeful about it.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Thoughts on the pick of Darian Porter? We actually got to interview him at the Senior Bowl. Nice guy. But what do you think he brings to Patrick Graham's defense?
Yeah, he's, I mean, just a long-armed corner. He's Richard Sherman. He's Carroll Sherman. I mean, he started off as a receiver at Iowa State, right, and flipped to corner just like Sherman did at Stanford. And so for that, it's really interesting. And obviously the loss of Nate Hobbs in free agency and Jack Jones getting released, we needed to add an outside corner. We needed to add a slot guy, and so we picked up Eric Stokes and Lonnie Johnson in free agency, but they don't really project to be starters, and so he's a little bit raw, and he kind of got a late start in his career. I don't think he started till his 6th year, at Iowa State. But, I think he has a ton of potential, and I think it might just be sort of like DeCamerion Richardson last year, where we just have to throw him into the fire. And, that worries me a little bit, but there's still a handful of, free agent corner guys out there that we could add to the room to maybe, help him out a bit. But I think he provides a ton of, upside and a really high ceiling there on the outside. So I'm excited about him.
Yeah, definitely. So the Rams just made a trade up. We'll see what they get. But Woody Marks just went. I forgot what I was going to say. What are you guys looking like in terms of strength schedule this year?
Ooh, I haven't looked at it. I know we play the NFC East, which is going to be a little tough with the Commanders and the Eagles, and then
yeah, that's right. We do play each other.
Yeah, so we'll play you guys too. Which we'll see whose team improved this offseason, I guess. But and then I'm trying to think of who else we play. Obviously, let's see, we got the 6 games. And we just played the AFC North this year. And so I think it's the AFC South. It's the AFC South. We play Texans and Titans and Jags and Colts. So I don't know. That seems like a favorable draw to me. I think we have to go down to Houston, which sucks because they're the best team in the division there. But, I think that's a chance to get maybe 3 wins. And then, NFC East, hopefully we can win one against you guys. Cowboys are kind of a question mark. And if we can just go like 3-3 in the AFC West, I mean, if we can get 3 wins there, I mean, I don't know, that seems like 7-8 wins at least, hopefully there. And so, strength of schedule, I haven't really given a ton of a look. I'll look at it more when the schedule comes out next month. But the big thing for us always is just like, the NFL does not like to, schedule us favorably, and so we always kind of get the short end of the stick with like traveling to the East Coast 2 weeks in a row or playing the Harbaugh brothers back to back to start the season. I mean, we could go on a tangent about that all day, but that's definitely something I haven't looked too much at.
Yeah, a couple of final questions. Is the book closed on Tyree Wilson?
I don't think so. Adam Schefter kind of reported that he was expendable. The only thing that gives me pause on that is that we only signed Malcolm Kuntz to a 1-year deal this year. So obviously we give Crosby the historic extension, but we only have Kuntz under contract for 1 more year. And so I don't know what the long-term plan is. We didn't take an edge rusher. A lot of people talked about Jalen Walker going to the Raiders, or, people wanted to trade up to get Abdul Carter. And so the future of the defensive end room is a little bit shaky, I guess, outside of Crosby. So I don't think the book is closed on him. It's funny because you look at his stats and it's like, he's supposed to be an edge rusher who's supposed to get a lot of production. And in a rotational role, he's had 8 sacks in 2 years, which isn't terrible. Khalil Mack had a really rough start to his career. He had like 4 sacks his rookie year, before exploding. And in year 3 was when Malcolm Kuntz really took a step under Rob Leonard. And so that's what we're looking at here now with Wilson is year 3. But he's also very good against the run. I mean, he struggles. It's funny. He struggles with tackling at times, but he's really good at like blowing plays up and other people kind of finishing the job. And so, I think he does some underrated things. If you believe PFF, his run grade is really good. And so I really, really liked the pick at the time. I thought he had a ton of upside. And so I think hopefully, he can just tap into it this year with Pete Carroll and really get some competition going for him where he feels like his job's in peril and stuff like that. Just light a fire under him because he has, every physical tool to be a great defensive end. So, I'm hoping that he turns it up a little bit.
And a kind of emerging question here, expectations for the Raiders this year, and for anyone who's coming in late, where can people find you and your work once again?
Yeah. Expectations for the Raiders this year, I expect us to be a lot more competitive, I guess, just in a general sense. There was a lot of games last year where it just felt like we were, using a completely different kind of ammo than other teams. It didn't even feel like it was a fair fight. And, we stayed in games somehow, but it never really felt like we were going to win. And so, and teams are cheering for a tank at the end of the year. It's just like, that's not going to happen this year under Pete Carroll. I'm expecting us to just be like a very, very well run, very well organized, very competitive team that, has a bunch of good depth, that we can tap into just because of the way we've set up the offseason program to compete. And so, I'm really excited. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much. I'm a Raiders fan. I know better than to get my hopes up. But if we can get somewhere around 7, 8, 9 wins, that'll be a great year one sort of the Pete Carroll experiment. And John Spytek, our general manager, did a great job this offseason of just letting guys leave, letting them get paid. And I think we should have an unbelievable amount of compensatory picks next year. I mean, maybe like 4 or 5 compensatory picks just based on what we did. And so, hopefully we just take a big step towards the future and we're ready for like a good playoff run the year after. So that's sort of what I'm expecting there for us. And then as far as my work, again, I'm on Just Blog Baby, which is part of the Fansided Network. And then I do trending and breaking news stuff for Athlon Sports, Raiders Today. And so those are sort of the two places that I'm putting most of my work. Just Blog Baby has a Facebook page that we've been doing a lot of stuff on recently. And so, just kind of building that up here as I took over. So.
All right. Well, his Twitter's in the chat. Levi's Twitter's in the chat, so please follow him. Levi, I appreciate you coming on. And, expect a DM when a couple of weeks before the Giants play the Raiders. I'll definitely be reaching out. We'll have a discussion again.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me, man. This was fun. It was awesome.
Later,
so,
man.
yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. So, next up, Jacob says, how are we feeling? I mean, I love this Skatibo pick. I want to go. I really want to go O-line. I want Marcus Bowe with one of these picks. Maybe the Giants trade up. I don't know. But the Cam Skatibo pick is surefire. But with that said, we're going to welcome on our next guest, Kyle from Canal Street Chronicles. We had him on last year for the Saints Giants preview, which ended up being a very defensive game. Not one I would really like to remember. If you're on both sides of the ball, you know that wasn't a great game. But anyway, first thoughts on the Saints offseason, stuff like that, Kyle, and where can people find you in your work?
All right, well, I'm Kyle Besson. You guys can find me with Canal Street Chronicles and on Athlon Sports. And for the Saints offseason, it was quiet, and that's kind of what you expected. And as a Saints fan, that's what you would want. You don't want them to go spend money. You kind of want them to be a little reserved with everything. So you didn't throw money at anybody. You kind of like the moves there with Chase Young, bringing Chase Young back. Some people may think it's a bit of an overpay, but you're anticipating a rebuild here. This isn't a one-year plan. You're not going to be great next year. Not going to be great maybe in 2 years. But you have them on a 3-year contract, and it kind of seems that's the time frame that they're going with. Brandon Cooks was a move. It wasn't one I was exactly expecting, nor the type of receiver that we needed to add to the receiver room, but veteran for what you would at this point say is a pretty good amount comparing it to Jamar Chase getting, is it 40 or 50? 40 mil, right? Jamar Chase again, 40 mil. Yeah, so $5 million for Brandon Cooks isn't bad at all.
Yeah, so the Saints are actually up in about 10, 11 picks. But I want to really delve into, first off, what was the final straw for Dennis Allen last year, having him getting fired. And I know that before last season, Saints fans wanted him gone too. What was the final straw?
I think Cameron Jordan probably said it best. I mean, we just lost to the Panthers. When you're in the NFC South, and the Saints have never really been the bottom of the NFC South. Maybe you're mediocre, maybe you're fighting for the top, but once you lose to the Panthers, who you beat by 40 points week 1, the inconsistencies start to show. The team wasn't good. The coaching by Dennis Allen wasn't always great. He was lost the locker room. It was just time for something new. It was really time to get over that Sean Payton era. I know it's hard to continue going back to Sean Payton, but Dennis Allen is part of that Sean Payton coaching staff, and it's time for them to let that go.
Yeah, especially I think it was 23 was the final season of Pete Carmichael, and as I said, you really want to keep him around. I mean, the one bright spot, he's no longer a Saints coach. Clint Kubiak, he's now over in Seattle. He's coaching Sam Darnold and what looks to be Jalen Milroe. But as far as the head coaching hire, that's Kellen Moore, the former offensive coordinator of the Cowboys, former offensive coordinator of the Eagles, former offensive coordinator of the Chargers. what were your first initial thoughts on hiring Kellen Moore? And was it justified to wait as long as they did? Because, of course, they waited until after the Super Bowl victory.
Yeah, I mean, they'll always tell you this. The Saints will say it with everybody. They got the guy they wanted. Not 100% sure if Kellen Moore was really the number one target there, but I think it's a great hire. We needed to go away from. At one point, you just need to fill seats. Having Dennis Allen be your coach and going with this defense-oriented team that was boring. You didn't score any points, and you were bad. At some point, you need to fill seats, and that means having some type of offense come here. Kellen Moore has played with a bunch of, or I'm sorry, he's coached a bunch of great quarterbacks, and now he hasn't really drafted many of them other than Dak Prescott. Justin Herbert was already there. Jalen Hurts was already there by the time, but he's gotten the most out of them. I mean, Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl. Now it's behind Saquon Barkley, but you take the best out of them, and that's what we're excited to see. And I mean, I'm sure me and you will get to it in a minute, but maybe we'll see what this means about Tyler Shuck. So, he I like Kellen Moore. I think he's going to be a great coach. And I think at the worst, like I said, the Saints are on a 2-3 year plan. You really won't have too many ties to Kellen Moore afterwards. He got the coaching staff he want. And it's an experiment. I would say this feels like an experiment, and it's either going to be a great era of Saints football or probably the funniest one we'll have in a while.
Yeah. Was it, and do you think, obviously before the Moore hire, because you can't do anything about it now, I realized not too long ago that Mickey Loomis has been in his job for almost 20 years, if it's not been 20 years already. How long will the Saints operate with him as GM, and how long will the Saints operate with their tight-knit cap situation?
So, I mean, you could see now, like they said earlier, they're kind of going more reserve and trying to work out of this. They thought they had a window to win, and that's kind of where this cap stuff really started. I mean, you have Drew Brees on your roster. There's always a window to win. And they didn't want to let that go when Jameis Winston was the quarterback. They didn't want to let it go when Andy Dalton was the quarterback. And obviously they went to got Derek Carr, and they still didn't want to let that way of, manipulating the cap go. But at one point, if you're not winning, you can't do it anymore. Cameron Jordan is going to be third. Was it? I can't even tell you. Cameron Jordan's an old guy. Demario Davis, I believe, is 34 to 36, around that range. These guys are all older. They're aging, and they're declining. Their play isn't as at the top as it was, and Cameron Jordan's not even a starter on the Saints, really. He'll make a switch in there, but he's more of a rotational player that you're playing quite a bit of money for. There's been talks about Mickey Loomis maybe moving up into the as a president. He's not going to be in. Kai Harley's making a lot of these decisions now. Jeff Ireland's got a lot of say into what goes on now. So it feels like it's going to be soon. But this cap manipulation thing, until they see that they can compete, I don't believe it's going to go on for much longer.
Yeah. Lou, as I said, check your Twitter. I sent a message with it too. How long without the injury, how long do you think the leash is for Derek Carr this season?
I think the leash is gone. I don't think Derek Carr takes another snap for the Saints. I mean, a lot has gone down in New Orleans recently, and I'm going to take it from just the start of the year. There's the tragic events that happened January 1st in New Orleans, took the lives of people, and, you have people coming out here. You're the quarterback of New Orleans Saints. There was a tragedy in New Orleans, and there was not a peep by Derek Carr about it. The Super Bowl was hosted in New Orleans. Celebration of New Orleans. Everybody. Spencer Rattler's out here. Not a peep from Derek Carr. And now what a lot of people believe could be a faked injury or just an exaggerated injury now after he got his guaranteed money. The Saints fans are done with Derek Carr. I think the front office is done with Derek Carr. And I think Tyler Shuck, a 25-year-old rookie, and he's going to be 26 when the season comes around. You got to start if that's your plan for the future, you're not waiting much longer. And I don't think there is a leash for Derek Carr anymore. Maybe come June they'll try to find a trade partner. I don't think Derek Carr is the quarterback.
Wow. Okay, so I guess in your opinion and many else, he will not see another. But that's strange though that like Carr is not even, doesn't even say anything about like all those different things, whether it's the attack that happened or just being, even if you're not liked. I mean, whatever. I guess it is what it is, and we'll see what's what. Pittsburgh adds another great edge, Jack Sawyer. Ty Smith to freaking TJ Watt. Anyway, what did you think of the Spencer Rattler pick last year, and how did you feel he did under the circumstances of the Saints' turmoil last year?
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick. You kind of want to start working towards your future, and if you want a high upside guy, Spencer Rattler is that. Seen as a project guy and seen as his attitude dropped him in the draft quite a bit. But I like the pick, and I think last year he showed you some things. I think he showed you some talent, and immediately he would go off and probably throw a pick or do something a little goofy afterwards. But he had second string alignment blocking for him, and he didn't. He probably had like your fourth string. Marquez Valdez-Scantling was his wide receiver one. He didn't have Rashid Shaheed. He didn't have Chris Olave. He did what he had to do with the circumstances, and they didn't have a running game towards the end of the season either. It's real hard to get a rookie quarterback in that situation, and I'm impressed. He went 0-7 as a starter, but I think he impressed me with what he could do. And if it isn't for the Saints, I think he'll find a home somewhere, and somebody's going to give him a shot.
Yeah, at least to compete or whatever and all that stuff. Outside of Chris Olave, you talked about Brandon Cooks for a cheap contract. What expectations in terms of production do you have out of him?
I think as a veteran, he's mostly a depth piece, I feel. I mean, you're going to go get your big wide receiver somewhere. I don't know if it's at the end of this draft here as a free agent. I got a few guys that I like, but I think Brandon Cooks is going to give you 300, 400. I'm not expecting a high ceiling for him. You still got Chris Olave. You still got Rashid Shaheed. And Rashid Shaheed took a big step last season under Clint Kubiak's play calling. And Chris Olave, without the injuries, he would have been another 1,000-yard receiver. So I'm not expecting too much out of Brandon Cooks, but I think he's going to give the production that you paid him for, and that's all you want.
Yeah. Just another question looking at the depth chart. What are the expectations for Kendre Miller? I remember he was drafted in 23 as a back behind Kamara. I know he's dealt with some injuries. What's going on with him, and what's the Saints' vibe over there?
Specifically with Kendre, I don't know how much longer he is on the roster or what the leash is on for him. Probably longer than Derek Carr's, obviously. But this is a different coaching staff. They have no loyalties to Kendre Miller. If Kendre Miller can't stay healthy for one more season, I mean, he might get his replacement in this draft. Guys like DJ Giddens, I like. Samson out of Tennessee, I like. So his replacement might be in this draft. He just hasn't stayed healthy, and he looked electric last year. There was some times he like cuts back. He looked nice, but you can't stay on the field. There's not much anyone could do to warrant you to keep you on the field.
Yeah, very, very tough situation there. Looking at the offensive line, was it surprising that Ryan Ramczyk retired? Did it show in his play or his availability that it was going to be an issue for the future?
So the Ramczyk injury happened in the back end of the 2022 season, all right? Or is it 2023? I'm going to say 2022. It was the back end of 2022 season, then he missed all of 2023. So it wasn't a surprise to anybody. I think I'm doing this a year early. So it was the 2023 season. He missed all of 2024. Yeah, so he missed all of last season, and due to his injury that he suffered at the end of 2023. And I mean, after the injury, it was noted as a pretty significant injury. This injury wasn't anything. I mean, immediately towards leading into the offseason, that's why they got Taliesin Fuanga, great pick out of Oregon State, loved him. And it was expected. Ramczyk's retirement isn't a shocker to anybody. He kind of, I can't tell you, I don't know cap stuff that much. I don't know why he stayed on the roster or was there as long as he was. But it wasn't a shocker at all. We knew he was retiring. He wasn't going to play a snap for the Saints after missing all last season.
Yeah, definitely. Also, as well, the Green Bay Packers just selected Baron Sorrell, edge out of Texas, someone who I got the privilege to interview at the Senior Bowl. I really like him. Moving towards the offensive line. Actually, you know what? Let me dive back a little bit. You were talking about getting away from the Sean Payton style of things. Is there any hints as far as what the defensive scheme and offensive scheme may look like?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we just immediately, Brandon Staley is switching us to a 3-4. That's a defense the Saints haven't had since 2013 or since Rob Ryan. So the Saints haven't ran a 3-4 in years. This is a whole brand new type of defense. And you can see with the selection of Danny Stutzman, Sanker, Broughton. I'm still trying to remember all these names. Broughton, Sanker, and Stutzman. These are all line run defense guys. And the Saints' run defense last year was terrible. So this is something that need to be changed. So they're trying to make sure they can get to the passer because they haven't been able to get to the passer. And I don't know how many years now. It's been 3 years straight that they have been one of the bottom teams and getting to the passer. You can't take down the quarterback. Then there's just too much time for receivers to get open, all that. So switching to a 3-4, they got their pass rushers. They got their scheme for pass rushing, but they're making sure that they're securing their run defense as well. And I love to see it. And as far as offense, you could tell they've been trying to go. Clint Kubiak was kind of the first move to kind of get away from the Sean Payton style after getting off of Pete Carmichael. But Kellen Moore, now you really hit that new age offense. You know, you're going to run the ball a lot, play action, try to work to your best. And so I think we're officially away from the Drew Brees and Sean Payton era.
Yeah, distancing from the aging schemes and whatnot. Do you think Kelvin Banks is the right replacement? Well, now he's slotted in at left tackle for Teron Armstead, obviously, who was gone many years ago. Do you think the offensive line is finally starting to take its shape in terms of structure?
Yeah, I think you have all your guys in the room right now, and now it's just finding the best way to, Tetris them in. Taliese Fuanga can play guard for you, but I'm not sure if you want to move him after the season he had last year. Trevor Penning might not be able to make that transition to guard, so you're really trying to figure out who's going to play on the inside for us. But I think you have all 5 pieces for your starting offensive line. You just have to figure out how and where each guy is going to play.
Yeah, definitely. I guess we can get to it. What are your thoughts on the Tyler Show pick? That one kind of stunned me a little bit.
Yeah, it's been the Saints. It's been on Saints Twitter for about a week now. People were talking about it, and I'll be honest with you, I was like, the Shuck rise doesn't feel real to me. Kind of feels like the Will Levis rise. Even though Levis went into the second, this was people saying, Shuck, who many thought was a day 3 pick, rising into the second round. It didn't feel real to me. I didn't believe it. And I'll be honest, didn't do much watching of him. I kind of fell under the Saints will go quarterback early guy, and I liked Jackson Dart a lot. I'm sure you'd talk about that. I like Jackson Dart. I like his willingness to sit in a pocket, takes hit, dual threat, and versatility. So I didn't pay much attention to Shuck until about this week when it started sounding like it was a real possibility. But from the little amount that I've been able to watch from him, I won't say I've done too much work. You're not drafting this guy for the production he did in college. You're drafting this 25-year-old rookie, 26 when he gets his first start, because he is 6'4", 225 pounds, has a strong arm, and ran a 4.6. You love the prospect of him, and you want to develop him, but you're going to have to develop him quickly. And they think he's NFL ready, and I'm not going to say he's going to be your week 1 starter, but I will bet money that he will start in the 2025 season.
Yeah. As I said, very surprised at that one. What do you think in general of like the quarterback room right now? Because you have Derek Carr, who we'll see if he even plays this season. Tyler Shuck, the second round rookie. Spencer Rattler, who you spent a pick on last year. The year prior, spent a pick on Jake Haener and Ben DiNucci. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to keep all those quarterbacks. What are your thoughts on that quarterback room overall? Could it use some adjustment in the future? Maybe like a more experienced backup? Do you think? I mean, what are your general thoughts on that?
Exactly what you said. If my guess would be eliminating Derek Carr from the equation, say he's on IR if he's not traded or something like that, I think Jake Haener would be your first one, or Ben DiNucci would be your first one to depart. But then Jake Haener not long after that. I think your quarterback room probably looks like Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler, and you're going to find a veteran quarterback somewhere for the in-between because I think Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck. I don't know who is going to be our starter. It feels like it has to be Tyler Shuck. I mean, 25 years old, and from how Kellen Moore, at the press conference talked, it sounds like they think Tyler Shuck will be their starter in 2025. So I think Tyler Shuck's your starter. You have your veteran, and then you have Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, definitely. What were your thoughts on Taliese Fuaga's first season for the New Orleans Saints, and what are your expectations for year 2?
I loved Fuaga coming out. I have a tweet on Twitter somewhere, and it was about 2 months ahead of the draft, and I said something along the lines, I love Taliese Fuaga. I would even trade up to make sure I can secure him. Luckily, the Saints didn't have to, and they got him right there at 14. his ability to get into the second half of the field, get to the linebackers, really run blocking is electric, and I think that's why he may be the candidate to switch to guard. But he held his own blocks, and after watching Trevor Penning struggle for the first 2 years and then slightly into his third season, it felt like it was a pick that needed, and the Saints still needed to do. Now with adding Kelvin Banks, like I said, I think the line is set. As for Fuelga, I mean, I don't see why this can't be his first Pro Bowl season. Again, he was electric, great. He really didn't allow any sacks. He did his job. He was an anchor on the left side, and I'm hoping the Saints find a way to keep him at left tackle and find a way for Banks to be on the right tackle. But I have high expectations for him. Like I said, I loved him out the gate, and I would have been upset if he didn't perform the way he did. But he did exactly what everybody thought he would do.
Besides switching the scheme from 4-3 to 3-4, any other anticipatory changes for Brandon Staley bringing to the defense?
I don't think too many. I mean, you got to get a different type of mold of player, but Dennis Allen's mold of defensive ends and linemen was always long, linky defensive linemen, so it kind of fits in the 3-4 mold anyways. You got to get a lot more zero techs and nose tackles. But they went ahead and got that in a draft with Broughton, and they traded for one earlier from the Patriots. So other than making sure that your defensive tackles are really big guys that can stuff the run, it'd be that and switching to zone. I mean, the 3-4 is zone heavy, and you got Kool-Aid, who's pretty disciplined in zone, and Alontae Taylor, who's not. So you maybe got to find another cornerback somewhere. But other than the pass rush, it's probably going to be a more zone-heavy defense.
Right. With the exits, I mean, obviously Marshawn Lattimore exited middle of last season, trade to Washington, and Paulson Adebo, who's a New York Giant. How big will Kool-Aid McKinstry need to step up in this new scheme and new system?
The Saints spent a second-round pick on him. That's a hefty price. Traded up, actually, a few spots with the second round to go ahead and get Kool-Aid. So they banked a lot on him. And Kool-Aid's a guy that had a lot of hype coming out. People thought maybe he could sneak into the first. Ended up falling to day 2, and the Saints went and grabbed him. And I think there's a lot of expectations there. And year 1 had its ups and downs like any rookie would, but they want to see a big jump from him. And, I mean, I think he could do that. Now, look, Dylan Sampson just went to the Browns. But I think Kool-Aid could easily take that step up, and I think he's going to be the Saints cornerback one of the future while they still try to figure out Alontae Taylor, because Alontae Taylor is like, he's great at what he does, but what he doesn't do is a big glaring hole.
Yeah, pretty interesting thought process and analysis there. What are some prospects maybe that you wish the Saints would have taken, or some of your favorite prospects that you've seen so far, whether they've been taken or not in this draft process that you've identified?
I figured the draft would have been more offense heavy. Felt like free agency, they wanted to get their defensive guys, and Kellen Moore got his chance to go get all of his offense guys. And, these tight ends look awesome. Now, Mason Taylor went early. I expected that, but I like these tight ends. Arroyo out of Miami, another guy I really like that I would have liked to add a tight end. I think the Juwan Johnson 3-year deal is a little questionable. I'm guessing they're trying to secure something for what they knew was going to be a young quarterback, but I don't know if Juwan Johnson is the safety net that we all thought he would be. So I really liked some of these tight ends coming out, and I was hoping some of them would go. I still say I like DJ Giddens, who I don't believe has been taken yet. I've been kind of keeping my eye out for him. I will say Ja'Cory Brooks, the wide receiver for Louisville. I'm watching this Tyler Shuck tape, and I'm like, wow. I mean, you only heard Brooks' name. It was over and over. And for the type of wide receiver the Saints need, I really hope they go out there and grab him. If it's he might go undrafted, go ahead and make sure you throw some money at him. Get Shuck his number 1 target in college and bring him to the league.
Yeah. What are your expectations overall for the New Orleans Saints this year? I know there's not a ton, but do you expect to be competitive? Do you expect a low win count? Like, what are your thoughts?
With the Tyler Shuck pick, it kind of changes where you want to be at. To me, it was quarterback round 1 or no quarterback. So because next year you probably have a high pick. You start the good thing with not drafting quarterback this season would you start Spencer Rattler, see what Spencer Rattler has. If he's good, great. You have your franchise quarterback. If he's bad, you're probably picking in the top 5, top 10-ish again, and you got a chance to get another quarterback in what seems to be a better quarterback class next season. But with taking Tyler Shuck in the second, you need to start seeing the plan early now. Kellen Moore's offense has to get into work. You have to see the vision early. I'm not sure what to expect of Tyler Shuck because you have to expect a lot from a rookie, and it's hard to. And I'm sure you've heard me say it multiple times. Hard to kind of sit there and say you got to develop this 26-year-old rookie, but you do, and it's going to have to be fast. I'm not expecting a big win total, but I'm expecting him to kind of settle in a lot faster and with less patience than you would have given these other guys if you would have gone with a younger quarterback anywhere in the draft, but specifically in the first round.
Yeah, I mean the experience is something that a lot of people talk about with Tyler Shuck. The age obviously is a big part of that. I'm guessing in your expectations, they got to be competitive within the division at least. And I understand, sometimes that for different divisions that can be subjective because some divisions are tough. But I don't see, and not like the Saints have this like great talented roster, but I feel like with the division that they are in, they should be able to at least maybe take a game. And again, we don't know how the schedule will fall. We have like 3 weeks for that. They should compete maybe with not even maybe with the Panthers. They should compete with the Falcons. The Bucs is going to be a little harder, but I mean, it does start in your own division. I mean, what do you think of competing in division in terms of that?
Yeah, I mean, the NFC South, I mean, I'm not going to limit it to the NFC South. Like you said, every division, someone can steal a game all the time. I mean, the Bears could be 0-16 versus the 16-0 Packers, and the Bears might end that week going 1-16 just because it's the Bears and Packers. But for the division, I think the Saints probably could split 3-3. It's real tough to go against the Buccaneers, especially now that they have 4 wide receivers for some reason that they're just going to be running down the field with. And the Saints don't have the corners to cover that right now. I think the Bucs are definitely number 1. And for the Saints to compete it, I mean, yeah, you're fighting for the bottom of it. You're trying to not be the bottom of it. And like I said, with the drafting Tyler Shuck, maybe my expectations change because now I go, well, it's fine if you lose the division. You're probably picking top 5. So if you're picking top 5 with Tyler Shuck next season, it's probably says a lot about the QB play that you got. So I would say with the drafting of Tyler Shuck, you got to at least be 3rd. I don't want you to be 4th, but that's hard. You're going against 2 former number 1 overall picks, and then Michael Penix was an 8th overall pick. So that's a early, that's talented QBs at the least. So the whole division's got young quarterbacks, except for the Buccaneers. Wouldn't clarify Mayfield as young anymore, but young starting quarterbacks that are going to be all trying to prove something. So with the roster, I think they have the roster just because they keep the vets, and vet play is still in its own way a competitive way to build a roster, and they have more vets than a lot of the division. So you would want to at least not finish last.
Right. Absolutely. Final question. Actually, final 2 questions. What do you think the Saints are targeting with the 131st pick?
131. I want a running back. I want DJ Giddens. That's who I want, but they seem to be going more defense heavy here. They haven't got their edge rusher yet. Another guy I like is Fidel Diggs out of Syracuse. Awesome guy. I think he would fit the scheme well, get him in the edge. So if I just give you a guess of once, give me Fidel Diggs. I believe that's how you say his name. I'm not 100% sure. And then DJ Giddens, the running back out of Kansas State.
And then last question for anyone who may be rewatching this or coming in late. Where can people find you and your work?
Yep, my work is on Athlon Sports, on Inside the Saints with Athlon Sports, and Canal Street Chronicles with SB Nation.
All right. So with that said, I'm going to put the link once again in the chat for your Twitter. Kyle, it was great having you on. Again, do we play you guys this year? I don't think so. We do.
I believe it's in the Dome. Because it was
actually you're right.
Game.
You are right. Because I remember I was looking at games to go to and away games, all these other different things. And I'm like, oh yeah, we played the Saints in the Dome. But thank you so much for coming on, man. Guys, follow Kyle Well, I'll definitely, you'll be getting a DM for me later, obviously in the later months, as we hope to preview the Giants and the Saints game.
I mean, I appreciate it. I love coming on, and I'll be excited for it next time.
See you later, man. All right. I'm going to step out for a quick sec to use the restroom. Then we're going to bring in another guest. The Jets have traded up with the Eagles, and we're also going to run through the rest of the last few picks that have been happening. And again, shout-outs to Mason, shout-outs to Kyle, shout-outs to Levi coming on, giving us Saints, Bears, and Raiders perspective. So just give me about 1 minute. I'm going to step out for a sec, and then I will be right back with another guest. Okay. Just Jets traded picks 145 and 207 for 230. Okay, cool. Just again a lineup of who's to come. As you already see, Lou is going to come on next. 2:30 we have Mookie Alexander for the Seattle Seahawks. He covers them for field goals. Travis Holmes, I think he's for Jaguars Wire. That's at 3:30. 4:30 is David Howman of Blogging the Boys. My buddy Donald's coming at 5, and then someone we met down at the Senior Bowl, Paul Vizella. He's going to come on at 6 p.m. and give us the whole thing with the New England Patriots. Jets select safety Mal McKay, because I saw it went to commercial. Maybe when I was in the bathroom, they picked, but Malachi Moore. I actually have a scouting report on him. I'll probably get into that in a minute. But what's up to my brother Lou?
Big Alex from the group home. No, what's going on, Alex?
Yeah, what's up, man? It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Good to see you. How's Luca and the family?
Everyone's doing good. Luca is working. Obviously, well, I guess he wanted more prioritization towards tomorrow, which is the fourth game of the Knicks and Pistons series, which he'll be calling on his channel. But yeah, just today has been running. Well, I worked this morning, so I really haven't got much rest, but it's been running through guests and whatnot. And the Saints are actually about to pick. And I'm going to tell you something that, which is very coincidental, because this has been very, well, at least this part has been very improv. And I have to apologize to him. I text him to apologize if he doesn't respond back. So you remember the dude we were in the press box with, Zach?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He was supposed to be the I don't know if he's gonna still show up or what. He was supposed to be the next guest. I kind of sent him the link a little late, and I know a lot of people don't watch their Twitter and whatnot. So if he comes, he comes. If he doesn't, I said I'm gonna apologize to him. But he was a very cool guy at the Senior Bowl, as I mentioned before. But I mean, what you must be out of this world excited for the Giants.
Hey, I made a short video predicting who the third overall pick for the New York Giants was going to be. I believe the morning of or the day before day one.
Okay.
I said we would get Abdul Carter, and I was right yet again. So yes, tooting my own horn, patting my own back, because I don't have a whole network with me anymore to do it. No, but I was right. And then just definitely glad with the running back pick, Scatbo, Darius as well. Monster defensive tackle to pair with Dexter Lawrence. If Abdul Carter is on the mend and is 100% week one, Brian Burns and Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence, and Darius. I mean, this front four is finally a blitz squad again. You can create pressure with just your front four. Keep a spy on coverage, however you want to do it. You can blanket the field and take away a lot of their air game if you create pressure with that front four. And it looks like the Giants are getting back to old school Giants football, sound defense, scary front four. That's what you need. When you come into MetLife, you should be intimidated and worried and nervous if you're not a Giants player. You should be like, shit, man, we got to go in their house and face their monsters. Yes, that's how it used to be. That's how we got these four. Okay, it's time to get some more in that case.
Yeah, those.
You know what I'm saying? It's time to get some more. I'm disappointed that we traded up to get Dart. I am in the belief that he would have dropped to us. The only team I was worried about maybe getting him was Cleveland at 33. If we was going to get Dart, if that was your intentions, you didn't have to trade up to get him. I think that was a waste of draft capital. I did want Shador Sanders. I don't like what the NFL is doing to him right now, but that's beyond my control. At the end of the day, though, I'm not upset with Abdul Carter or Scatbo. We'll see how Jackson Dart turns out. What I'm not going to do is be a hypocrite. I was not a fan of Daniel Jones when we drafted him here. I supported him and cheered for him. So while I'm not a fan of the Jackson Dart pick, I am going to support him and cheer for him as I did for Daniel Jones. It would be highly hypocritical of me or anybody else to throw all that support towards Daniel Jones for 6 years after all the mess ups and all the mishaps, and then sit here and turn around and not give Jackson Dart a chance. That would be extremely hypocritical. I am not that guy. I will not be that guy. So let's go Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. He didn't really stick out during the practices, and in the game he fumbled twice. Like that was kind of what's. And I had some praise beforehand because I had Miz in one ear, I had him in the other before I was doing my scouting report. I'm like, okay, let me take this in, let me see what everybody's saying, and then I watch the film, scouting report. I'm like, okay, this guy could be your poor man's Carson Wentz when he was in his prime. I'm not talking about Carson Wentz now. I don't think we could win a Super Bowl with him. I'm going to be honest. I could be wrong. Listen, I'd rather be wrong than right in this situation. I'm happy that the Giants got who they think is their guy because, it shows they had a plan. And I was, Lou, we've been having this discussion for 2 years. I've been all over the quarterback train. Like, get your quarterback, go get your guy, go get the guy you drafted, go get the guy you want to develop. And listen, when I was sitting there arguing with people, we all know who, and Miz would even admit it. Like, I didn't, nothing against Abdul Carter. It's just, my preference was Shador, number one. And number two is like, okay, you take Abdul Carter, but like, are you really going to wait till the second round to get your quarterback? And that's one thing one scenario I wasn't a fan of. But now you're just seeing the rest of the draft come together where they have a plan. They get the stud running back, Cam Scatterbo. They get Darius Alexander, who Luca got a chance to interview.
Which you could have kept Saquon, but I digress. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Don't worry, you're not the only Giant fan to express that this weekend. But I mean, his draft is lining up to be nice. I will say this. I said it on Twitter. I'll say it on here. I am intrigued. I am not excited. I am intrigued by what could be the 2025 season. I'm not saying excited because excited means you have high hopes. Intrigued is a better term for me.
Okay, so I'm of the mindset that we have got to get an interior offensive lineman with this next pick.
I agree with you.
And a lot of the guys that I was really looking at are gone. You know, you had Holland Pierce. You had he was a swing tackle, could play all five positions across the line. Yeah. But I'm worried about the guard position. I have no faith in Evan Neal at all. So them moving him to guard does not make me comfortable. I'm still have no faith in this guy at all. Think he should be somewhere flipping burgers. That's ironic, isn't it? But yeah, well, not flipping burgers. You know, the man is educated. You know, he's got talent. But I just don't want him on this team anymore. I don't think he's contributed in a positive way at all. He's contributed negatively numerous times. He's been a huge factor as to why this O-line has sucked and this offensive hasn't been productive. But, you know, you get a guy like Scatbo, you got a guy like Tyrone Tracy, and let's be honest, we have a pass-protecting O-line. We don't have a very effective run-blocking offensive line. So, you know, that kind of worries me. What is your plan thus, you know, from here on out? Because, okay, I like the Abdul Carter pick. Jackson Dart, not so much, but I'm going to root for the guy. You know, Scatbo, Darian's in front for the starters, in my opinion. But you've got to do something about this offense. Our Achilles heel throughout Dable and Shane's entire regime has been non-productive offense. So it doesn't matter how good you make a defense. If the offense is, you know, so we got to go offensive line here, and it's got to be a guy that's going to make a difference year one.
Well, we do have, not saying it's like with the highest amount of confidence, we do have GVR, who played decent last year. And you are right. We do have a pass protecting line. It's not a run blocking line. Run blocking was not good last year. And
remember, I said Von Rotten, we were going to bring him in.
Yeah.
And he was going to play guard. I predicted all this. I even said it to Paul Dottino when he was on the show with me and Pat. Well, no, not when we was on Big Blue Kickoff.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's back. He could still start. I mean, he's 35, 36, but you need somebody behind him is my thing, right? I said this draft, I said, look, whatever way they go, if they go quarterback, if they do this, if they do that, you need to draft like the Eagles. You need to get like guys behind. You know, let's just say you got veteran placeholders. You need guys behind those veteran placeholders, and you don't have any at guard. You have Jake Kubis, who was halfway decent, undrafted free agent, good story. You have Aaron Stinney, who's on a one-year contract, and he's basically your swing guy. Josh Azudu stinks. The guy I would go after, and personally, I said this yesterday to our guys on the panel. I said, look, I would trade our 6th and our 7th round picks to move up in the draft in the 5th round to go get an offensive lineman or a running back. And I still feel that way right now because, I mean, Lou, let's be honest, who's going to be our 6th and 7th round picks? Guys that are going to get cut in 3 years. They're not going to, they're not, I mean, they could be something, but most likely they're not. So, you know, the guy I'm looking at is probably the best guy on the board in terms of offensive line. And actually there's 2. Miles Frazier from LSU, and they're both Senior Bowl guys. Miles Frazier from LSU and Marcus Bowe from Purdue. Purdue can play. Both guys can actually play tackle and guard. And Frazier, I think, is a little bit more polished. There's more high ceiling with Marcus Bowe. Marcus Bowe is a stud run blocker, which would go to, the Scatabo pick and, even out the line a little bit. I don't know that he'd be an immediate impact, but they do need to address it at some point. And, I think next year you need to look at offensive line too, because you got Runyon, who it could be a free agent. He's not a free agent, but you could cut him. John Michael Schmitz, depending on how people feel about him. And you have Andrew Thomas, who gets hurt every year. So you have to start thinking about that.
Can you share my screen?
I can do that.
In my last mock draft, I addressed the line, the defensive front and the offensive line. I got Shedeur Sanders. I got Donovan Jackson, who, in my opinion, from Ohio State was a monster guard. Kenneth Grant at defensive tackle. Then I got Braden Swinson at the edge. I got Holden Pierce from Rutgers at tackle, because while I love Andrew Thomas, his foot has been a concern. I went with Ollie Gordon Jr. at running back because Scatbo wasn't there when I was looking. He was already gone, but I'm pleased with the Scatbo pick. Then I got another defensive tackle later on in Pegues, Kyron Lacey, who recently passed away. May God rest his soul. And then assuming that we had Shedeur Sanders, I had got LaJohntay Wester, who had some familiarity with him, and that would be some easy chemistry there.
Yeah. I mean, Holland Pierce is still available, so
I thought he went.
No, he's still available. At least to my knowledge. I could very well be wrong, but right now I'm looking at it. He is still available.
What?
So
I thought he went yesterday. Let's go.
No, he's still on the board.
So I like Illuminor,
Yeah.
And I like Andrew Thomas. I think we're good for this year, at least at the tackle position, but I wouldn't mind adding a swing tackle because I don't like Evan Neal. Azudu has failed horribly at that position. So we need a solid swing tackle, and we definitely need a monster guard. Yeah. Because, we're going into the season assuming all these guys are going to be healthy for 18 weeks. Like, we have no depth.
Like, it was fine. It was fine last year. I'm going to pull up the roster now. It was fine last year to go in. Okay, you have Aaron Stinney as a backup and you have GVR there. Like, that was fine last year. And it had its moments. And the offensive line wasn't like a complete atrocity. But I still think you need to address it. I think you still need to address swing tackle at some point, which is why you would probably target a Bowe or a Holland Pierce or a Miles Frazier, because, I don't have the utmost confidence that Stone Forsythe or James Hudson are better than Josh Azudu. I don't have the utmost confidence in that. I could be wrong. Hopefully these guys are coached up by Brasillo in training camp, but again, like if Illuminor or Thomas goes down, your next option is Stone Forsythe or James Hudson. I'm a little scared.
How long you gonna be streaming? All day?
Probably till about 6:30. And I got multiple guests coming on again, covering from different teams. So that's if it wasn't for that, I'd say I'm not streaming at all, because day 3 is a complete wash. Got a question though, if you're willing to answer, of course, because I don't, as I said, we haven't really talked. Weren't you considering going to the draft?
Yes, I was. I got into a 6-car pileup January 10th. The guy who caused it had no insurance.
So that was the thing that restricted.
And so the guy had no insurance, and I had just switched from Liberty Mutual to Geico 2 days prior to the accident. Geico turned around and told me, you haven't paid enough into the policy. So
Yeah.
I had to foot the bill and still pay my car payments and everything. Yeah. So that kind of shot my draft. But I will be there, Pittsburgh. For sure. Still got some connections, still talking to some guys affiliated with the NFL who work for the NFL. And we're going to make it happen. And there'll be a special draft this year because I won't be standing out there. So keep in contact with me. I want you to be a part of it. It's a lot closer this year anyway. Pittsburgh's a lot closer to Green Bay.
Oh yeah, I was in Pittsburgh like 2 weeks ago. So it's a good, nice stadium from the outside. Very fun city.
Oh, Braden Swinson is still there.
Yeah, Swinson is still there. Yeah.
Bo, former Reed, Horton, Frazier. Man, poor Sanders. That is
somebody. I don't even know what to say because I couldn't have even predicted this.
That's crazy. Did you see what Skip Bayless said about it?
No, I didn't.
Oh. How did you not see that?
I didn't.
I was gonna do a reaction to it. I was gonna make a reaction video to it actually. Oh man, I'm gonna send it to you.
Nice pick by the Titans, by the way. They picked Alec Aomanor.
Alec Aomanor, the receiver?
Yep. He's going to Tennessee.
Yo, the Titans are having a fucking hell of a draft, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second wide receiver pick this round for them. So they're loading up at that position. Let me put your link in the chat.
There it is.
Subscribe.
Yeah. There it is, Alex. I'm sending it to your phone.
Copy.
What? Huh?
So the Pats have traded up this pick. Recap on the fourth round. Here it is. So you got the Titans who picked wide receiver Jameer DK from Florida. Then you have the Jaguars who picked Baishul Tootin from Virginia Tech in a trade with Cleveland. Then the New York Giants picks Cam Scatabo, the running back from Arizona State. Home run pick right there. Then you had the New England Patriots select safety Greg Woodson.
Yeah, if we had a good run blocking line. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. No, it's true though. It's true. They need to. I do want to get into that. Get into that after. Then you have the Jacksonville Jaguars who selected linebacker Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame. Then you had Dante Thornton Jr. from Tennessee, wide receiver, go to the Las Vegas Raiders. Then you had Deion Walker, great pick by the way for the Buffalo Bills, the second defensive tackle they've taken. They also took Landon Jackson in the second round. Then you have the New York Jets who picked Arian Smith, wide receiver from Georgia. You had Ty Robinson, defensive tackle from Nebraska, go to the Philadelphia Eagles. You had Danny Stutzman, the linebacker from Oklahoma, go to the New Orleans Saints. Then you had C.J. West, the defensive tackle from Indiana, go to the San Francisco 49ers. At pick 114, running back from Georgia, brother of Travis Etienne, Trevor Etienne, went to the Carolina Panthers. So he's going to be there with Chuba Hubbard. You got Arizona Cardinals. They picked Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State, with the 115th pick. The 116th pick, Houston Texans took Woody Marks, running back from USC, who was also at the Senior Bowl, one of my favorites. You had Jarquez Hunter, running back from Auburn, go to the Los Angeles Rams. Then you had Billy Bowman Jr., the safety from Oklahoma, go to the Atlanta Falcons. You had linebacker Barrett Carter from Clemson go to the Cincinnati Bengals. Then you had Gunnar Helm, tight end from Texas, go to the Tennessee Titans. At 121, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selected David Walker, edge from Central Arkansas. You had Lathan Ransom at 122 go to the Carolina Panthers, safety from Ohio State. At 123, another edge goes to Pittsburgh, Jack Sawyer, some insurance for possibly TJ Watt, Ohio State edge. And college football champion, national champion, that is. Then at 124, Baron Sorrell, edge from Texas, went to the Green Bay Packers. I love that pick for them. At 125, Kyle Kennard, edge from South Carolina. So 3 edges went in a row. He went to Los Angeles Chargers. At 126, running back Dylan Sampson, the second running back that the Browns selected other than Quinshon Judkins, went to the Cleveland Browns. Then you had Jalen Travis, offensive tackle out of Iowa State, go to the Indianapolis Colts. With the 128th pick, the Commanders selected Jalen Lane, wide receiver from Virginia Tech. At 129, Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from California, went to the Baltimore Ravens. The New York Jets traded up with the Philadelphia Eagles to get Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama. Joshua Farmer, someone who the Giants had previous interest in, is now a New England Patriot with the 137th pick.
They traded up to get him too.
Yep. I guess they noticed he was going to go at some point early. Ruben Hippolyte, probably pronouncing that wrong, linebacker from Maryland, went to the Chicago Bears. Yeah, and Hippolyte, something like that.
That's what the Spartan army was called, the hoplites. When they formed the phalanx, the shields, and the spears.
Wide receiver Jalen Royals from Utah State went to the Chiefs with 133. 134, Q Robinson, edge from Alabama, went to the Denver Broncos. 135, Tonka Hemingway from South Carolina, defensive tackle. He went to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then, of course, at 136, Alec Manor, wide receiver from Stanford, went to the Tennessee Titans, who already selected a wide receiver previously. Bo has injury concerns. What injury concerns are those? I mean, I could have overlooked that.
Now, Scatbo German, right?
Is Scatabo German?
Yeah.
Take a look.
Wasn't he an international selection?
No, he went to Arizona State, and he's from California. Supposedly, he's a guy that likes to smoke cigars, and he's that.
I'm confused. Why were they in Germany saying it was the first international selection for the New York Giants?
Because they probably went to Germany. There was probably the first international selection to the draft, meaning they went to Germany. They have a big fan base in Germany, apparently.
Well, danke to all the German Giants fans for supporting this shit show for the last 12 years. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Thank you to anybody who has been supporting this. This is crazy.
At least,
All right, 49ers pick.
Yeah. At least if you're over there and you don't have social media, you could just evaporate. You don't even have to associate with, other NFL fans or whatnot, because obviously there's not a team that plays over there. Over here, you got to deal with Eagle fans and all that other nonsense. So maybe if the Giants are bad enough, one of us try it and then just evaporate for 5 years and come back and see if they're good again. Yeah, I have no, because Jacob, I don't know where he's going to land. I mean, he's going to be a backup somewhere at this point, because once you hit day 4, it's all about
your third string and backup. Yeah.
Not like was, dude was like 3rd round pick projected. He was projected 1st round pick. I mean, he was projected to fall, but at the end of the day, He wasn't projected to fall this much, to tell you that much.
I'll tell you what, wherever he goes, he is gonna ball out. I'm be honest with you. I would go to the CFL and I would ball the hell out, and they would have to pay me massive amounts of money to bring it to the NFL. I'd be like, oh, word. Real Fan Sports, what's going on? Jordan Watkins.
Oh, shit, different time zones.
Ole Miss, wide receiver.
Are you in Central, Real Fans? Because if you're in Central, bro, I have an open slot at 3 Eastern. If you wanted to pop on. If you're still here, of course. If not, it's going to be relayed through a message anyway. I just feel bad because I sent the link late.
Is that your guy from
Yeah, it's the dude we
Senior Bowl?
That's the dude we met in the press box.
Yeah. What's going on, man?
His friend, I think, because I was perusing on YouTube. I think his friend or one of the networks he's a part of actually got to interview Charles Davis.
Oh, the guy I was speaking with.
Yeah.
People really calling Giants racist and shit.
They're not
With the
racist.
black QB
I think that's fan fiction.
thing.
People just
For
want something to
everyone
bitch
passing
about.
up on him. Listen, racism exists, yes. But I'm never gonna lay down for nothing or nobody. So yes, life will throw obstacles at you, whether they be financial, whether they be racial, whether they be whatever. There's always going to be an obstacle for any and everybody on this planet. The question is how you respond to it. I'm not going to lay down and just accept defeat because somebody else's mindset. I'm going to continue to push through whatever obstacles come my way and get where I'm going. That's my mindset. And if you're of that mindset, it doesn't matter what ism is around you. You're going to push through and persevere. And that's it. So that's how I look at that.
Good point. Oh, he worked the background for the Charles Davis interview. Okay, cool. Because as I said, I remember I should have got it. I should have went up to him like everyone else did. I know Lou got to speak to him. So, he seems like a cool guy. Knows what he's talking about and all that.
Yeah, really down to earth. Shook my hand. We spoke for a good little minute. He didn't act like he was,
Above
weirded out or nothing. Yeah.
So the Giants are up in something like 15-ish picks. I forget what pick. I think they have like 153 or something. But yeah, no. See, Senior Bowl is always fun, and if you haven't already, folks, please go check out the movie that I made / documentary, Press Pass, The Road to Mobile. I texted Lou. I don't know. I think he may have got it. That he does make a cameo in it because I was recording footage at said time. So does Mr. Come On In Sports.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what's up. I hope you got my good side. No, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. Y'all were actually talking about going to the draft. That's the main footage that I caught, at least. It was actually, it was part Luca, but it just shows that as I said, originally what it was for was supposed to be for a production class, a digital media production class, but the teacher never, because his timing wasn't great, we never actually got to edit footage. And I'm like, whether this becomes something or not, I'm keeping it for my portfolio, and that's what it is. So.
It's always good to have B-roll.
Oh yeah. Crap ton of it. Cam Jackson from Florida goes to the Carolina Panthers.
The Carolina Kittens keep purring.
Keep purring. That's what they will be until they, turn it around. It's disgruntled. If we look at trends, Shane loves top 30 visits. We have 5 guys left. Kobe King, I know, is one of them. Marcus Bowe is another. Who the hell else is on that top 30?
Disgruntled Taco.
Yeah, he's just reading the name.
Awesome
He's a Raiders fan. He's a Raiders fan.
That's an awesome name.
Comedy and support.
Petruzzi.
Yeah, 2 linebackers. Yeah. Kobe King, Colin Oliver is still on there, I think. Yeah, no, listen, real fans, trust me. I've been digging into a lot of stuff, which has been the reason for not a shit ton of content over the past month. Because when you graduate college, there's a lot you got to set up for, and a lot of opportunities you have to take. So,
congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not happening for another 3-ish weeks, but speaking of Georgia, I mean, I will be heading to Georgia the week before my graduation for a couple of things, but that's all opportunity based. So,
the Vikings are trading for Sam Howell, and the Seahawks and Minnesota swap picks from 142 and 172.
With Jalen Milroe, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because they have him, they have Drew Lock. I don't really see a fit for 4 quarterbacks. Pick is in for Baltimore.
That's messed up, Brad.
You're funny, Brad. Yeah, I don't know what I would do without Brad's comedy. He's a real one, though.
Well, you got to ask yourself, how many female professors did he have?
You're even more funny. See where the Ravens go here.
Well, they sleep with their students more than male professors, contrary to popular belief.
Well, you don't have to tell me twice.
Alex maxed out his bank account. Damn.
Yeah, I'm in credit card debt because I've been paying my professors. Yeah, they just showed that Seattle traded up and Carson Vincent is the pick for which Bo still hasn't gone. I mean, but even then, Jacob, if you select him with the Giants pick, if he makes it, that's still good value. Because remember, Trey Smith was selected in the 6th, and he had injury issues. He had heart issues. And, I mean, that's a pretty damn good pick right now. And he was supposed to go in the 2nd.
The real question is, did Alex do extra credit with the female professors?
Lordy, you guys. Oh, man. I should have mentioned that I wasn't even graduating college, but you guys are funny. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Jacob, with all that. It's just like Bo. What's a 5th round pick anyway? What's a 5th round pick? It's a low risk, high reward situation. That's what it is. Low risk, high reward. But I'm, as I said, I'm very happy. Very happy with this Scatabo pick. Yeah, he was breaking down in tears once he got drafted by the Giants. So happy for him. Happy for him. What do you? I know, obviously, your tune, Lou, is 11-6 every year. But what do you expect for the Giants this year?
Yeah, I'm not definitely not screaming that shit this year. I had to back up off that train as long as Dable's here. Yeah, that's 11.6 points per game annually. That's what we got with Dable as coach.
11.6 points per game. Kill me now. Hopefully hopefully is the word. Hopefully is not a nice word to use in this scenario. I anticipate it gets better.
You did see the breakdown that me and Pat did of Dable's entire track record, right?
I didn't watch that.
No, he averages between 11.9 to, I think it was 15.2 points per game a season. That's been his track record his entire career. The only time it wasn't was when Ken Dorsey came in and became the QB coach of Josh Allen.
I don't think Ken Dorsey has a lot to do with. I think Ken Dorsey gets more credit.
Hold on, little man is being rambunctious.
DJ LeMahieu playing second base in rehab might move Jazz back to third. What's up to Jess was best, by the way? Hope all is well. As far as that goes, I mean, I think DJ did good in his rehab assignment, but that's the minor leagues. Why do I feel like the Giants kill the draft every year and then they suck? Well, they had a very good draft last year, which is better than the first two drafts that they had, and they weren't good. It comes down to coaching. It comes down to actual play on the field, because we could sit here and say, well, the Giants had a good draft. They selected this guy. They did this, whatever. It has to turn into results at some point. And if it sucks bad enough this year, then you will see some heads roll. But that quarterback pick, whoever it may have been, Shadur has not been picked yet, disgruntled. It's not been picked. But it needs to turn in results. The quarterback buys them another year. So you will see Joe Shane and Brian Dable for another year. Now, if they selected somebody like Dylan Gabriel in the 5th round, then he would not have, job insurance. Because who gives a crap about a 5th round pick? Dylan Gabriel is not going to do, I don't think he's going to do much at the NFL level. No, Brad, because they selected Jalen Milroe last night. Yeah, which actually, funny enough, at 2:30, I'm going to have a Seahawks guest on to talk about the trade a little bit. I mean, very anticipatory. But yeah, O-line has to be the move. Can we draft Shadur? The Giants, very unlikely that they'll take in 2 quarterbacks. The Browns have just traded up, so that'll be an interesting pick. Seahawks trading Sam Howell. Yeah, as I said, they selected Jalen Milroe last night. It's him. It's what's his face? The hell's the guy I'm thinking of? Locke and Darnold. And Jaron Hall. Jaron Hall's not going to make the roster. So yeah, I'm going to spoil myself for the pick. Because at this point, when the Giants go up, I'm not going to spoil myself. Okay, so NFL Network doesn't even have it on their site. So I guess it's a wait and see. Milroe was a great pick for Seattle. He's definitely he's gonna be your Jalen Hurts. And I hate using that because comparing other players to other players, sometimes it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very gimmicky, very cliche. But he's probably going to be their Jalen Hurts, an extension of the running game. Because you got Darnold, who doesn't run the football. He's more of a pocket guy. And then you have Kenneth Walker. You have Zach Charbonnet. Those guys. And Now you got Jalen Milroe, and he's an insurance policy. You know, if Darnold sucks this year or sucks the next 2 years, there you go. There's your hopefully future quarterback. I think he's got a good offensive coordinator too, Clint Kubiak, who I wanted several years ago before, right around the time Dable was hired. For me, it was Pep Hamilton and Clint Kubiak who I wanted. Obviously, that didn't happen. But I think he gets a little worse of a rap because he's been around a lot of different teams. So we'll see. We shall see. But folks, if you haven't already, hit the like button, comment, and subscribe. And I guess while we continue with this draft process, we are sponsored by SeatGeek. So if you are going to a baseball game, a football game, basketball game, NBA playoffs is here, soccer game, whatever sporting event, go to a concert, SeatGeek has you covered. $20 off your online order with the promo code Big Blue in the Bronx. If you've used it already, how about share it with somebody who hasn't used it? Be a friend. Darnold's contract in basic terms is a 1 year, $37.5 million deal. Yeah, I'm going to look up the contract details right now, because this is actually a good lead into our guest at 2:30. So 2025, they were to cut him after 2020, before 2026, 25 million dead cap, 8 million in savings. But if they were to cut him in 27, 19 in dead cap, 22 in savings. So, wow, the Browns selected Shedeur Sanders. When Luke comes back, I guess he'll be hearing that one. And NFL Network still has not showed anything.
That's crazy work. That's crazy. The Browns, the one place that Deion said he did not want him going. That's crazy work right there, yo. That's crazy.
They selected 2 quarterbacks out of this class. That quarterback room, I don't even know what to think of that quarterback room, because you have, and it's a shame that
Massage Watson.
Yeah, Massage Watson. That's funny. Because you have Kenny Pickett, you have Joe Flacco, you have Shedeur Sanders now, and you have Dylan Gabriel. 5th round. Wow. So who are you cutting is my question.
Flacco.
Let me look that up. Let me look up his contract details. Go spot track. Taking so long to announce this pick. Yeah, 1 year, $4 million contract. If you want to cut him, I guess. Yeah, it's not really. You could cut Flacco if you want, but you probably want to start the season with Flacco, honestly. I mean, I know Shedeur is probably the closest to ready. Pickett sucks. Yeah, Pickett sucks, and Dylan Gabriel's not going to do much of anything. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what. They was going to let him go undrafted.
I could have seen it, honestly.
All the backlash they was hearing on social media, they decided, all right, just go ahead and grab him.
Shedeur Sanders to Cleveland.
This is crazy.
And we don't play them this year. So, let's see. Yeah, football hell for Shedeur. Passed on him 4 times. I really want to know his career trajectory now.
That is crazy, bro. That is crazy. Now I know you got another guest at 2:30, so I only got 11 minutes, but
yeah. I mean, if you want to, I could pop you out when I'm talking to him, and then you can come back when Zach comes back. I mean, I don't know what you're doing today, so.
No, I'm watching the draft, brother.
All right.
I'm supposed to be there right now.
Oh yeah.
I've gone every year for the last 3 years, and now I'm sitting here watching it on TV. It's kind of, kind of stinks.
You'll be there next year.
And I'm always in the front somehow.
Holy shit! It was not 4 times. It was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 6 times.
Cleveland passed on them 6 times.
Yep. Yep. That's true, Almighty. 1 in the 3rd and 1 in the 4th. Personally, I mean, Shador's a better quarterback than Dylan Gabriel. So you could really swap those.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That man's supposed to be a New York Giant.
And this is going to go one of 2 ways. Browns fans will either defend him mercilessly or they're going to absolutely despise him. There's no in between.
Yep. They're about as dysfunctional as the New York Giants fan base. Almost identical at this point.
Stood by a sexual predator. I mean, I've been to their stadium. It's decent, but, the cobwebs on my seat wasn't pleasant. That's why they're building a new stadium, probably. But at least keep it in shape. I mean, when I go there and the soda options are RC and friggin' 7-Up, not a fan of it. Not a fan of those soda options.
RC?
RC.
Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable, I know. What is there to do in Cleveland? I know downtown's pretty nice. I haven't been to downtown in almost 4 years. When I went there in September, it was just for the Giants.
You can leave Cleveland and go to Canton.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
can move to Canton.
Canton's like an hour and 15, I think, or something like 45 minutes.
Move to Canton and then commute.
True.
You're already being Canton. Before you get there. Thing you can do in Cleveland, leave.
Some fun roller coasters not far either. Yeah, I heard about that. There's an amusement park of some sorts.
6 Flags.
Yeah. You're a New York Giant in
He should be.
dreams.
That's messed up, man. That's messed up. He should be. That's crazy.
As I said, I
Let's
want
see who we pick.
I'm voting O-line.
Pause.
Unless they go kicker.
I heard that I wanted him. Pause.
Man.
Come here, Eli.
Braden Swinson is off the board to New England.
This is who I do it for. These guys.
Good. Where? Well.
Perfect timing. There you go. That's what Colorado tweets. Yes. He's going to back up Flacco or he's going to back up Gabriel. I think they just had a litany of draft picks, so I really didn't know what their philosophy was. It was like Drake May and then Joe Milton, but backwards. Because obviously I would have taken Shitter before. Oh, yeah. I work at Whole Foods, and Luca's working at the moment. I'm going to be working morning and night tomorrow, and then he is going to be off because he is calling the next game with Donald, and I think Dylan's going to join too. So if you haven't already, please sub up to Nick's cast. Brad, I already don't forgive you for taking Alfred Collins from us, even though we got Darius Alexander. Please don't take both from us. Or, I mean, then again, Miles Frazier's still there. I know Lou is a big Holland Pierce fan. And Jackson Slater might be on the board in the 5th round. I'm a big fan of his. Son of a bitch. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. I promised Armand a scouting report on Malachi Moore. 3rd, early 4th round. So he went in the 4th. So that I was teetering on that. Strengths, man coverage, versatility, slot, and deep safety. I know the Jets needed a box safety. Knack for the ball, weaknesses, engagement with blockers, hit or miss tackling, thin frame, and speed. That's what I got on Malachi Moore. If Shedeur pans out, then Dart doesn't, then Brian Dable and Joe Shane don't have jobs.
Well, at least they're on the clock now. Because the excuse that they had this whole time was, well, but they didn't have their guy. It's not their fault. They didn't draft a quarterback. Yeah. DJ was forced on them. So
I think the clock starts next year. But whenever Dart comes in, that's when the clock starts. You're right. Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks away. So I think we're 154, 155. 154.
You know how all of these dudes that spitefully did what they just did? I bet you'll be a lot of hurt quarterbacks this year.
Ooh.
The universe has a way of making you pay for doing dirty stuff.
Oof. I mean, the Giants got it covered with that because they've 2 capable ones behind. But if you're a team that has a shitty quarterback room and you didn't take Shitter Sanders, and Lou says what happens, and it actually happens, then everyone has passed up a Shitter. Does that make you think? It does. I don't think they have jobs either way. They might not there when Dart finally starts. They got to be competitive this year, man. They gotta win between 7 and 9 games to save their jobs, in my opinion. The roster is talented. You just gotta coach it up. You gotta actually win football games this year.
Jacob, that actually makes it look like that's the agenda. Like that's the narrative that they want to push by doing what they did to make it look like Dart is the better quarterback. But we all know, we watch football. We've seen it. Dart is not better than Shedeur. We all know that.
No, listen, I mean, I think 2 things could be true. Lou could be right about this whole narrative thing. But I think also they probably got insight from other people. in the NFL front offices, they probably said, yeah, I don't like his attitude, or I don't like this. And then what happens? He ends up going to the Browns in the 5th round. So I think if he would have been picked probably in like the 2nd or a few picks later, then you could say, well, you know, it's a bit more of a betrayal of narrative, but who the hell knows?
But that's crazy, because Johnny Manziel had all these off the field issues and all these character flaws and all of this
stuff.
The
same team.
Mm-hmm.
Picked by the same team. Well, that's an interesting.
I'll tell you what, though. If you think about how many first round picks the Cleveland Browns have on that team.
Oh, yeah. Or have spent.
If Shador goes out there and elevates the level of play of the guys on the field, the Cleveland Browns could be a dangerous team.
Yeah. The quarterback was the main issue last year. There's no doubt. There is no doubt. With that said, Lou, I'm going to pop you back in around 3, because that's when come on in sports is gonna. Okay, real fans and come on in sports is gonna come back on. You're funny.
Pause.
Laughs.
I'm gonna pop you back in and come on in sports. Wait a minute,
That's
sorry,
what
this
the
is
network
just
is called. That's what one of the networks is called. So, yeah. But yeah, I'll slide you back in cleaner.
Pause. You know what? So they sent me a message. I didn't know that was them. I thought it was like a bot or something on YouTube. Okay. They'll come on in sports, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was a bot, so I didn't respond.
Well, now you know it's them. But
yeah. Okay. All right. Because I was like, who is? I was like, I don't know. This might be a bot. All right. I'll tap back in. I'll be backstage.
Get you back in around 3. All right. So next up, as I said, Lou will be coming back. We got Mookie from Field Goals, who we've had previously on before. I got to ask you, because obviously this literally just happened a few minutes ago. Thoughts on the Sam Howell trade, even though it's not like huge news?
Yeah, well, obviously it's secondary news compared to what the Seahawks just did involving a quarterback. But yeah, I think that's about as good a deal as they could have gotten from giving up Sam Howell. I mean, the moment that they took Jalen Milroe, it was obvious Howell was gone. Actually, the moment that they signed Drew Lock, it was clear that Howell was either going to be cut or traded. So to get any value from him, considering they had Darnold and Lock, and then Milroe added to the team last night, I'll take it. And they get to trade up. They get to take a defensive tackle in Riley Mills, who's still recovering from an ACL injury, but nevertheless, I'd rather get a pick than get nothing. And he's on a cheap deal, and I didn't think that they would be able to get much for him. So it's better than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, Riley Mills, Notre Dame right here. I loved him. Along with Howard Cross, very good player. Going into everything, is there, and this is jokingly, but of course it leads into the quarterback situation. Is there a fascination with the former Jets quarterbacks in the Seahawks organization now that you have Sam Darnold?
Yeah, there must be. We had Geno, we've had Darnold now, and it's just a continuation of the Seahawks liking their, I won't say reclamation project, because Darnold has already been a reclamation project successfully in Minnesota, but still, they like those second chance. They truly believe, and this is obviously not exclusively a Pete Carroll thing. Certainly John Schneider believes that too. There's a lot of untapped potential with certain high draft picks, and Darnold would fit that bill. And Kevin O'Connell was able to get a lot out of Darnold last year, and the hope is that he can continue that success heading into this season.
Yeah, definitely. And I remember us on multiple occasions talking about Geno Smith. Sometimes he looked good, sometimes he looked bad in multiple different settings and multiple different games. What was your first reaction and just overall thoughts when the Seahawks dealt him to the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, a little bit of disappointment. I wasn't as outraged as when Russell Wilson got traded, and evidently that was misplaced outrage. It turns out that was actually a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, a whole lot of people would have been fired for keeping Russ, extending him at the same contract, and then watching him slowly decline. But I had the sense that I wanted to keep Geno. I feel like he and a lot of other players on that team got a raw deal with the lackluster coaching on the offensive side of the ball, certainly with Ryan Grubb as an offensive coordinator who was in over his head at an NFL level. But I also wasn't such a Geno loyalist to the point where I was blind to the fact that he is in his mid-30s. And the odds of him playing high-level football for much longer than a couple of years was pretty low. So if they were going to move on from Geno, I think a third-round pick was probably about as well, as probably as good a value as you could have hoped for. And the Raiders, no doubt, needed a quarterback. If they couldn't get Matthew Stafford, I'm sure they would have loved to take Geno, and Pete Carroll gets to reunite with Geno. I think part of it was it wasn't like the Seahawks and Geno were like constantly at odds, and Geno was never supposed to be part of their plans, at least not to me. But I do feel like Geno has such a great attachment to Pete Carroll that when Pete was let go, I mean, that must have been a real like hammer blow to him personally, because the next thing you would think of is, am I next? And now that Pete is back in to coaching, and that the Raiders needed a quarterback, he has that opportunity to finish what he started, because Geno's career got revived with Pete's in charge. So now he gets to continue that journey, but in Las Vegas as they look to rebuild, and not just rebuild, but look to like be competitive, be a team competing for a playoff spot at the very least. There are absolutely almost no chance they're Super Bowl contenders or anything, but I think the Raiders fans would take 9-8 over what we've seen the last few seasons with them post Derek Carr. So, yeah, Geno leaving, it certainly stung personally because I liked his story and I grew to become a fan of his. But I think that this process, and no guarantee that it works out, at least it's a clear direction under John Schneider as far as where they want to go next in terms of building their next contender.
Yeah. I mean, personally, when the Seahawks hired Ryan Grubb, I was a little perplexed because, I mean, I thought there were other options out there, and getting him from the college ranks, the only thing I saw to hire him was like, yeah, the 1 year with Michael Penix, and maybe there's a Penix connection. Maybe the Seahawks take Penix, but I mean, I know obviously it's like past news and past stuff, but what was the actual like philosophy that never panned out for Ryan Grubb at the Seahawks offense?
I think he kept trying to do stuff from college that he thought would translate to the NFL. It's functionally impossible. I mean, it's literally impossible because like the hash mark dimensions are different. It's a lot more spaced out in college than it is in the NFL. There's a lot more field to defend for defensive players. So it's almost like, playing offense on easy mode at times in college versus the NFL. And let's face it, Pac-12 wasn't exactly stacked with great defenses that year. Now, Grubb had a tremendous offense, but he also had tremendously skilled players. Odunze ends up being a first-round pick. Jalen McMillan goes to Tampa Bay. Jalen Polk goes to New England in the second round. So that's three receivers right there, take it. And then you add in Penix, and then you add in Rosengarten as a right tackle who's in Baltimore, and Fatuanu in Pittsburgh. So he had basically a bunch of NFL-level players at his disposal. Now, he had NFL-level players in the NFL, but, he's not going up against college defenses anymore. And the strategies are just different. I mean, trying to go shotgun 80% of the time, I thought was very short-sighted. It might work in college, and it did work for him. But in the NFL, you're asking a lot out of a bad offensive line to constantly be in 11 personnel and then basically no help for your offensive linemen repeatedly, and then doing straight drop back as much as he did. So shotgun heavy, straight drop back game. It was just too difficult an offense to do on a per snap basis. And then the lack of play action, that was the most glaring thing, because that's one thing Geno excelled at in his years with Shane Waldron. And they were near the bottom of the league in play action rates this past season. Plus, even when they did play action, they weren't very good at it, because it's one thing to do play action. It's another thing when you're doing play action, but you're also giving tells. So, for example, very often the Seahawks would, call a run play to the strong side or something. I think it might have been like weak side running. Like you do play action to the weak side, but you never actually run to the weak side. So defenses are going to figure that out. Like, I'm not going to buy a play action to a thing that you never actually do. And it just felt like there was a level of predictability to Grubb's offense that after the first few weeks, it got tiresome. He added some wrinkles later on in the season, but it was too late. And look, can still be a great offensive coordinator in college. He certainly was at Fresno State and Washington, and maybe he'll be one again at Alabama, but he's just not ready for the NFL. I don't know if he ever will be, but certainly he pretty much sealed his fate early on with the pass-heavy, shotgun-heavy, play-action lacking approach that put Geno and the rest of that Seahawks offense in a difficult situation week in, week out.
Yeah, I didn't know this, Jacob. Then point me in the direction of Miles Frazier then. Going on to the next offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, what are your thoughts on hiring him? Because I really liked what he did in 2021, I think it was, under the last year of Mike Zimmer. I liked some of the stuff he did last year with a very porous team in New Orleans. Coming over here, obviously, he's got some new weapons, no longer DK Metcalf, which I'm sure we'll get into. What are your thoughts on the Seahawks hiring Clint Kubiak?
Yeah, with Kubiak, I had the sense toward the end of the year that once Grubb was canned, that Q would be one of their targets. I don't think Grubb was ever their first option as the offensive coordinator, and since McDonald got hired pretty late in the process, it limited their options to some degree. I don't think it's an outright it's not a perfect excuse or anything, because Dan Quinn was hired pretty late by the Commanders. He got Cliff Kingsbury, and that's worked out for them so far. But with Kubiak, it's more closely aligned to what Mike McDonald wants, I suspect, which is we're going to run the ball. We're not going to be like Neanderthal football where it's 1970s and to run the ball like 50 times a game. But the ability to be flexible, the ability to show different looks out of under center stuff, use tight ends in multiples, whether it's 12 or 13 personnel, use play action a lot more effectively than Grubb ever did, and get explosive plays down the field. The Seahawks were not a very explosive offense last year. So, yeah, it's a different quarterback. It's a different style with Sam Darnold, and we'll see what happens with how they use Jalen Milroe. But nevertheless, with Kubiak, it's hard to assess his overall body of work as an offensive coordinator because he's got 2 seasons worth. One, he was with the Vikings in a year in which the whole coaching staff got fired. But Justin Jefferson was excellent there, and he was just burgeoning as a superstar that we know he is today. And also Kirk Cousins, to my recollection, had a very, very good year. And then in 2024, as you mentioned, the Saints just ran out of people. Those first 2 weeks, I don't think they were ever going to be like the greatest show on turf 2.0 after those first 2 weeks, but they also weren't supposed to have Spencer Rattler throwing to 6-string wide receivers toward the end of the season. So he had to try and perform miracles. And it kind of means that you have to throw out quite a bit of the data points with him throughout that season when you're dealing with so many injuries, because the odds of that repeating itself over and over is close to zero. So I'm cautiously optimistic with what Kubiak will do and what John Benson will do. The offensive line coach will be a switch to outside zone blocking schemes. So it's essentially getting players who are appropriate for their schemes and executing accordingly, instead of we're bringing this college guy in who has 0 prior NFL experience, and we're just kind of, experimenting as we go along. I think this is more of a proper plan in place, and that McDonald in his first real proper offseason with Seattle is maybe going to be a little bit more hands-on with what he wants this offense to be.
Yeah, absolutely. What are your thoughts on the retooling of the wide receiver room overall? Obviously, Tyler Lockett was released. He went to the Titans. DK Metcalf was traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. You also have JSN, who's still there. You guys signed Cooper Kupp. Thoughts on the retooling?
Yeah, I hope they still retool. And that means taking a receiver very soon. So we've got Cooper Kupp and Marquez Valdes-Scantling. I'm not big on the Valdes-Scantling signing at all. I think he drops too many passes and he does like one thing. Did Embo get drafted?
Yes, he did. The Giants took him, and I actually got the privilege to interview him at the Senior Bowl. So, what's funny is I'll include this, and I'll let you go on in your evaluation. As you can see, I'm a Notre Dame fan. My brother's a Notre Dame fan, and Purdue is rivals of them. So we go on the field. My brother has his Notre Dame hoodie on, and Marcus asks me, "Are you with him?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "Can you tell him to take that thing off?" And he's obviously joking around, but Oh man, it feels good that they draft two guys I wanted. They drafted Scatabo and they drafted Bo, who could play tackle and guard. So I'm really excited about that pick. But if you want to, of course, continue your analysis on the restructured wide receiver room.
Yeah, obviously, Bo is off Seattle's board. Then I had him eyed for like as high as the second round, but he dropped way into the fifth. I didn't realize the injury concerns on that front. But anyway, with the Seahawks receiving group, obviously Jackson Smith and Jigba is wide receiver one at this point. But then Cup, the worry there is that at his best, of course, he's just phenomenal. And Seahawks fans know that firsthand, given how much he's tortured us over the years. But he's also been injured quite a bit throughout his career and consistently so over the last 3 seasons. So it's possible that on the other side of 30, he hits that decline. Then you have Valdez Scantling, and he's just your deep shot option, but he's nothing special, and he's got just too much of a drop history for me to trust him. So I'd like Seattle to take another receiver in this portion of the draft, whether it's like Ricky White III. I don't know if Torrey Horton went yet from Colorado State, but if he didn't, there's still an opportunity, Seattle, especially with the special teams abilities. So I'd like them to tweak some things a little bit more at the bottom end. If they can get a speedy option or a receiver who could win above the rim, who isn't like very slow like Jake Bobo is. But the next best thing is the fact that they got a tight end in Elijah Arroyo, who can be a vertical threat, had a breakout season with Cam Ward. And the fact that they took a tight end in the second round, they haven't done that in 17 years. So, in lieu of getting one of the receivers that I wanted, which would be like Jaden Higgins, who went earlier than that, or getting, Jack Besh from TCU, who I think went after Arroyo did, or Kyle Williams from Washington State. There were a lot of options. They went with a tight end, but a pass-catching tight end. So that's the next best thing for me. But to me, you can never have enough receiving talent. So hopefully they keep investing there because they only have 2 receivers under contract through 2026, and that's Kupp and JSN. And if Kupp looks pretty much on the decline, it really might just be JSN. So I think they still got to invest in receiver. At least, at this point of the draft, take a flyer or two. It doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, and I was mentioning this before Jacob got to the patella tendon. It's really the same strategy. Obviously, it varies on player. Like, it's the 5th round, right? There were injury concerns supposedly about Bo. Who cares? It's a 5th round. I mean, you pass up the injury status. Remember what happened to Trey Smith, right? He was a projected 2nd rounder. And then he went, I think, in the 6th to the Chiefs. And then no one's really looking at that now as saying, oh, yeah, this, and this. But what was I going to say? What are your expectations for an older Cooper Kupp?
That he can still be a good blocker because the Seahawks don't have great blocking receivers right now. Smith and Jigba is trying, but he's still developing on that front. Bobo is a very good blocker to me, but he's just very limited in terms of what he can do as a receiver, whereas Kupp is more complete. He's going to be an excellent route runner. Those crossers, those dig routes. I mean, he could still win above the rim too. His footwork is still terrific. So I'm hoping that we can even get like 80% of what Cooper Kupp was at his best in Los Angeles. So he's going to be a safe target, I think, for Darnold, in the sense that he's going to find the soft spots in the zones. He's going to not drop passes. I mean, Kupp's hands are terrific. So I'm not expecting like 80, 90 catch Cooper Kupp, and certainly not this 2021 year where he was catching 140. But he's still somebody whom, when healthy, just knows how to beat opposing defenses consistently. And he's also pretty good with yards after the catch too. So like you were talking about somebody who's not the fastest dude in the world, but he can break tackles and he can move effectively in the open field. So again, that's another cautiously optimistic view of adding Kupp to this roster. He's, DK Metcalf is the speedy guy, but there are things that he has never been able to do as well as Kupp. And conversely, Kupp has never been able to do as well as DK, and some of it is just physically he can't be as fast as DK. But in terms of just the fundamental stuff, Kupp is just he's been one of the best for years. And let's see the hometown, the Washingtonian, make fans cheer for him instead of just groan whenever he's catching the ball.
Moving before we get to the offensive line, because I know that's a topic we all want to get to. Thoughts on the Jalen Milroe pick? I really didn't have that in mind, to be honest.
I had the sense that they would take Milroe right around the pick 80s when it was clear no other team ahead of them was going to take a quarterback. And now I have been on record as not liking Milroe as like a round one option or really just as an NFL starter. But I am not going to deny that he has tremendous athleticism. Like he's got a fantastic arm. He's got incredible speed in the open field. He is a dangerous rushing threat. So there are ways to incorporate him in this offense effectively. And I don't want to say the Taysom Hill role because Taysom Hill is just, he is the do-it-all gadget player. But Milroe would be closer to like what Justin Fields was before he was the starter for the Chicago Bears, which is when Andy Dalton was a starter, they still had a package of plays for Fields to kind of just ease him into that. And I think the 49ers tried to do that with Trey Lance as well, but we know that Trey Lance, his career hasn't gone the way he hoped. But nevertheless,
Jalen Hurts too. I think they had some packages for Jalen Hurts too.
Yeah, exactly. And that, speaking of Alabama quarterbacks, now I know that Hurts is kind of the comparison for Milroe because Hurts was a very unpolished passer before he transferred to Oklahoma. We're kind of skipping steps here because Milroe is, to me, still not a polished passer. And he could have maybe taken that opportunity to go to a school where he could really unlock his potential. But he stayed at Bama, stayed with Bama even after Saban left. And it didn't go great for Bama as a whole. So I think that impacted Milroe's draft stock for sure. You can't have him as a day one starter. Not a chance. Like Darnold to me is clearly the starter, but you can still do some things. And in fact, Mike McDonald already said in effect that we could see Milroe out there for like 10% of the snaps, that Darnold will get the majority of the snaps, but we could see Milroe in there running, say, wildcat offense, running like power option because Darnold is not a supremely mobile quarterback. So there are ways that this can work. And if he can clean up his technical issues with his passing ability, then this could work out really well for the Seahawks, just like the last time they took a quarterback in the third round. But Wilson, of course, was much, much more of a complete quarterback at the time. But if it doesn't work and he's not a starter, then I think there's still some value you can get out of him as a third rounder, where he's like, auxiliary running back who can also be an effective passer in certain situations. So I'm much more willing to accept Milroe as a third round pick than had he been taken in the first or even as high as the early second rounder. It's like, this is like a value pick to me for getting Milroe.
Absolutely. Well said. I love the Gray Zabel pick. I was on with a Lions podcaster who I don't know if he's still at the draft, but he had a pre-draft show and he was doing the 32 team mock. And I think the first team I shouted out that was going to pick Zabel was the Seahawks. And then in a later mock, I had him going to the Texans, but the Seahawks picked them. And I know obviously the Seahawks have had some O-line struggles over the past few years, tackle, guard. How does he, because I really wanted to interview him at the Senior Bowl and he really destroyed it. Like he knocked it out of the park. That's why he was, I think, the 18th or 17th pick, whatever it was, but he was Seattle's first round pick nonetheless. How does he change? And it really shouldn't take one person. How does his presence change the dynamic of the offensive line, if it does? And also for the fact that he played all 5 positions in college.
Yeah, I preferred Donovan Jackson from Ohio State because he was at a bigger school and he showed his tackle versatility when filling in for Josh Emmons, in addition to what his strong play at guard. But I wasn't against the Zabel pick. It was just that typically John Schneider hasn't taken FCS players, and certainly not that early. He hadn't taken an FCS player in 10 years. So this was one of those exceptions. But yeah, that Senior Bowl, it seemed like that immediately shot him up into first round consideration. And we talk about Milroe, and he's dropped a bar there with saying that 31 teams who didn't draft him, his message for them was belt to ass. Well, with Gray Zabel, he didn't have like he had one hell of a quote. I think it had to do with he was just going to start down in Busch Lights after getting picked, and that was his celebration. But just farm boy strong. He's a strong player, and how he improves the Seahawks offensive line. I don't expect him to be an all-pro day one, but they have some stability at left guard, hopefully. You're going to have Charles Cross at left tackle, and hopefully for several years, and they extend him. And then you have Zabel on the left side of the line. So you've got that bit sorted. We'll see what happens with center and right guard, but right tackle should hopefully be Abe Lucas. But they've had too many issues as far as like revolving door at the guard positions, whether left guard or right guard, or sometimes both at the same time. So with Zabel, that versatility matters a lot to me. And I think that's, if he needs to play center in a pinch, fine. I mean, Seattle is going to have competition between Oluwatimi, Jalen Sundell, and maybe somebody else for center. But I really like what Zabel provides. He fits the scheme very well. And I think that this is just an instance of the Seahawks being willing to go against their typical philosophies over the years to take a talented player. Was he the best player available in the sense of value? Probably not. But was he the best player available for Seattle in terms of what they needed without reaching? In other words, he's not a fourth-round projected pick, and they took him in the first because they needed a guard. He was a first or maybe early second-round caliber player whom they took in the middle of the first round. And I'm absolutely fine with that. I'm pleasantly surprised that the Seahawks went this route. And addressing the offensive line early, I think satisfied a lot of fans, because by not doing much in free agency, all the anticipation was, you better pick O-line early. And that's exactly what happened. They haven't taken a guard this high since Steve Hutchinson in 2001. And that worked out pretty well.
I know he was in rotation with Anthony Bradford amongst others last year. Do you think Christian Haynes is ready to step up to full-time right guard?
Well, with a new coaching staff, hopefully that gives Haynes an opportunity, because he's going back to a scheme he's more familiar with from when he was in college at UConn. Because with Scott Huff, the no longer offensive line coach, the former O-line coach, he wasn't even preferred to Satao Lamea. So it was a kind of a crazy thing where Anthony Bradford won the starting job at right guard, and then Haynes, they would rotate, and then they just stopped rotating Haynes in. And then Bradford got hurt, and you think, all right, Christian Haynes must be next man up. And instead, Satao Lamea, who had been a healthy scratch the entire season, he gets the call to be the starting right guard over Haynes. And you're thinking, uh-oh, have they drafted a flop in the third round? Well, I don't want to be hasty with that. So the fact that they have a new coaching staff, and John Benton is a long-time, very experienced offensive line coach, there's no reason to give up on Haynes that quickly. So hopefully Haynes is able to show the best of his abilities, going back to a scheme he's more familiar with, and with a different and more experienced coaching staff. So Bradford, his penalties were a major issue last year, and he's had some struggles in pass protection. He's a good run blocker, no doubt about that, but competition is still on. I think I'll be more concerned if he doesn't win the starting job in year 2. But for the time being, I'm not going to close the book on Christian Haynes just yet, because if he does start, I mean, you've got a very, very young offensive line now. You got Cross in his contract year, his 4th year. You got Lucas in his contract year, his 4th season. And then you have a rookie in Zabel. You have to be determined at center, but Oluwatimi and Sundell are both like 3rd and 2nd year players respectively. And then you could have Haynes as a 2nd year player. So you want to talk about draft and develop. This is Seattle's chance to draft and develop an offensive line entirely of guys that they have picked. No more, $3 million deals for fringe talent from other teams. This is everybody that you have selected. They're in your starting lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And switching a little bit over to the defensive side of the ball, DeMarcus Lawrence signed for, I think it was 3 years or something like that. What is your expectation in terms of production for him? And what type of boost does he bring to the pass rush? Because I know last year, we talked about how, I don't want to say porous, but lack of production there was in the pass rush game. And then I previously looked at, before I, obviously hopped on here, I did the research. Seahawks were like top 15 in sacks, which obviously is a big boost. What does he bring to the Seattle's defense in terms of pass rush? Start with that, yeah.
He brings not just pass rush, but run defense. So he doesn't bring you pass rush in terms of sacks. And like, he's not going to be getting double-digit sacks. He hasn't done that consistently pretty much ever. And he is coming off an injury-shortened season. So, again, wary on that front as far as him being in his 30s, coming off a significant foot injury. But as long as he doesn't age 20 years overnight, he provides depth, because now you've got to deal with him, Boye Mafe, who's coming off a productive year, and then Derek Hall went from no sacks to 8 in his second season. So you got those 3, plus Uchenna Nwosu. So you have several pass rushing options to deal with. And with Lawrence, he can also set an edge. Yeah, he can generate pressure still at a pretty good clip. So it's just having that depth. You can never have enough pass rushing talent. And what I'm hoping with Mike McDonald, he loves to just move guys around on the defensive line like chess pieces. So we could see some crazy stuff where we could see, Lawrence on the edge, but also you got Byron Murphy on the other side, or Lawrence on the edge. You got to deal with Leonard Williams as a big end. So I've used this phrase 1,000 times, cautiously optimistic that Lawrence still has something to provide, and that having that defensive line depth can also make it easier to manage the snap counts of their best players, so that they're not on the field for way longer than they need to be, both in terms of minutes on the field, but also snap count, which I value much more. So it was an unexpected signing for sure, because they don't make those types of splash moves in the offseason. And Lawrence has been a proven veteran and an underrated part of Dallas' defense all those years. So he's out of your division now, and he's off to the NFC West, where he's hoping that he can get back into the postseason after the disappointment with how last year's season went in Dallas. But yeah, Lawrence has been a good player for a long time. So let's keep that rolling here in Seattle, and he provides a veteran presence to go along with the young talent that they have right now.
Yeah. Two more questions. We got one from the chat. Jacob asks, question for Mookie, can JSN be a number one receiver?
I think he can be. He's been a revelation in the back end of his second season, where he was very good in terms of generating explosive plays. He showed that he can be a little bit more of a deep threat than it looked. He has a yards after catch option. He's got terrific hands. He had some rookie drops in his first year and a little bit in the early part of his second season. Certainly a critical drop in the Giants game that helped the Giants get the upset victory. But after DK Metcalf went down, he emerged as somebody who justified why the Seahawks took him at number 20. And I know that this whole thing about, hey, he's a slot receiver. Well, we're seeing how valuable slot players are in today's NFL. And with an increase of 11 personnel usage, and we're seeing an increase in the value of slot corners. I mean, Smith-Njigba was one of the best receivers in the league from the slot, but he can also win routes from the outside too. So Smith-Njigba's route running is very good. He doesn't have absolute elite speed or anything like that, but that's not a requirement to be one of the best receivers in the league. So he showed that with a high volume of targets, he can be quite efficient, and he's not just being used on screen passes and all that got us annoyed the first year and a half he was on the team. So I think the best is yet to come for Smith-Njigba, and I believe that he will show his number one receiver potential some more this season. I mean, he exceeded my expectations last year to get 100 catches. So I'm not saying he's going to keep projecting to get 125 or anything. It's just that maybe he can have fewer catches this year, but more receiving yards because of the way that Kubiak could use him. So I'm excited to see JSN and Kubiak's offense.
Yeah, good pick for the Eagles here. Smale Mondone Jr. out of Georgia. Where can people find you and your work?
Yeah, you can find me on X /Twitter at Mookie Alexander. And then I also run the Field Goals account at Field Goals. We're on the clock pretty soon, actually, unless we want to trade down again, because they have just run us ragged the last hour or so. Trading up to 142, dealing Sam Howell, and then 2 picks later. All right, we're on the clock. Oh, no, we have traded that pick so that the Browns could get Shadur Sanders. So a whole lot of stuff was going on between today and also the trading yesterday for Nick Emmanwori, which, by the way, I'm a fan of. So yeah, I run the Field Goals account. I'm also on Blue Sky, MookieAlexander.bsky.social. And then you can find my work at fieldgoals.com and also at mainsbnation.com.
Of course. I don't think we play the Seahawks this year. Unfortunately, it's happened the last, I think, 3 years.
Yeah.
But anyway, Mookie, it's always fun talking to you, man. Getting to know about the Seahawks. Guys, go follow his Twitter and check out his work. Good luck to the Seahawks this season, Mookie.
Yeah, good luck to the Giants. I think they've had a better offseason than people realize, even if I'm not a big Jackson Dart fan. Like the rest of the stuff, I think the Giants could have at least potentially an above-average defense next year. So Abdul Carter, I mean, I'm glad that the Seahawks don't have to face him this year.
Later, man. Good luck to those Seahawks.
Take care.
All right. I'm going to be right back and take another restroom break. But after that, we got 2 guests, and we're going to show you the interview that I did with the Giants' newest draft pick. So just sit tight. Be right back. And then we got 2 more guests. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, Armand. I have no idea who the Jets just picked by name. Well, I mean, I know because it's on the screen. Before we bring in our two guests, I want to showcase the interview that I got to do with Marcus Bowe, the newest New York Giants offensive guard. All right, so we are now with Purdue offensive tackle Marcus Bowe, right?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
All right. So my first question is, what is the source of your mean streak in the running game?
Just, I mean, the love for the game, honestly. I mean, I love being out here playing football, and every time that I get to step on the field, I'm blessed. So it's probably the biggest part of it.
Of course. How important is angle perception for an offensive lineman, especially in the running game?
It's very important. I mean, it's all about pressing your angle and make sure you're not too wide, too short. I mean, you got to be perfect damn near every rep.
Absolutely. What is one weakness you're looking to refine in this pre-draft process?
Appreciate it, brother. Just getting stronger, working on my anchor, just getting better overall.
Of course. And last question, a lot of offensive tackles here, a lot of offensive tackles in this stacked draft class. What sets you apart from them?
I feel like I'm a very athletic guy. Got a lot of tricks in the bag, and I play nasty. You know, a lot of people do, but I feel like I do as well. And yeah, I want to be the best.
Good luck in the NFL, Marcus. Good luck with the New York Giants. All right, let's bring in Lou, and let's bring in Zach from Real Fans Sports. Guy, we got to meet at the Senior Bowl in the press box, both me and Lou. So first, I want to give the mic to Zach, of course. I know you're a Saints fan, so thoughts on that and thoughts on this process overall. Whatever first thoughts you want to give.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's been a bit of disappointment for a lot of Saints fans so far. I think all of us had the feeling we were going to get Shedeur at 9, and he was there, available. We Sadio O tackle, which we seem to go offensive or D line every first round. We've done so, I think, like 10 years in a row or something like that now. We do get a good one in Kelvin Banks, which I am excited for. I mean, we kind of fill in that role. We had a lot of injuries on the line last year, so it makes sense. And then obviously going to the second round, we grabbed Tyler Shuck over Shedeur. Personally, I'm not mad at it. I think it's just such a big reach in the second round to go and grab him. I know fans are going crazy. I've been battling off everybody because I do like Shuck. I don't know if I liked him over Shedeur, but that's who we got. It's been craziness, to say the least, for the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's been definitely a wild process at that, especially for Saints fans. What were you? I know we didn't get to talk too much Saints when we were down at the Senior Bowl, but actually before that, what are some prospects that you did like while watching the Senior Bowl and being down there that you wanted the Saints to maybe take?
Yeah, I mean, dude, the biggest guy that I was really hoping we were going to be able to bring home to New Orleans was Ty Felton. I was really hoping he was going to slide down into the 4th round. We'd be able to get him early. We need wide receiver help with Olave and Shaheed. Still not really finding our number one. I think Olave's that right now, but I don't know if he fits that true mold. I knew we weren't going to go high on wide receiver because of so many other needs, but I really wanted to get Ty Felton. He was the first guy we got to interview at the Senior Bowl. Truly enjoyed talking with him. We talked with his agent. Just seemed like a great kid overall, and that one hurt right at the end of the draft yesterday. I was definitely upset as we closed things out.
Quick transition to Lou, because obviously I was on with Mookie when the Giants picked Marcus Bowe. I mean, what do you think of that?
Well, I said we needed an offensive lineman. My concern is his patella tendon. Most guys don't come back from that. That ended Victor Cruz's career. Obviously, they're not doing the same thing. He's not running routes.
Right.
But, I mean, it's a pretty big guy, and you're pushing off of your feet. And your legs is everything as a lineman. So that's, kind of a concern. But other than that, his skill set speaks for itself. I'm glad with all that. I just hope that he stays injury-free.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So what were your thoughts on the hire of Kellen Moore, Zach, and the guys he brought with him and the scheme they're looking to input?
Look, bringing in a young coach is, I think, what we needed. I mean, we've been directionless ever since with losing Sean Payton. The Dennis Howe experiment was probably one of the worst things to happen to the Saints, maybe since Mike Ditka. It's been a while since we've had just a team and an organization, a fan base that has just been so against everything that's been going on. It's been, rough times to be a Saints fan. I mean, obviously, I'm a bit younger, so I don't remember the really bad days of the 90s and such. I started following the Saints, not too long before Drew Brees had came over, and that dynasty that fell along with it. And then since then, it's like I think we're at 5 straight losing seasons. Or 4 straight losing seasons through him. We bring in a young mind, offensive guru, a guy that played quarterback in college at Boise State, only lost 5 times, didn't have the greatest arm, but was extremely accurate. So, I trust in his valuation of quarterbacks. We've never been good at drafting them. We've never been good at building those guys up to be franchise guys, to be starters on this team. We've been just trying to pick up the scraps from other teams that have let go of someone, proven veterans, and hoping they work out. And we haven't had much success with that either recently. So, Brandon Kellen Moore, I think, was the ideal pick for the new head coach for the Saints.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think, and as I said this to one of the Saints fans we had on earlier in the show, I didn't even know this before I was doing research, that Mickey Loomis has been in the GM for like almost 20 years, if 20 hasn't passed already, which is a very, very long time. Do you think his time is coming to an end with the way the Saints have been manipulating? And it's not even too much manipulating, because it's just getting by like this every year. Do you think his time is like slowly coming to an end in New Orleans?
I think his time has already came to the end for what we care, but for what Mickey Loomis' involvement is on the team, no. Like Mickey Loomis is probably nowhere near from being gone. I don't know if the guy you had on earlier, he's in the will of our former owner, Mr. Tom Benson. He has connection to the Saints for a long term. Gail is, kind of been thrown in a situation where I think she's a good owner in the aspect of like what she's trying to do with rebuilding the Superdome. It looks just 10 times better than what it did just a couple years back. Doing the same thing with the Smoothie King Center. She also owns the Pelicans. I think she's good in that sense, but she doesn't have the football mind. And so Mickey Loomis just kind of can bully his way around. Your most ideal situation as Saints fans is for him to become like a president or something like that and give up his GMship and allow to bring in somebody new. That way we can fix what we've been doing with free agencies, drafts, and all that, because what Mickey does is it's been tearing down the Saints, man.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough ride. What's up to BAL? Close the window. There's a draft. That's a corny comment, but I like it. I like it.
We just tell BAL to shut up on our channel. Just
Shut up, Brent.
give him one of those, and he's good.
Wow, soundboard. Okay, all right. He's coming prepared. I like that.
Hey, ready.
How long is because I asked as I said, I asked the Saints fan earlier. I want to get your thoughts. Depending on your answer, I'll tell you what he said. How long is the leash for Derek Carr this season?
Oh man, I don't want to see him take another down. I mean, personally, look, I was a fan of Derek Carr coming in. So the guy that also does the show with me on Real Fan Sports is my brother Nan. Nan's from East Oakland. He's a Raiders fan, so from hanging out with him, talking with him, I followed Carr throughout a good majority of his career there. So I wasn't upset with the Carr signing initially, man. I mean, the feedback that he got, it was definitely unwarranted at the beginning, but it slowly became more and more deserving. One thing with New Orleans fans and, especially with our sports teams is that, you've got to love the city and the city will love you back. It's the one thing that Breeze tells every new incoming player. You do that, they'll back you. They'll support you through everything. And Carr never did that, man. Carr, never really truly invested himself into the city of New Orleans. He came to like 1 or 2 Pelicans games at the very beginning part. Any chance he got, he goes back to California. He doesn't run fundraisers out here, doesn't contribute to anything with other schools and stuff like that. It's like real simple things that means a lot being from a small market in New Orleans, and that loyalty to the city, to the state, it means a lot. And we didn't get that from him. And, especially as the leader of the team, the most important position as the quarterback, you don't get that from Carr. It's just is what it is. And now we're feeling like we're being shafted, where he goes and agrees to take the extension or the restructure of his contract, which gives him more guaranteed money. Then comes out, he's hurt. Now they're trying to say, oh, they knew about the injury and they've been trying to decide whether they were going to do surgery or not. That was the case, that would have been done months ago. So it's just a big scheme for them to kind of, in my eyes, for him to milk out the money that he's getting, be able to still chill out in California, not have to worry about suiting up for the Saints. And, it's God, dude. I'm done. I don't want to see him no more. Rattler, Shuck, Hayner, I don't care. I'd take either three of them over Carr at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the guy earlier was like, yeah, he's probably not going to take another stab. I'm like, well, I mean, if it's the injury, yeah. What did you like? I mean, personally, I thought it was a reach too. Me and my buddy Donald were literally talking about, what if the Saints select Tyler Shuck here? In my opinion, that's a very Saints pick. It's just he fits that type of Saints mold. And by the way, that was brought up earlier. It is a shame that like Derek Carr didn't really do anything after the attack, didn't really do anything when the Super Bowl was there. It's just, it's those little things as you mentioned, like even an a-hole like Aaron Rodgers, right? He comes to New York and obviously, he's about himself, but he's about the limelight too. He goes to MSG, goes to the Knicks games. I think maybe he went to a Yankee game or two. Russell Wilson, he went to the first Knicks playoff game this year, and he's only going to be here for a year, right? Derek Carr, who's still, in the prime of his career, or at least he thinks he's in the prime of his career. You think, okay, maybe he tries to attach himself to this community. And again, New York, obviously, it's a tough market to be in, but if you want to get acclimated, and as you said, it's a smaller market. So I'm really, I would, if I was Saints fan, I'd be disappointed. But what makes you like the Shuck pick outside of where he was selected?
I mean, yeah, look, obviously the things that faults him is the injuries. I mean, there are a lot of freak incidents, man. I mean, breaking a collarbone, re-breaking that same collarbone the year later, probably not healing properly like it should have, then going into the broken leg. But he comes in this year out of finally playing a full season in college football. You go and watch the film, right? I mean, he was immaculate. Outside of a couple bonehead plays that all these college players do. I mean, he has very good ball placement. He's 6'4". He's a big quarterback. He has a good powered arm. He can throw off the run. The other thing about him, people were, doing a big comparison of his completion percentage compared to Shedur's, and they were like, oh, he only threw, I think like 65% completion this past year. But they had the worst drop rate. Louisville had the worst drop rate in college football last year, where he was putting balls on the money, in the hands, in between the numbers, didn't matter, and guys just weren't coming down with it. So, I think Shuck has extreme talent. The fact that he's a little bit older, obviously sucks. I mean, because that kind of narrows him down to an 8-year window unless he can, be super long term and play nearer to his 40s. But you bring in a guy that has experience, a guy that's smart, has 4 degrees. We know he can learn a playbook. He's probably learned them all already, playing through all the different teams he has. So you kind of get rid of some of those like beginner things for rookie quarterbacks you get to avoid, and hopefully start playing some winning football again.
Absolutely. They're almost at the end, BAL of round 5, so it'll be 6. Disgruntled says Derek has charities in Fresno, Oakland, and Las Vegas. He's already overworked that side. If you wanted a guy who fully invested in the city, Derek was a horrible option. The Saints fans are right to be pissed, but that is ownership's fault, not Derek's.
Yeah, and I was reading some of that too, and I am aware, Taco, with that he is big into charity and investing in. I know he does things in Fresno, Oakland, Las Vegas. I'm very aware of that, man, and I know he's a good guy when it comes to that stuff. Goes and takes place in different churches, speaks in different churches, does all these different things. I'm not slighting his character, so if that came out that way, that's definitely my apologies. But like I said, it's just the little things. I'm not saying he had to start up a brand new charity in New Orleans or something, but again, just being present means a lot. And he was never present. It never was.
Yeah, it was a tough ride. BAL. Sanders was taken by the Cleveland Browns after being passed over by 6 times. Yeah. 6 times. How surprised are you, Zach, that he was passed over as much as he did, as much as he was?
Oh man, I mean, look, I like most people. I can't believe it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's a first round talent. I mean, I really don't even know how many first round talent quarterbacks there was in this draft, period. This isn't a high tier quarterback draft. A lot of these guys, if it was last year, I don't even know if we see Cam Ward being drafted in the first round. Like he might be in that bottom half. So this definitely is a weird year. I definitely expected him to drop. possibly, to the second or, into the third. But I did not think he was going to be still sitting at home without a team come Saturday for day 3. Did not expect that at all.
None of us expected that he would be sitting behind Dylan Gabriel.
At all, but yeah, right.
I mean, you do have those franchises that take 2 quarterbacks. I mean, in Washington in 2014 with RG3 and Kirk Cousins, okay, that's fair. You had last year with Drake May and Joe Milton, and that was great value that they got for Joe Milton, by the way. And then based off of one game, and then now this year it's Dylan Gabriel and Chitter Sanders, and then Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. I'd puke if I was in that quarterback room.
Right. And we're seeing a lot of teams that are doing that too. I mean, your Giants are one of them as well, not picking 2 quarterbacks in the draft, but having a deep run at quarterbacks where you kind of already have your starters planned out. Now, we did see even with Seattle, who went and grabbed Jalen Milroe. Now, they did just go ahead and I think traded Sam Howell, maybe to the Vikings or something like that. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, it's definitely interesting that it's going to be some deep quarterback competition for guys that, some people thought would go into a team and start come week 8, week 9, or, to start their second season.
Yeah. Folks, if you haven't already, I put it in the chat. Sub up to Real Fan Sports. Lou, you were saying?
I don't understand why Deion wasn't smart enough to raise his sons to be baseball players. They're the highest paid athletes in the world. He was a two athlete student, in college. He actually went to the major leagues and football. So I would have raised them to be baseball players. You're not getting tackled. You're not getting concussions. You're getting paid way more.
Hey, I always wondered the same thing about guys like Kyler Murray and all that too, man. It wasn't Kyler Murray was drafted quite early too, and decided NFL. And I'm like, man, you miss it. You don't have to get chased by 350-pound monsters, and you could be swinging a bat. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were coming up with it's kind of funny because we were coming up with names we were actually talking about Shedeur last night, and we're like, well, is it possible that he could fit behind Murray? And then my friend called him Mighty Mouse. But as far as the baseball thing,
we say he likes a scamper. He likes a scamper when he runs.
Scamper, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Deion Sanders did play for the New York Yankees and hit an inside the park home run. But anyway, moving on. Kelvin Banks, do you think he's the right fit to try to anchor that offensive line? Because I know obviously it's gone through several changes, especially over the last few years at tackle. You have Teron Armstead leaving. You have Ryan Ramczyk retiring. Trevor Penning just got his 5th-year option declined. And obviously Thaddeus Fuago had a solid year last year. Do you think he's one of the final pieces to make sure that whoever's behind there doesn't get sacked as much?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're trying to figure out that the one thing I really don't like, and again, blame to Dennis Allen how they've kind of handled that situation. You draft Penning, you try him out the left tackle, it doesn't work there, so then he switches over to right tackle. You draft Fuaga, he's played right tackle in college, had all of his success there. They switch him over to left tackle. Now we go ahead and bring in Kelvin Banks. So now we're going to go ahead and more than likely put Kelvin Banks out on the left tackle, Fuaga back to his original position, and now we're probably going to slide Penning into right guard. I mean, the one thing with it is I think we finally now have a solid 5 up front. McCoy, if he's healthy, he's been a Pro Bowl center in the league, so I think he can hold it down. Ruiz is coming off of a tough year, but the year prior he was I think he was All Pro guard as well. So, we finally fill in those gaps. From the tape that I've watched with Kelvin Banks, his biggest weakness is that he relies a little bit too much on that left arm. He has a really long reach, and so sometimes whenever the guy coming off the edge, if they get the swipe early on that left hand, they're able to get around him. The one thing I was most impressed with him, though, is just his ability to get out on the block on screens. So Texas threw screens out to the left side quite often, and he's always able to get to that second level and find his mark and always lay a hit on him, and he comes through hard. He's not going through and just giving you a little bump. He's putting you on your ass. Excuse my language, but that's what I really like about him. So I think this is a guy that can help get our run game back going. Saints have always been a team that's like screens. Kellen Moore, he's an accurate short throw kind of quarterback when he played in college. It's a lot similar to what they did with Philadelphia as well. So I think that also fits the mold. So I think it's a great pick at 9.
Going to the defense for a quick sec, transitioning back to offense shortly thereafter. What can you tell me and Lou that either we already know, we don't already know about Mr. Paulson Adebo?
Oh man, look. Adebo is one of those guys that first year everybody just was going for his heads, and that second year he came out and we're like, holy crap, he might be better than Marshawn. And we're like, this dude, he played opposite. He didn't always get the toughest matchups. We did see that decline happen whenever Marshawn would come out, and we'd see him make some silly mistakes and stuff like that. But I mean, overall, Adebo is a great pickup. I hated seeing him go.
Good to hear. What was I going to say? What was your assessment on the Fuaga's first season as the tackle?
Oh man, he did everything he possibly could, man. They always say the thing with your offensive lineman, the less you hear about him, the better. And we didn't hear a lot about Fuaga last year. And even outside of dealing with all the injuries and stuff to the line, you didn't hear from him. He was solid. He was there. He was present. So it's all you can ask, man.
Going to go back to that defense for a second, because I asked the same question to the other guy. Adebo's gone. Lattimore's gone. How much of a step up will, not in terms of play, because obviously he was overshadowed.
Right.
How much of a role is Kool-Aid McKinstry going to have to step into?
It's one of my biggest concerns, man. I'm trying to remember the name, but Kool-Aid's having to come in. He didn't have a great year last year. It's his rookie season. There was a lot of guys that I trust weren't super high on him. Thought he was a good second round talent and stuff. When we go and get him, but he's going to be playing against the best of the best at this point. Alante is more than likely going to stay out in the slot. We're trying to figure out where that other cornerback's going to come in. I know I saw we grabbed Quincy Riley. I really was surprised we didn't try to get Chevelle at the 7th pick in that 3rd round from yesterday. But I think our secondary is going to be beat up, man. I think we're going to see a lot of long bombs being thrown above our heads.
Yeah. What are your expectations?
Yeah, long way before we pick again.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I think it's like 217 or something like that.
219, 219, and 246.
Yeah, it's like what 48 picks? If I'm doing something like that. Long ways away. Oh, that's a good pick by Detroit. Miles Frazier, him and Tate Ratledge, 2 SEC linemen going to Detroit. What are your expectations for the Saints this year under new head coach Kellen Moore?
Not much different from what we've had. We got to really wait and see what we're gonna have at quarterback and what we continue to do in before the start of the season. We're still missing a wide receiver, if not 2. I think we're still missing a cornerback. I really want to get the cornerback. I can't remember his name right now. That I think he's a free agent coming out of the Chargers. It's killing me. I can't think of his name right now, but I really would love for us to go after him and try to pick him up. If we can get 7 wins, I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably be pretty content. And because we're in a project mode to where these next 2 drafts really matter. It's going to determine what direction this team goes in, and desperately trying to find that direction. Especially as we're seeing the Panthers are getting better. We got to see Bryce Young really explode last year at the end part of the season. He looked damn good. He finally looked like that first overall pick that they were expecting. Atlanta, I've been loving what they've been doing in the draft. They've given up a lot of capital, a lot of future assets, but they're getting guys that they need. They now basically have their defense set up. They got all your main parts on offense. They're going to be scary. And then, of course, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they've won it 4 or 5 years in a row now. I don't see that changing. So, we're in a difficult way. at this point this season, it's not necessarily a win-loss record that I'm looking forward to. It's just trying to find an actual direction that we're heading. That's the one thing I want to notice.
Yeah, the corner I think you're thinking of is Asante Samuel Jr.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Asante Samuel. Yeah.
So, and then final thoughts. Where can people find Junior work?
Yeah, man, y'all can check us out over at Real Fan Sports. Be my brother 9. We cover sports from all over the world, including the NFL. And you can also catch us out over on the Come On In Sports Network. We had an interview the other day, as you talked about earlier, with Mr. Charles Davis, which was super sick, man. We enjoyed it. Charles Davis, man, he's as humble as he is on TV as he is through the interview. It was an amazing time. We definitely suggest y'all go check it out, man. He's awesome.
Yeah. I got a Jaguars guest coming on. So if you want to stay in the studio, if you want to peace out for the day, I mean, I can pop you back in right after because I have an open slot.
Pause with the popping me back in, okay? And Zach, my apologies. You guys sent me a message in the comment, and I thought it was a bot, and I never responded until earlier on the stream with him today. He said, "Come On In Sports is coming on." I was like, "Oh, that's a real person," and he was like, "Yeah, that's the guys we met at the Senior Bowl."
All good.
Oh, I was like, "Oh man." So yeah, my apologies. Not gonna. I'll be getting a lot of messages from bots telling me buy subscribers and all this crazy foolishness, and I'm like,
Oh, I know. The worst is the people that want to make your thumbnails for like $100 of a thumbnail, and I'm like, yeah, y'all out y'all damn mind. I can get ChatGPT to make it for $1. But yeah, no worries, Big Lou. We'll definitely link up soon, man. I'll let Dolph know because I think Dolph runs that account, so I'll let Dolph know you messaged back. So it was great talking to you, boys. We'll have to definitely link up again for the start of the season, man. Appreciate y'all.
Later, Zach.
Thanks.
All right, Lou.
All right, Alex. Go ahead.
I was about to say, if you, I'm gonna take you out is not even a good word to use. Slide you out, and then I'll put you back in.
Now I gotta go take the boys to the park real quick.
Okay,
I'll keep listening. But I'll tap back in before 6 though.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Lou. Later, brother.
Hey, you guys make sure you go subscribe to Big Blue in the Bronx. Let's get him to 2,300. Stop being ninja watches. You heard?
Yeah.
And let's get me to 2,200. I'm at 2,176.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Ninja watches. Watch it from the shadow realm. Go get Judy Chop.
All right. Later, man. Okay. So with all that fun, we're now going to welcome on Travis Holmes, who covers the Jacksonville Jaguars. Wow. Travis, feel free to introduce yourself and some first thoughts.
Well, yep, I'm Travis Holmes with BigCatCountry.com. I'm a Jaguars beat writer with the team. I also am a co-host of the Duval Dive podcast, Duval Dive on YouTube or Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts. We just started the podcast over the last 9 months. So it's just trying to get that thing ramped up. So while you are looking for 2,300, I'm just looking for 400. Again, first year. But overall, yeah, I mean, that's for the most part the main places. And yeah, we're just here to talk Jaguars football all day, all the time. And I do handle the South Florida Tribune, NFL football, XFL, CFL, all the other footballs, but I'm all football all day, baby. Let's go.
All right. Like that fire. I'm going to start with the hiring of Liam Cohen. That was a very weird process. And I know, obviously, you were on one side of it. I got somebody who was one of my best friends that we went down to the Senior Bowl with. He's a Bucs fan, so he's on the other side of it.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts during that whole process? And then when you guys finally scored on Liam Cohen as your head coach?
So I actually have a lot of friends who live in Tampa also. So I know a lot of people on the other side of it. And how the process goes, frankly, is no one likes when their team, when another team is cheating or when another team does something that doesn't look the greatest. And everyone doesn't care when their team does it, whether it's Spygate, whether it's Deflategate, whether it's whatever the gate is. Whenever something that's questionable happens to one team, the rest of the NFL dislikes it, and the team that does it is like, hey, what's wrong? And that's unfortunately kind of how I land on this part. I land on the side of it was messed up if you're a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan, but if you're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, or just a regular person who's ever had a regular job, you see the situation for Liam Cohen as people leave jobs every day, B, and it's never a good situation when they leave. Sometimes they don't give you a 2 weeks notice. Sometimes they just tell you, "Hey, man, this ain't what's best for my what's best for my family is this money, and I got to get out of here." Or whatever the scenario is. We all understand it when we're in the regular jobs. We just look at it differently with these guys because they're making millions, which is kind of backwards. Because it's a multi-million-dollar job, I'm like, no, I'm going to take it when the iron's hot, because I could be like, well, I'll put it in this way. People in Tampa Bay have short memories because they're fans of the organization, not fans of the individual who's taking the job. If you're someone who was even remotely close to Liam Cohen, you're probably screaming at this guy to tell you, no, do you remember what happened to Byron Leftwich? He was the top guy in the coaching cycle not too long ago from Tampa Bay, who no one's heard from him since, like as far as in the NFL circles, until this past time when he got the pat on the back interview with the New England Patriots. And all of a sudden, yeah, you're not hearing from that guy after one bad season. So when you have the opportunity for a head coaching job to be right in front of you, and they're telling you, hey, we're going to give you everything that you want. We're going to give you all your guys, whoever you want to hire from you can even help us hire the general manager of your choice. How do you say no to that? So that's really what it came down to with the Liam Cohen situation. It's like, hey, man, they Shad Khan, owners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, literally gave him keys to the kingdom. You can build this thing how you want to build it. And as a first-time head coach, how do you say no to that? You can't. And any person with a basic mind that's not biased in the conversation can probably say, yeah, I mean, you kind of got to take it.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
What were your thoughts? And I'm gonna not leave for a sec, but I have to open the door for like pets, so it's a bit of a pain.
I got you. Ask the question. I got you.
What were your thoughts of Shad Khan keeping Trent Baalke, saying that he could have fired Trent Baalke if he wanted to, and then firing Trent Baalke afterward?
All right. Shad Khan is the most, like, he's the owner you absolutely always want if you're a fan of an NFL franchise, while also in some ways also being the owner you probably don't want. So in all the ways that matter, if you are an NFL general manager, if you're an NFL coach, you want to work for an owner like Shad Khan, because he's going to give you all the rope to make sure you, like, if you are fired from that job, it's because you're absolutely giving all the leeway and all the ability to be bad at that job. So that's why you have a situation like Urban Meyer, who, while he was fired in less than a year, he got his money's worth. Like, that was like a legitimately worst coaching situation in history. If you're Dave Caldwell, the Jaguars' former general manager before Trent Baalke, or if you're Trent Baalke, all those guys, like, they literally ran out. They were hired there for years past the expiration point, like, where everyone around the NFL, everyone around the organization all knew, you have got to do this. And even then, Shad Khan held on to those individuals. That is how trusting he is. That is how gracious he is as far as giving these guys time. So if you're Liam Cohen, if you are James Gladstone, the current Jaguars GM, you love the fact that you're working for an NFL owner who has that kind of patience, that long view of your job. But from Jacksonville Jaguars fans, we're yelling, screaming, and I say we because I cover the team. But before I ever took place covering the team, I was a fan of the organization. So I'm from Jacksonville, born and raised, and a fan of the team, and blessed to cover the team also. So everyone knew Trent Baalke should have been fired, and I'm talking 2 years ago, even after the great 2022 season. But it was just Shad being the gracious NFL owner that he is. So that whole process was fans screaming out, this man is not a good owner. They're just freaking out. They're doing all the things that fans do, being fanatic. And then all of a sudden he changes his mind at the last second, and it took everyone, and I do mean everyone around him, to kind of tell him, hey, this needs to stop. Like, they had reportedly had the entire staff at the Miller Electric Center, which is the Jaguars practice facilities. They had an all hands meeting there where apparently everyone involved said, hey, Shad, we need to restart this thing. And even then he still kept Trent Baalke it took the Liam Cohen pulling out situation to finally get Tony Baselli in the room and say, hey, Shad, this has to happen. And then he finally fired him. So that's what it took. Heaven on earth moved for Trent Baalke to get fired, because that's just how patient Shad Khan is. So again, in that way, he's a good, but it's bad also.
And if my memory serves correctly, it may not, because it tends to work sometimes. Speaking of the team that's about to pick, I think behind Liam Cohen, because obviously that whole Baalke situation, Robert Saleh was the number one candidate.
Reportedly, like that's basically sounds like a handshake agreement between Trent Baalke and Robert Saleh, from my perspective, because they're friends. Outside of the NFL circle, like they are friends. So it felt like if Trent Baalke was going to stay on as general manager, then someone like Robert Saleh was going to be the favorite for the role. With Trent Baalke being out of the door, it didn't even make sense to have the interview with Robert Saleh, and they didn't. They ended up canceling that at the last second after saying, hey, Liam Cohen's our number one guy. Trent Baalke's out of the door. Robert Saleh didn't even come to do his interview at that point. Like, it didn't make sense. They knew they wanted Liam Cohen once Trent Baalke was out of the door.
Yeah. Very, very interesting situation. Now, obviously, Liam Cohen comes in. Are you concerned a little bit that Anthony Campanile, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, and if I am, you know who I'm referring to, and Grant Udinski are first-time coordinators at the NFL level, at least? Because I always look at, new head coaches, not necessarily retreads, but new head coaches coming in, like Brian Dable came in, obviously, for the Giants, Robert Saleh for the Jets a few years ago, all these different teams. And the Giants at least had Wink Martindale as defensive coordinator who had done it before. Does it give you a little pause or just worry a little bit that there's going to be growing pains between these two coordinators?
Well, sure. I mean, honestly, that's the right thought process that you kind of should have with this. Like, it's going to be a young roster. It's going to be like the sixth youngest roster in the NFL before the draft. And it's going to get younger with the fact that they have the most undrafted free agents available to be signed after the draft is over. I believe it's 21 for the team. So what is now the sixth youngest team in the NFL is likely going to end up being a top 5 unit as far as how young they are. And then they're going to be led by a very young coaching staff. To your point, Anthony Campanile, the defensive coordinator from Green Bay, who was a linebackers coach there, he's going to be a first-time defensive coordinator. Yes, Grant Udinski, it was the former quarterbacks coach and passing game coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. He's going to be a first-time offensive coordinator. Yes, but he's also a first-time offensive coordinator who does not call plays, because Liam Cohen, head coach, is going to be the person calling plays. So I'm less concerned about that piece. But I am with you on there could be some concern as far as Anthony Campanile as your defensive coordinator. It's a first-time DC. You don't know what you're getting in that, but at the end of the day, the Jacksonville Jaguars were literally they weren't the worst. They were the second worst defense in the NFL last season. Well, I don't really have much of a concern of you getting worse than that, because that's nearly impossible. So it's going to be some sort of improvement. And because of that, it gives you a little bit less pause. Like, all right, well, let's just see what happens, because it can't get any worse. It's like, hey, if I'm broke, I can't get broken and broke. I'm already broke. So let's see what happens here. But if you want this team to be successful in 2025, 2026, then you have to kind of lean into that youth movement that they're going with, because they learned this from Sean McVay, Les Snead, which is why the Minnesota Vikings are also one of those other young teams. The Rams are also the other top 3 youngest teams. Like, there's a reason for this. It's because this is the way they do things as far as their coaching staffs being young and as far as their teams being young. This is literally their process. So this is the youth movement. The nerds are winning right now, man, and we got to lean into it.
Yeah, youth movement it is. Something I didn't expect. I mean, we saw the rumors leading up to draft night 1 Thursday about the Patriots and the Jaguars being interested, going up to 2, and the Jaguars went up to 2, and they got Travis Hunter. Your first thoughts and reaction on that, and then a second part of that question is a question that you probably have asked yourself: will he play both sides of the ball?
We were hearing the rumors about the trades being negotiated like a week before the draft, and maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. And the fun part about this is because we were transitioning from a general manager who was super conservative in Trent Baalke to a general manager who we believe to be super aggressive in James Gladstone in that less need mold. There was the thought process between a lot of Jaguars media, a lot of Jaguars fans. I talked to a lot of them that, hey, there's no way they're going to trade up. There's no way they're going to trade up. Look at this roster. Look at this. Look at this. All the whole conservative former general manager thought processes. And only a few people were like, no. This dude's going to be like Les Snead. He's going to make this trade. He's going to make this happen. But it was hard to believe, let's say it from that perspective. So I always thought the entire process, just to be clear with you, that the Jaguars were going to go with that trade that they were reportedly negotiating with the Bears to trade back to that 10 spot. And lo and behold, they went through with the trade and got it done with the Browns for the number 2 spot and got Travis Hunter. And boy, that was a night that I cannot unlike one I can remember for the Jacksonville Jaguars fan base, even for the media, like people who aren't actively fans of the team but just like enjoy these guys being happy. Everyone was kind of just happy with this process. It was a great process from Gladstone and Tony Baselli, the executive vice president. It was a great decision to get objectively the best player in this draft class. Like, I don't think that's arguable at this point. He doesn't play quarterback, or he would have been the number 1 pick in this draft. And the Jaguars general manager, James Gladstone, has already confirmed that he's going to play both ways. I believe the quote was, "We want this to look like it looked in Colorado State." So the goal at that point is, all right, cool. This guy's going to play like 85% of snaps on offense. They stated he's going to start with the offensive playbook and that way, and then kind of start feeding him defense from that point moving on. Then you have to presume 85% on offense. Maybe let's start with 55% plus on defense and see where it goes from there. But yeah, that sounds like this is going to be the goal. They're going to get their sports information sciences department involved, analytics department involved. The coaches on both sides congratulated him instead of just one, like it would normally be for most players. Both coordinators congratulated him, and they seem to have a plan that they want to lean into this guy being a generational prospect and athlete, and they literally have him listed on both depth charts, offense and defense for the moment. So it's going down. Whatever it is happening.
It's going to be a fun ride, it looks like.
Yeah.
What's your confidence? I'm looking at the depth chart right now. Actually, flip over the defense for a second here. What was the main problem with the defense last year that it was just so bad?
Ooh, how much time do you got, man? All right, so you know what? I can simplify this. The main problem with the defense was, shockingly, the person in charge being exactly who we thought they were going to be. So the Jaguars' former defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, he came over from Atlanta, where he rarely blitzed, where he rarely stunted, and he just had these guys playing very well. If you look at any of the objective like analytics or any of like points given up, things of that nature. But what most people probably never thought about at that time, looking at that 2023 Atlanta Falcons team, was the fact that they had a terrible quarterback and they were losing a lot of games with low scoring points. So basically offenses didn't feel the need to be risky. They would just wait till Atlanta made a mistake. Mm-hmm. I say that to give you context behind why his numbers on defense may have looked good at that time. Now we transpose that to the 2024 Jacksonville Jaguars. You have a defense who was bottom of the league in blitz percentage, bottom of the league in stunts. They're rotating some of the best guys on their team: Josh Hines-Allen, Travon Walker, Tyson Campbell, cornerback. They're rotating these guys in and out like it's hockey lineups. Like literally the entire defensive line would come out and another defensive line would come in, and they don't have the depth for that. Like, so you have practice squad guys like legitimately getting 25 and 30% of snaps in games throughout much of the first 11 games of the season. Because of that, I would say they just had bad plans. Like they just had bad schemes, bad things along those lines. So a lot of Jacksonville Jaguar fans currently this season, entering this draft cycle and free agency, wanted I mean, I want another defensive lineman. I think that's a major need because the pass rush is sorry. I want another, safety, another cornerback, all these things. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Are the players in all those spots the problem? Or was it really the fact that, hey, man, I can make this is difficult for a high school or middle school organization to run if they run their defense like this, you're going to get carved up even when you have better players, even in those like levels of football. This is NFL. You can't do that. So having an Anthony Campanelli, that's kind of what I was leaning to earlier when I said Anthony Campanelli, you can't get worse than this because this is not even difficult for any veteran NFL quarterback or coach to kind of carve up. That's what they were faced. That's what they were having to climb that mountain every week just to try to get victory. So I think with the change to Anthony Campanelli, if he's even remotely forward thinking, if he's even just willing to try new things and just be variable, because he comes from that Brian Flores Fangio tree, I have to hope that he's going to take something from those guys and just try to do things a little bit different. If he's willing to stunt a little more, blitz a little more, that in and of itself is going to make this, from a 32nd defense to maybe middle of the pack. Middle of the pack gives them the playoffs. I truly believe that even last year's Jacksonville Jaguars team.
Yeah, I mean, you added a great point about Desmond Ridder and all those garbage quarterbacks and in 23 and they all opposing offenses really didn't have to put up how many points. And also there's the fact they played in a very garbage division. Like the Panthers constantly are uncompetitive. Obviously the Falcons, were not good. The Saints, I mean, they've been mediocre. So I mean that's very good points there. How would you rate their investments in the defense this offseason? I mean, first of all, shout out to Jack Kaiser, Notre Dame. So I love that pick for y'all. Travis Hunter, and then you guys signed Jordan Lewis, Eric Murray for the safety position, and also drafted Caleb Ransaw in the 3rd round.
I gotta get your opinion after I can't do it after I give my opinion because then I think I'm going to jade the conversation. So I need to know, why do you like the linebacker pick from Notre Dame? I got to question that one.
I think he's a leader. I mean, personally, a lot of fandom is into it. I think he is a leader, though, at the linebacker position. I think he played 4 or 5 years at.
Yeah, he was stable. He was always the guy for whatever the entire time he was there. So I get you on that because honestly, I like their draft and the entire draft. Like obviously, Travis Hunter is going to be the thing that makes or breaks this draft class, of course.
Cherry on top.
But getting Ransaw and then saying, oh, no, objectively, first conversation, we're going to start him at safety. He's going to be our safety. They drafted him over Xavier Watts. Like, that says something. We want a guy who's going to be able to tackle. We want a guy who's going to be able to play in the slot and be versatile also. And Watts can't tackle. That's just not his game. And they wanted someone who's going to be able to do that. And Ransaw in 2023, before being put into a lot of man coverage situations in 2024, had a great, incredible season. So they were saying, hey, you look at his stats and you may be a little bit dissuaded because he was placed in whatever the percentage was, man coverage situation. So he didn't have his eyes on the ball. But if you go back to 23, you'll see he was off the charts great because he was able to get his eyes on the quarterback. And because we already discussed that whole Vic Fangio, Brian Flores situation, that Campanelli's likely going to run a lot more zone coverage because that's what those guys do. Then you have to believe that Ransaw pick is probably going to play some major dividends. With this defense having his eyes on the quarterback and being able to kind of do the best thing he was able to do in college, back in 2023. I enjoyed the Millen pick. I don't know how fully to feel about it because you don't get it. The only reason they were able to get him in the 3rd round was because he's transitioning from playing tackle to playing guard. But as a tackle, he was a dog, as far as his ability to move guys in the run blocking and his athleticism, it gets that second level. He was great. There's so many highlight reels I watched 2:00 this morning, just looking at offensive line blocking because I thought it was all right, no, he's on it. But having that transition to guard is going to be something because he did struggle in the individual drills at the Senior Bowl at guard. So he's going to need to get NFL coaching and try to figure out what it's going to look like for him. But overall, I think it's going to be a good situation for the Jaguars. And then they got Bayshaw too. And I was like, all right, I'm good. Whatever you guys want to do with the rest of these, 6th round draft picks and 7th round draft picks, that's cool. But you get Bayshawn Tootin in here, and you got that speed, blazing speed. You know, what was it, like 4.3, 4.32, 4.33, 40. Okay, cool. We can work with that. So giving Liam Cohen all those options within that offense, having Brian Thomas Jr., having Bayshawn Tootin, having De'Ami Brown, all these ridiculously fast guys, and giving them space to work with. Yeah, I don't see how that can be a bad draft class. I'm still waiting to see what they're going to do. They don't, as we're talking right now, they're still not back on the clock until pick, I believe, 194. So got some time there. But overall, I think it was a great class so far. The Kaiser pick, the linebacker from Notre Dame, was my only true question mark, honestly. And I know it was your favorite pick because you're a fan, and I'm like, yeah, I know he's a
little bias there. Well, what do you question
a,
about it? I'm going to be honest, because you probably know a little bit more than I do.
He's a staple piece in that linebacker court, yes, but he was also a bottom three, linebacker as far as coverage was concerned. He's great in stopping the run. He's great at shedding those blocks. He's a leader. He has all the right intangibles, which is a huge thing for this Jaguars organization. But whenever you have a stat associated with your name that says you're bottom 5 of all linebackers in this draft class, which includes a lot of undrafted free agent guys, that's a problem. I can't pretend that it's not, but he's also a heavy influence in special teams. So I think, like, you're talking your second, 4th round pick in this draft, it's not like, if that's my only concern or even moderate criticism in this draft class, then that's not much to talk about. But that's why I am where I am. But I think he's going to compete for that backup linebacker spot to start immediately, because Chad Muma is on the last year of his rookie contract, and there's quite a chance that he could even try to push for a starting position, because Devin Lloyd, his 5th-year option has not been picked up, and doesn't sound like they're going to. So it might not be this year, but he could be developed into something next year, and that's always a good question mark, but it's always a good possibility.
How would you rate generally the rest of the linebacking cores? As you mentioned, Devin Lloyd, Chad Muma, who they took about 3 drafts ago. Its time is flying by already, and Foye Oluokun.
I mean, the linebacker core was honestly a strength of the Jacksonville Jaguars in 2024, despite the fact that that team was, I guess, it had no real direction as far as coaching was concerned, from my perspective. But having Foye Oluokun, I mean, he's always going to be a guy who's top of the league in tackles. He just is, and he's a leader. He's a great communicator. All that. I mean, he was a former safety and former cornerback in college at Penn State. Like, he's a guy who's going to get the guys right, and then when he can't get you right, it's hard to say that the linebacker group is the problem, even though they're normally the ones communicating to everyone else. But so having Foye Oluokun, having Devin Lloyd, who's a question mark, and having Chad Muma, who it sounds like is not going to be someone that's going to be on the roster next year, is problematic. But then you have Ventrell Miller out of Florida, who played really well last year when Foye Oluokun was injured. As your Mike linebacker option, he kind of gives you a little bit of flexibility there. So I think that they're in a reasonably solid situation for 2 of those linebackers. It's just that third guy. Who is it going to be? Who's going to take hold of the reins, or get a contract extension, or for Jack's sake, maybe he can earn that spot and get those other 2 guys off the roster. So I guess we'll just see.
I'm guessing the defensive side of the ball is going to try to, and again, I could be very well wrong, going to try to emulate a little bit of what the Miami Dolphins did based on Campanile's background. And then offensively, I mean, basically, it's pretty self-explanatory.
I mean, offensively, you're looking at, Liam Cohen's had, for the most part, the same system with the Kentucky University, which is the same system that he ran with Tampa Bay Buccaneers, even though they had significant injuries throughout the season. So for the most part, offensively, you kind of know what they're going to do. Different players, absolutely, especially having Travis Hunter as your receiver 2, Brian Thomas Jr. as your wide receiver 1, De'Ami Brown as your wide receiver 3. That does not look like the kind of guys you have in Tampa Bay. That looks significantly different than the guys you have in Tampa Bay. So because of that, it may look a little bit different in their passing schemes. I guess we'll see, because all 3 of those guys can play both outside receiver and slot receiver. That's not necessarily the same, again, as all three guys they have in Tampa Bay. So I think generally we know what the run game is going to look like on offense, but we don't really know fully what the offense is going to look like, because these guys are just so different. But as far as Campanile, your guess is as good as everyone else's, and that's unfortunately the honest truth. We've had many conversations on the Duval Dive on our podcast, breaking down the Miami Dolphins defense, breaking down the Green Bay Packers defense, where Campanella came from last season, trying to figure out, is it going to be this, is it going to be that, or is it going to be the Rams? That's what James Gladstone comes from. That's where Liam came from before that. Is it going to be, which one is it going to be? Well, either way, all those guys run a lot of zone defense. It's just whether or not it's going to be cover 4, cover 6, more cover 2. We'll see what that's going to look like. But generally speaking, most of those teams still play a boatload of zone, whether it's 70 to 80%. Cool. We know generally that. We just don't know if they're going to be super aggressive in blitzing, as far as that Brian Flores type versus Vic Fangio, who generally is not blitzing as much until game by game situations.
Yeah, Vic Fangio is more of a passive more than an aggressive defense. Getting gauges from somebody who covers the Jaguars, is a fan of the Jaguars. What is your evaluation of Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, that's a hard one, bro. That is such a hard one. All right. So, because he has been imperfect, to say the least, while also being failed at every step of the way. And that's the part that sucks. It's like saying, hey, man, I've seen flashes of greatness from this dude. I've seen flashes of Elway from this dude, while also saying I've seen flashes of Jay Cutler from the same dude. If that makes sense. Like, I feel like that's the pretty apt comparison to what we've seen from Trevor Lawrence is right now, maybe something closer to a Jay Cutler. But then you realize, wait, he's had a league worst wide receiver core his first year entering the league. He had a historically bad coach with no offensive scheme from every report we've heard. And we know that those aren't even the worst reports. Those are just the ones we can publicize. All right, cool. So that's kind of hard. You got to delete his rookie season. Then you give him another coach in Doug Peterson, who's unwilling to have a modern NFL offense. His offense hadn't changed since his Super Bowl run in 2017. Unwilling to motion, unwilling to make it difficult for the defensive side of the ball to kind of read the offense and kind of react instead of being aggressive. Well, when you look at everything holistically across the board, and then you add the Trent Baalke, I would say bottom 5 GM in the NFL, and being handcuffed to that guy for every one of your years in the league. I almost thought it was just 3 of them, but no. Across the board, I don't know how you can say he's been set up for success. League versus run game, league versus general manager, pretty rough offensive scheme, pretty rough receiver core up until the year they got Calvin Ridley. Like, across the board, he's not been perfect. He's actually has his own issues, like of overthrowing the ball in the middle of the field. His injuries have been stacking up because the offensive line hasn't been very helpful to him, again, down the line. But Trevor needs to be better, while also having to acknowledge that Trevor needs a lot more help. And I mean, just give him average help, and so we can actually critique him, so we can figure out what he actually is, which is a rough thing to say for a $55 million quarterback. But he got that $55 million because we've seen enough of those flashes, like those Jay Cutler-ish flashes, to say he's absolutely has the tools, and we know we failed him. So give him the money, and we'll see when that contract takes effect in next year, which many people don't know, because he doesn't really get paid until next year. That's when his contract actually starts, that $55 million. So he's not being paid that yet. So if we go through this season and say, all right, cool, Trevor Lawrence is looking incredible in 2025, everything's good moving forward, well, then they just start paying him like a $55 million quarterback, and they've seen proof of concept. I think that'd be a great situation for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. A few more questions to finish up. How would you rate their investments in the offensive line? Because I'm looking at the depth chart right now, Walker Little, Ezra Cleveland, Robert Hainsey, who of course they brought over from Tampa Bay, Patrick McCarry, who they gave the contract to, who I think originally was supposed to go to New England, and then Anton Harrison at right tackle.
All right, offensive line is hard. It's probably one of the hardest groups on the Jaguars to judge. It just is, because of Doug Peterson's old scheme. Consistently, it's like the Miami Dolphins scheme, where they were religiously top 2 to top 3 in the league in time to throw. They would never be over that 2.3 to 2.4 seconds per pass attempt line per next gen stats. So because of that, then you look at the pressures and you say, oh, this team's great at blocking. Oh, they don't give up very many pressures. They don't give up, a crazy amount of sacks. They're good. And then you realize, well, no, it's just because of the scheme. It's not because of their actual blocking, because then you look at like pass rush win rate or pass blocking win rate for ESPN, and then you realize, all right, where are the Jacksonville Jaguars? Is anybody those stats basically say how well someone blocks when the play takes over like 2.4 seconds. That's kind of what they're breaking down there. So when you look at those stats, it's like when you're looking at real passing situations, how do you do? The Jaguars don't do very well at all. So because of that, the Jaguars needed a refreshing of that offensive line, and they did. They brought in 4 free agent signings. Edoga, I can't even say his name, from the Dallas Cowboys. He's our swing tackle. Robert Hainsey from Tampa Bay, who lost his job. Fred Johnson from the Eagles. And then they brought in Patrick McCarry from the Baltimore Ravens, who has experience playing in all 5 offensive line spots. And I'm like, all right, cool. I can see what you're doing. You're raising the floor. You're giving these guys some competition. Multiple guys who can play multiple positions. Fred Johnson can play guard and tackle if he chooses to. McCarry can play all 5 spots. Hainsey basically plays center. All right. And then in the draft, we already talked about, they got Wyatt Millum of West Virginia. He's a tackle who can play guard. They're going to start him at guard. All right, I see. So you've added 5 guys on an offensive line that wasn't horrendous. It just wasn't good. I think that's a reasonable starting spot when you've just been hired 2 months ago. As far in your first draft, and the draft's not even done yet, you still got another 4 picks. But overall, they got to get better run blocking. That's the main thing. Because Anton Harrison, as good as he is as a pass blocker, he has not had a good NFL season yet. In his first, he's entering his 3rd season as a run blocker. His best season was last season, and it was still, I believe, only because I don't want to lie on him. I don't want to give him wrong information, but it was low. It was like, in looking at all tackles, blown block, run blocks rates was like really low. And the underlying point is, even from PFF grading purposes, he's never been like a 60 as far as run blocking is concerned. So for the most part, I need to see better from him. But Walker Little is probably in 2024 the best offensive lineman that the team had, and we'll just hope that remains the same with a new scheme and a new coach.
Yeah, definitely. How would you rate the running back room? Because I know there's mixed feelings on ETN. Obviously, you're happy with the Tootin pick, and then there's Kalen Robinson and Tank Bigsby.
I think the Tootin pick was honestly an indictment of ETN. I think it very clearly. Tank Bigsby was always going to be on the roster. He's on a rookie contract, and he showed his chops in 2024. His ability to run. Like, neither Travis Etienne nor Tank Bigsby are good pass blockers. Travis Etienne is a good pass receiver, however. So Tootin will probably be the primary guy who's going to be, a pass blocking guy. And I see a future where one of those guys aren't on the roster by week 1 of this season, just being honest. Just because neither one of, again, Tank Bigsby nor ETN are good pass blockers. And for one thing that is very, very big in Liam Cohen's offense is he wants a 3-down back, but if he can't get a 3-down back, you at least have to be able to pass block, because he wants to be able to pass the ball out of those, those first down scenarios, those obvious run scenarios. Well, one of you got to develop the ability to run block. ETN or Tank Bigsby, whichever one is able to do that, you will be on the roster in 2024, and the other one may be a trade bait or something else. We'll see. So that's unfortunately where it lies. But seeing that Bashan Tootin pick, immediately I tweeted it out. I'm like, I don't know how you guys feel, because Tootin has a fumbling issue in college, but if he gets that resolved, Travis Etienne, you have to be on notice.
Yeah. And then my final question before you get to shout yourself out again, where do you think the Jaguars rank within their division?
Where will they rank, or where do they rank? Because I guess I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
Both. Why not?
I mean, they're drafting. They were drafting 5th. So, I mean, that says a lot. Unfortunately, that just places them 3rd in the division, behind in front of, I should say, the Tennessee Titans, but behind the Indianapolis Colts and behind the Houston Texans. What do I actually believe they truly are? I think the Texans are overrated. I projected before the season that they would have a sophomore slump season, and for CJ Stroud. I don't have any faith in the quarterback room for the Indianapolis Colts. and the Jaguars have a new head coach in the first year. Well, I say first year offense, first year for them offense with all these changes. I have to believe if Liam Cohen can get this team just anywhere remotely like around what he's done at the University of Kentucky with a bad Will Levis, making him look like a top 50 pick at Kentucky, making the Tampa Bay Buccaneers look incredible last season, averaging like 34 points a game. If he can get anywhere just in that shooting range, I'm talking 29, 30 points a game, this team has to be AFC South champions because this is not a good division. I just don't believe that they are. Texans are revamping their entire offensive line with a new offensive coordinator, and teams don't really know what to expect from them with Travis Hunter at receiver. I can't fathom a situation where they're not above 500 just as a floor. And maybe that's what they do. Maybe they're just an 8-win, 9-win team and miss the playoffs, and it's fine. But that's where I currently believe they are, probably fighting for a playoff spot to maybe even AFC South champions.
And then final thoughts, and again, shout out what you do, where the people can find you, and all that.
Well, I mean, final thoughts are the Jaguars still haven't made a pick, man. That's the big one. I was very frustrated with all the trade, because I was happy with the value that they got from the trades, but also they had like a huge gap of like 60 picks before in between picks. So I just been like twiddling my fingers, just waiting for these interviews with the players. That hasn't happened yet because we haven't picked anyone. But for the most part, man, this has been a great draft season. And we'll see whether or not all the blind faith that's always given to an incoming general manager is warranted right now. No one knows what's going to happen with James Gladstone. No one knows what's going to happen with Liam Cohen, but it is exciting times in Duval County for the moment. So you got to take it when you can get it until you get back down into the negative dumps if you end up losing games. So I will accept it for the moment for this summertime. But you can catch me Duval Dive on YouTube with Cal, the student of the game, Nash. Again, if you can, like and subscribe, help us get to 400 subscribers this summer, and BigCatCountry.com, where we break down everything Jacksonville Jaguars related. That's the SB Nation Jacksonville Jaguars fan site, longest running site, I believe, like 25 years currently. And I am the Jaguars beat writer for the site. So appreciate you having me on, bro.
Duval Dive, go subscribe, everybody. And follow Travis on Twitter and check out his stuff. All those links have been put in the comments section. Travis, good luck to the Jacksonville Jaguars in 2025.
And I appreciate it. I'm hoping for the thing. I'm truly am. We'll see.
Later, man.
Can you tell I don't believe yet, but I'm trying to get there. There we go.
You're not excited. You know what's interesting? I'll mention this because the Giants have not been kind to me. And they haven't been kind to their fans. I'm objectively covering the team too. They've had a very good draft thus far. And I said this on Twitter. I said, look, I'm not excited. I'm intrigued.
I might use that one because I think that's exactly where I am right now.
I think that's where you. I could tell the mood. That's where you are, Travis.
That's where I'm living. Yes, I am absolutely. That's where I'm sitting right now. I'm just sitting in this intrigue state of being. I appreciate it. Thank you, Alex.
Peace out. All right. Once again, I will put up the Be Right Back thing. Guys, please check out Duval Dive, Travis's Twitter, all his great work. And then we're going to recap the picks that we have missed. We've had, I must say, this day 3 has gone way better than the last 3 years in terms of not just Giants drafting, but the way this chat is coming along. The way the content creator has been coming on here at 4:30. We're going to have a Cowboys Cowboys writer, David Howman. He is no stranger to the show. He's been on the show multiple times. Wonder if Sunil's hiding, just waiting for him. And then after that at 5, we got Donald, who's going to be with us. And then closing out the show. We're not going to stream the full 7 hours. We'll stop at probably like 6:30. No, not even 6:30. Paul Vazella. Paul Talks Pats. He's going to come on with us. He went to we met him down at the Senior Bowl. So I will be right back, and then we're going to talk about these picks. Quarterback picks. Very interesting. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Okay, so can't really put a backdrop here because I got nobody joining me just as of yet. Folks, make sure you hit that like button, comment, subscribe to all the good stuff, turn on post notifications so you know when a live stream pops or a video drops. Appreciate you all again. This has been a very good day number 3 thus far. Great guys coming on. Okay, so 40%. All right, I'm looking at the poll right now. And which round will Shadur go? 4, 5, 6, or 7? So 20% of you put 4, 28% put 5, which was the correct answer. 6 round, that was 12%, and 40% said that it would be 7th or UDFA. So if you want to cheat, you could put your stuff in now. Well, that's not. I don't know if it's even cheating. I think it's just knowing the answer. So it's that. But let's review the 5th round picks thus far here in the draft period. Also, we got some 6th round picks to review. So let's see. Do I really want to go back to round 5? I do want to go back to round 5 because I really haven't reviewed it. Okay, here we go. Tyron Ingram Dawkins, somebody who I scouted. And honestly, that matches value. That matches value for what I had him at. He went to the Minnesota Vikings, defensive tackle from Georgia. Then you had another defensive tackle. It was just 5 straight picks of trenches. You had Cam Jackson, defensive tackle from Florida, go to the Carolina Panthers. You had Carson Vinson, offensive tackle from Alabama A&M, HBCU. He went to the Baltimore Ravens, was the only HBCU guy to go to the Senior Bowl. And then you had 142 Riley Mills, defensive tackle from Notre Dame. He went to the Seattle Seahawks. You move to 143 Jordan Phillips from Maryland. He went to the Miami Dolphins. Funny enough, there's another player called Jordan Phillips, and he was with the Dolphins for a short period of time. Then you move to 144. Shedeur Sanders was selected by the Cleveland Browns after they passed on him a total of 6 times. Moving up to the next pick, Philadelphia Eagles, Mac McWilliams, cornerback out of UCF. Got to scout him a little bit at the Senior Bowl. New England Patriots selected Braden Swinson, edge from LSU. Then the 49ers selected yet another running back, Jordan James from Oregon. Then Ty Hamilton from Ohio State, the defensive tackle, went to the Los Angeles Rams. A little defensive line depth there. Jadon Blue, Dallas Cowboys' next running back from Texas. Jason Marshall, cornerback from Florida, went to Miami. So a little bit of a local thing for the last 2 picks. DJ Giddens, who Kyle earlier in the show wanted. DJ Giddens, running back from Kansas State, went to the Colts. Shamar James, linebacker from Florida, went to the Dallas Cowboys. You got Jalen Rivers, the tackle/guard, went to the Bengals. That's a Bengals pick. I'm not really a fan of Rivers, to be honest. I don't really like him as a prospect from Miami. The New York Giants selected Marcus Bowe, offensive tackle/offensive guard from Purdue. Obviously, I played the interview for you guys. When Donald gets on, I'm going to read my scouting report on him because, as I said, I did a scouting report on him. Dante Trader Jr., safety from Maryland. He went to the Miami Dolphins. Jeffrey Bassett Jr. No, Jeffrey, not even Jr. I was looking at Dante Trader Jr. Jeffrey Bassett, linebacker from Oregon. He went over to the Kansas City Chiefs. Another guy I interviewed. It's interesting. 3 guys in a row that I got to interview. Bo, Trader Jr., and Jeffrey Bassett. Anyway, we continue. Elijah Roberts from SMU. He went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So 2 edge picks today. David Walker Jr. and Elijah Roberts. Keandre Lambert-Smith went to Los Angeles Chargers, wide receiver out of Auburn. Colin Oliver, the linebacker edge from Oklahoma State, went to the Green Bay Packers. Marquez Seigel from Kansas State, the safety, went to the San Francisco 49ers. The Philadelphia Eagles took Georgia linebacker Smile Mondone Jr. The New York Jets took linebacker from Miami, Francisco Mauigoa. I think it's pronounced Mauigoa. By the way, I like the Borregales pick. Mitchell Evans, the tight end from Notre Dame, joins another tight end from Notre Dame and Tommy Tremble in the Carolina Panthers. The next pick is the Steelers, who are stacking up on D-line in this draft. They take defensive tackle Yaya Black from Iowa. Oronde Gadsden II from Syracuse, the tight end, he goes to the Los Angeles Chargers at 165. At 166, Torrey Horton, wide receiver from Colorado State, goes to the Seattle Seahawks, another wide receiver in that room. One of my favorite picks, Tennessee Titans, select at 167, Sacramento State offensive guard, Jackson Slater. At 168, Drew Kendall from Boston College goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, the starting center. His father used to play in the NFL. I think he was the 21st overall pick in the 96 or 98 draft. Moving forward, Za Frazier, cornerback at a UTSA, goes to the Chicago Bears. Jordan Hancock, cornerback from Ohio State, he goes to the Buffalo Bills at 170. At 171, Miles Frazier, guard out of LSU, joins another SEC guard in Tate Ratledge to the Detroit Lions. Linebacker Chris Paul Jr. from Mississippi goes to the Los Angeles Rams. I really like that pick. Jackson Howes, tight end out of Georgia Tech, goes to the Buffalo Bills. And Riley Leonard is going to Indianapolis. Make all the Duke friggin' jokes that you want, I guess, right? Make all the Duke jokes that you want because Riley Leonard, one Duke quarterback, and that doesn't really surprise me, though. They like their developmental quarterbacks over in Indy, and they took Sam Ellinger a couple of years ago. They took a couple other cats. Anthony Richardson is also there, so pretty interesting. Anyway, Jackson Howes, tight end, Georgia Tech, goes to the Buffalo Bills. At 174, Denzel Burke, cornerback from Ohio State, goes to Arizona Cardinals. He joins another guy from the Big Ten. At least I think it's the Big Ten, Denzel Burke. Robbie Outs, I think his name is Outs, something like that. Tight end from Alabama goes to the Seattle Seahawks, joining A.J. Barner. Tyler Barron, the edge from Miami, at 176, heads over to the New York Jets. And then you move into round number 6, which is the round we are currently in. Buffalo Bills picked cornerback Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech. Another cornerback went a pick later. That's the Baltimore Ravens selecting Bilal Cohn from Western Michigan. Ollie Gordon, the second, running back for Oklahoma State, went to the Miami Dolphins. He'll be joining the crew there. J.J. Peggs, defensive tackle from Mississippi, joins the trenches in Las Vegas. Kyle McCord, the first quarterback of the 6th round, from Syracuse, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, formerly of Ohio State. Andres Borregales, one of the better kickers in college football, kicker from Miami, goes to the New England Patriots. Marcus Harris, cornerback from California, goes to the Tennessee Titans. Devin Neal, running back from Kansas, he goes to the New Orleans Saints. The Saints get another running back. Will Howard goes to the Steelers, former Ohio State and Kansas State quarterback. Tyler Loop is drafted by the Ravens, so possible Justin Tucker replacement, kicker from Arizona. Jalen Reed, safety from Penn State, goes to the Houston Texans. Khalil Mullings, running back from Michigan, goes to the Tennessee Titans. Obviously, we just saw Riley Leonard. And just now, run-stopping defensive tackle Tim Smith goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Mel Kiper has been having a multi-day meltdown. ESPN is a joke. I'm guessing it's over the Shador stuff, right? I have to think it's over the Shador Sanders stuff. So, but a very, very eventful day number 3 thus far. As I said, if you haven't already, hit the like button, comment, subscribe, do all the good stuff, turn on post notifications so you know when a live stream pops or a video drops. Also, before I put this pretty little banner up, and by the way, shout outs, because I know he was messaging me earlier. Shout outs to Dan from Jets Afterburners. Shouts to him. Him and Liam do some great shows. I know Armand is also a featured guest, also with Afram, who pops in the chat every once in a while. So make sure to sub up to the Jets Afterburners. They're a lot of laughs. They're a lot of fun. And Luca's also on there on occasion. But as far as our sponsor for today in the channel, it is SeatGeek. If you're going to a game, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, soccer, tennis, whatever the hell you decide to go to, right? Hockey, maybe. It's playoff hockey. If you're going to a tailgate, if you're going to a concert, SeatGeek has your back. $20 off your online ticket order with the promo code Big Blue in the box. And as I said earlier, folks, guess what? If you used it already, you know what you could do? You You could sell. You could give it to somebody else. Don't sell it. Give it to somebody else. Cam Scatebo is already in a Giants jersey. It looks to be a Michael Strahan jersey. I am ready for the Cam Scatebo experience. So, as far as Giants targets, now, personally, me, I don't really give a shit. And I said this on Twitter. Joe Shane could go kicker and long snapper with the last 2 picks. I don't really care. I think he did his job, and then some this offseason. I mean, you know, you could debate the Jackson Dart pick. As me and Lou were saying, was I the biggest fan of Jackson Dart after the Senior Bowl? No, I wasn't, right? Fumbled twice. You know, some new concerns started coming up. Could he play in a pro-style offense? What was the other concern? His footwork. His footwork also was a potential issue. So there's that, right? That's that's a worry. But I mean, you get a blue chip potential gold jacket in Abdul Carter, who has Micah Parsons traits. Then you move to obviously traded for Dart, so you really don't have that pick. You go to the 3rd round, you get one of the better defensive tackles, deep defensive tackle class, by the way, but one of the better defensive tackles in Darius Alexander, who is swift against the pass, swift against the run. He's got some nice moves. You know, he'll beat guys with speed, and Dexter Lawrence is going to beat guys with power. That's what I like, right? Dexter's going to push them backwards, and Darius Alexander is going to make him go side to side. And the most recent pick, by the way, but for the Seattle Seahawks, is Bryce Cabledew from Kansas. Miles Hinton went before that. Hinton, offensive tackle out of Michigan. So you have the Alexander pick. That was the 3rd round. The 4th round, you knocked it out with Cam Scatebo. Scatebo was one of my biggest targets in this draft because he's a power back. You pair him next to Tracy, and you love it. You love it. You're fantasizing about it. And then we said, okay, well, we need to get offensive guard at some point. We need an offensive line. And I know Jacob was bringing up the patella tendon and all these other different things, which is fair. It's a fair assessment. And then they select Marcus Bowe with their 5th round pick. I think it's been a stellar draft for the Giants early. You got to give a few years. No, you got to give a few years to really grade this out. But these guys have impact. It's not like they're stupid special teamers. Oh, this, that, and the third. Oh, he's going to play linebacker at special teams. No. Abdul Carter's a day 1 starter. Jackson Dart is not a day 1 starter, but he obviously was picked with high impact because he is what the Giants hope to be their future franchise quarterback. You have Darius Alexander, who's going to be an impact. Now, is he going to start day 1? I don't think so. But he has the impact. He's going to come in on those specialized snaps and specialized packages that Shane Bowen creates for him. Cam Scatebo, he is the 2nd back. He is rotating with Tyrone Tracy. I don't think you'll see much of Singletary. Maybe as a 3rd back. Someone's going to get lost in that room, whether it's Singletary or Eric Ray, right? You move to the next pick in Marcus Bowe. I mean, he's a guy, listen, low ceiling, not a low ceiling, like it's a low risk, high reward. Because at the end of the day, yes, the patella tendon, but he could play guard, he could play tackle. He was supposed to go in the 3rd, and the injury concerns kind of pushed him away. Again, GVR or Luminor, both those guys could be out, or one of them could be out, and then you just, suddenly, we'll see. Scatebo is an alcoholic who shows up to camp out of shape. Good luck. I know he has this smoking cigars type thing. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm not going to ignore that. I'm not going to ignore that. Arizona State, that doesn't really surprise me. But anyway, I digress on that talking point as we move in, and we're going to welcome David of the rival Dallas Cowboys, who we've had on before. David, first thoughts on the draft process and just overall offseason for the Dallas Cowboys, and then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes.
Well, first off, I want to address the elephant in the room of my Arizona State flag back here.
Oh.
I hop on and I start hearing slander about our running back Cam Scatabo and ASU. So
Yeah, that
great
was from the
start.
chat. What do you think
But,
of What do you think of Scatabo?
I mean, he's a really incredible player. I was devastated when the Giants drafted him. I was hoping the Cowboys would take him. I mean, he came in, he transferred from Sacramento State, and when he first got to Arizona State, he was your typical bruising back, downhill. He didn't really have a whole lot of speed. Going into this last year, he dropped about 15 pounds to get faster, to get lighter, and had a really incredible season. I believe he finished 5th in Heisman voting, and he was one of the best receiving running backs in this draft, just in terms of his production, his yards after the catch. Really, he has like the very typical football guy mentality. He's really hard worker. He's the kind of guy that's going to show up early. He's going to leave late. Like I said, devastated that he went to a division rival. But between him and Tyrone Tracy, I think that the Giants should have a really good run game. Obviously, there's some questions to figure out on the offensive line. That's always a big deal for any running back. But he's somebody who really thrives in particularly gap running schemes, things like that. But he can get out on the edge. He has some deceptive speed. He didn't test well in the 40, but he's faster than he actually tested. And it's going to be hard for me to be rooting against him when those games come up.
Yeah. I wanted a power back so friggin' bad, and Scatabo was one of my main ones. And I'm like, and I was, as I said, I was really eyeing with whatever 100 some odd pick. I'm like, get Bo. We ended up getting Bo, so I'm happy. But
actually, I have a funny story about him too. So he actually originally committed to Arizona State coming out of high school.
Ooh, okay.
And then ASU pulled his scholarship to give it to a different offensive lineman. And the man who made that decision was, at the time, their defensive coordinator, their head coach in waiting, and New York Giants legend Antonio Pierce.
Oh my God, it's a full circle.
He now has a show cause penalty, and the program crumbled because of him and recruiting violations and all that stuff. So it's all a full circle, and so it's funny to see his name get drafted right after Cam Scatabo too.
That's so odd. I'm gonna start at the beginning of the offseason, and of course we'll make our way with the Dallas Cowboys, because I'm generally intrigued to get your thoughts. Obviously, Mike McCarthy no longer. And look, obviously, this is even fan bias and Dallas Cowboy and Giants rivalry out of it. I don't, other than maybe the reasons for like Dak, I don't like the Schottenheimer hire. What are your thoughts? What was your reaction? What are your thoughts on the Schottenheimer hire?
Well, the way that it all happened was a mess, to put it lightly. Mike McCarthy had his contract expiring at the end of the year, which was already, the Cowboys are the only team that does that, makes their coach go into the last year of his contract. And then after the season, the Cowboys, obviously they didn't make the playoffs. Dak's injury was a big part of that. But they had some really competitive games. They, upset the Buccaneers. They played some really close ones, even with Cooper Rush at quarterback. And so a lot of people felt like Mike McCarthy had done enough to warrant a contract extension. Then there was a whole period where him and Jerry, they met up a little bit. They talked a couple things about, hey, do we want to bring this back? And from what it sounds like from all the reporting, Jerry offered him kind of a lowball deal with a shorter contract than he was willing to take. And Mike said, I'll take my chances somewhere else. Thanks, no thanks. And it happened so late in the process that the Cowboys weren't able to get interviews with people like Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, any of these hot candidates. Not that I don't know if they would have taken the interview to start with, just because of the Jerry of it all. But they were kind of behind the eight ball. And so they interviewed a couple of other guys. They brought in Brian Schottenheimer. And initially, it seems like Jerry had this idea of, he wanted Brian Schottenheimer to be his offensive coordinator, or he was already the offensive coordinator, but be his offensive play caller, and finding another head coach to pair with him. And then once they brought him in for an interview, Schotty kind of sold himself on why he should be the head coach, what he would do differently, what he can keep the same for continuity with Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, people like that. And the thing about Brian Schottenheimer is he is one of the most compelling people to listen to. He's just a very personable figure when he starts speaking. Like in the press conference, a lot of fans went into that press conference thinking like, this is a horrible hire. And then once they heard him speak and give his vision, they were like, they might actually have something here. So it's a weird situation where obviously the process that led to it is flawed, and a lot of people would not have thought to have hired him. But the things he's been saying so far this offseason sound like what a lot of fans wanted and whoever their next head coach was. Of course, we'll see if those things actually come to fruition when we get to the game. But so far, I feel cautiously optimistic. Again, it's not who I would have hired. It's probably he probably was not on, not even on the top 20 list. But I mean, we've seen some other similar hires work out like that before. The Eagles were the only team to interview both Nick Sirianni and Doug Peterson when they hired those guys. So they both ended up winning Super Bowls. Not saying that's going to happen, but can't just discount it.
It's a good point to bring up. Do you think that there will be a philosophy change on either side of the ball? Because, I mean, you just mentioned that it's probably more continuous with Brian Schottenheimer, head coach. He's likely going to call the plays, is my guess. And Clayton Adams is the OC, so, he's just going to be there. And then you have former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus coming in as DC. Is there any philosophical changes being anticipated?
Yes, I mean, the biggest thing is going to be on the defensive side. Of course, they had Mike Zimmer this past year, and Mike Zimmer is both as a person and as a defensive coordinator a very aggressive guy. He's not necessarily blitzing all that much, but he's doing a lot of different creative things on the front, on the back end. He's thrown a bunch of different things at that opposing quarterback. Matt Eberflus is more focused on his scheme, not that he won't blitz, not that he won't disguise coverages, but he really wants to simplify things for the defense and just have guys go out there and just play full speed and just basically go out there and be great. He's had really good success with that in Indianapolis as a defensive coordinator. His defenses in Chicago were pretty good too. It's just offense was never good, and it hurts when the head coach isn't calling timeouts in critical spots. So that's really the biggest change schematically. Although on the offensive side, they are they're aiming at big changes to the way that they work their run game. The Cowboys have, for a very long time, dating back before Mike McCarthy, they've been pretty heavy on the outside zone. Not necessarily the kind of outside zone that Kyle Shanahan runs, but they've been a pretty exclusive zone running team. They like to run outside the tackles with the zone. Brian Schottenheimer, he runs the ball a lot. He loves to run the ball. He likes all kinds of running schemes. Clayton Adams comes from the Cardinals, where they ran more counter than any other team. They ran one of the most gap-heavy run schemes of any team. So they're trying to have more of that. Their drafting of Tyler Booker in the first round of this draft fits into that as well. He's more of that kind of type where he excels in the power blocking game. He's not somebody you are going to use too much in those zone kind of schemes. They'll use it on occasion, but they're trying to be a little bit more physical in the run game. They want to be more physical in the trenches in general. That's something Schottenheimer's spoken a lot about. And in this draft, we've seen their first pick was offensive line. Their second pick was defensive line. So they've targeted the trenches already in this draft. Signed a lot of free agents too on the offensive line and on the defensive line. So they're trying to maybe not have completely overhaul the schemes, because their offense has had success when Dak's been healthy. But Schottenheimer has made it a huge point to focus on. We want to instill a physical mentality. We want to be tougher than the other team, which a lot of people have felt like the Cowboys have lacked for really since the 90s.
Absolutely. The Cowboys traded for Joe Milton, right? What do you think he's going to be? First of all, I think it was, for both sides, I think it was good value, because on the one hand, Dallas Cowboys, okay, you're giving up a fifth-round pick. Who cares? Mm-hmm. New England, you're getting a fifth-round pick basically for one game. against Buffalo. Is he a backup? Is he an insurance policy? Could he be a future starter if Dak doesn't work out in the long run?
I think yes to all three. I think the primary reason for getting him was to fill that backup spot because Cooper Rush left for the Ravens. They didn't want to bring Trey Lance back at this point. So they needed some sort of backup, and they had looked on the free agent market for it. A lot of people expected they were going to use one of those 5th-round picks on a quarterback, but then they kind of looked at this quarterback class and said, probably not going to get somebody that we really love in the 5th round, although they could have gotten Shedeur Sanders, as it turns out. But they looked at Joe Milton. They said, here's a guy that already has a year of experience in the NFL under his belt. He had that really good game at the end of the season, has a cannon for an arm, and he only costs a 5th-round pick, which you're probably going to use on a backup quarterback anyway. So it makes a lot of sense, like you said, from a value standpoint. Now, that being said, if some people have said, Joe Milton can take over as the starting quarterback whenever Dak Prescott retires because he is, getting up there in age. He's had a couple of season-ending injuries at this point. Very well could be the case. Joe Milton is also he was one of the older rookie QBs last year, so I don't know about how long his timeline is, but definitely somebody that they like the upside if he does have to come in and start a couple of games as a backup, but also you could also potentially be grooming him for the future of the franchise.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of the running back room right now? Obviously, they signed Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, who, it could be argued their best years are behind them, but, obviously we'll see. And they just took Jadon Blue from Texas, along with, they still have Deuce Vaughn and Malik Davis.
Yeah, that's where all the attention's going to be once training camp starts. It's funny, a year ago, everybody expected they're going to draft a running back at some point. Because Tony Pollard left for the Titans and Ezekiel Elliott had just finished up his first year without the Cowboys. And everyone was like, they're taking a running back at some point. And then they didn't. And right after the draft, they signed Ezekiel Elliott back and didn't quite work out. And then Rico Dowdle broke out over the last half of the season. And then he was a free agent. And he was somebody that had long been championed by Mike McCarthy. So when McCarthy actually left, it kind of spelled the end for Rico Dowdle. Any chance that he might have re-signed with them, he didn't want to come back for not Mike McCarthy. And so now, they brought in Sanders, they brought in Williams, both of whom, like you said, they have had success in the past, but not recently. Williams had an injury that kind of threw off his career trajectory. He got passed up on the depth chart while he was hurt. He's more of that physical downhill presence, similar to Cam Scadaboo. And then Miles Sanders is more of that pass catching, kind of outside zone kind of guy. And he was really good in Philadelphia. And then he goes to Carolina, and like a lot of players for the Panthers the last couple of years, didn't do very well. So my hunch is that he'd probably do better with a better offensive line, which I think the Cowboys might have at this point. But either way, I don't think that Williams or Sanders are going to run for 1,000 yards this year. Getting a guy like Blue in the 5th round, though, is pretty good value. And he's somebody that has a ton of speed, really fits into what they want to do with Clayton Adams with this run game as well, with the way that he runs with a lot of patience, but then when he finds a hole and he just takes off, like if you don't bring him down right then and there, he's gone. Issue with Blue is he has fumbled a lot and doesn't have a whole lot of experience because he was playing behind Bijan Robinson and Jonathan Brooks at Texas. So he's got 1 year as a starter and he fumbled a lot in that 1 year. Is that something you can coach out of him? If you can, he could be, the next star running back in Dallas, but there's not really any like sure thing answer right now at running back. But I think the Cowboys have given themselves plenty of opportunities to where this guy could work out. If not, this guy might work out. If not, and even if none of the guys really super impress either way, you've also got Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, and that works.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving to the trenches, obviously, Zach Martin, He retired.
Mhm.
Tyler Booker was selected in the first round. With that said, what do you think of the pick? Are there any concerns of the lack of athleticism? And do you think he fits the mold for facing guys in the division, obviously like the Eagles? And now I'm not even biased. You could say the Giants because of Abdul Carter and Darius Alexander.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we all know the Eagles, their defensive line is always just horrible to go up against. And Giants seem to be taking a page out of that playbook. Great pick for Abdul Carter, by the way. I was really hoping that you guys went Shedeur Sanders there and passed up on Carter, but Joe Shane did a really smart move. So yeah, they need to be very sound on the offensive line. Losing Zach Martin, you're never going to replace a guy like Zach Martin, so that's just not going to happen. But I think they found a really serviceable starter in Tyler Booker. He has very much that mentality of what they're trying to do in the run game. He's a very physical guy. He excels in those gap blocking schemes as well. Like you said, not very athletic, but that's something that for the most part, usually you can cover that up when you're playing guard, especially if you're doing a lot of just downhill power running. You're not really expecting him to go all the way downfield. He just has to be able to pull to get to his spot, make the block, free the running back, especially if you pair him with a guy as fast as Jaden Blue, who ran a 4.38 40. So, the hope is that doesn't really flare up a whole lot. Generally, with the pick, though, a lot of people were taken aback when it happened because most draft experts kind of thought he was going to be a fringe first-round guy, maybe in the second round, and they took him 12th overall. So there's been a little hand-wringing about the value of the pick, especially with reports that a couple of teams, including the Texans, were calling to trade up to that spot. But the Cowboys didn't feel like they got an offer that was worth it to them. They really wanted Tyler Booker. From a intangible standpoint, he seems to fit everything they're looking for. He's a very hard worker. He was a team captain at Alabama. I think like half of their draft picks so far have been team captains. That's something that they're looking for, is that leadership and that work ethic mentality. So my initial impression of the pick was I wouldn't have taken him that high, but he's going to plug in at right guard and be a very serviceable player, and he's going to help solidify that offensive line, which with Carter and now Darius Alexander in New York too, you're going to need that.
Yeah, you're going to need all the help and all the assistance in the trenches as much as possible. How much of a big step up is needed from left tackle Tyler Guyton?
Well, a lot. Tyler Guyton, last year he was their first round pick, and he played right tackle at Oklahoma and never played. I guess he had played a couple of snaps of left tackle his sophomore season in Oklahoma, but wasn't ever a full-time starter. And so he moves to left tackle, and halfway through the season, he had kind of some nagging injuries, but he played through them. But also the Cowboys started doing this weird thing where they would rotate him with their swing tackle. So he had struggled at various points at left tackle, and then they weren't even giving him a full game's worth of reps at left tackle. So it was very, very hard to judge how he was doing. There's been a lot of people over the offseason that have said that they should move him back to right tackle. Terrence Steele, of course, plays right tackle, and some fans don't like Terrence Steele. So they were like, move him to right guard or just cut him outright, even though that would be horrible for their cap situation with his current contract. So it sounds like they're keeping him at left tackle. But then the question is, how does he do? Because he didn't look great his rookie year. He didn't look horrible either, but he was pretty heavily penalized. More speedy rushers would kind of take advantage of him. But they do have a new offensive line coach, obviously new head coach, new offense, new offensive coordinator who coached offensive line before. They also hired Connor Riley, who's been the offensive line coach for Kansas State for several years, has done a really tremendous job in recruiting and developing talent at Kansas State. So the hope really is that with a different approach, a different scheme, a different style for their offensive line, that Tyler Guyton's just going to take that next step. And also him having a full offseason now as an NFL player helps him take the leap as well. But looking at this offensive line right now, that's probably my biggest question mark, is especially with Dak Prescott coming off an injury. You don't want him to be looking over his shoulder and wondering about his blind side. So that's really, I think, the biggest question mark for this whole offense is left tackle and how Tyler Guyton's going to do.
Moving to the defensive side of the ball, obviously tragic injury to DeMarvion Overshown last year. Are you worried about the players at the inside linebacker position? Because I'm looking at, obviously, Leofau was selected last year. You guys selected Shamar James a short while ago, and you traded for Kenneth Murray as of recent, and then Jack Sanborn was signed. Is there a worry in terms of play from the linebacker position?
I'm not too worried about the linebacker situation. Sanborn, like you mentioned, he came over from Chicago. He was undrafted and became a key player for the Bears defense with Matt Eberflus. So that's one of those guys, like, the moment that, because he was a restricted free agent and the Bears chose not to tender him, the moment that happened and he officially became a free agent, virtually everyone was like, he's coming to Dallas. Matt Eberflus, like, that's his guy. He loves Sanborn. He understands the defense so well. And so he's probably going to play significant snaps early on. They did trade for Kenneth Murray, a former first-round pick. He hasn't quite panned out as a former first-round pick, but he has a lot of athleticism. The Titans had a lot of success this past year, basically just blitzing him, so he gives you some ability that way. And then Leofau, like you mentioned, drafted last year. He really came on strong towards the end of the season. Of course, he was drafted with Mike Zimmer's defense in mind. It's not entirely clear how he fits in Matt Eberflus's defense. There is some optimism that Overshown will come back this year. Initially, when the injury happened, it sounded like he was going to miss all of the 2025 season. He has said a couple of times recently in interviews that he's healing up well. He feels confident he can play this year. Obviously, you never know until you actually get there. Until he gets medically cleared, we won't know what that timeline is. But obviously, most of the plan this year is let's just, find some stopgap guys, which I think Sanborn is a good fit. If Leofau takes that leap too, he can be a really good player for you. And then whenever Overshown gets back, he's going to be an amazing fit in this scheme. It's just a matter of, can we tread water the linebacker position till he gets back? We haven't seen any of these guys take snaps yet or even reps in practice, but I think they've done a good job of addressing that part. Now, with talking about injuries too, they also have Trayvon Diggs, who suffered a season-ending injury, and they traded for Kaiir Elam out of Buffalo, another former first-round pick that hasn't panned out. They just drafted Siobhan Revelle yesterday, who's coming off a torn ACL. So there's a lot of questions at the cornerback spot that I don't think they've addressed as well with the injuries as they have the linebacker position. That's where I would be maybe a little bit more holding my breath of what are they going to do there.
Yeah, Jordan Lewis went over to Jacksonville as a free agent, I believe. So that's another loss to the cornerback department. Obviously, you guys re-signed, because he was in Washington you came back, Dante Fowler Jr. Do you think the guy you selected in round 2, Donovan Ezeraku, is a good replacement for DeMarcus Lawrence?
Maybe not for Lawrence specifically, but for that
role,
edge role opposite of Micah Parsons, because Lawrence towards the end was more. He still had a lot of pass rush juice, but he did a lot more for the run defense, and that's not really Ezeraku's game. He definitely could grow into it, but he's really just, you put him on the field on third down, you tell him to pin his ears back, go get the quarterback, and he'll do it. The guy that they drafted last year, Marshawn Nealand, who he missed the first half of the season with an injury as well, so kind of stunted his growth. But stylistically, he's a lot more similar to DeMarcus Lawrence as more of that bigger physical run defense, edge setting kind of guy. And I think the plan for them probably is kind of Nealand on early downs, taking that Lawrence run stuffing role, and then Ezaraku and, of course, Dante Fowler coming back too as a veteran, more known commodity, but not a long-term solution to boost that edge rush opposite of Micah Parsons. Because when you have a guy like Micah, who you guys may now have in his former the guy who took his number after he left, having a guy like Micah Parsons opens things up for everybody else, whether it's Dante Fowler, whether it's Donovan Ezaraku, whether it's Peyton Turner, another former first-round guy that they signed this year who did not pan out with the Saints. So they've got a lot of guys that they can sub in and out and keep their pass rush fresh opposite of Micah Parsons.
Absolutely. I'm probably going to go with one or two more questions because the Cowboys just selected a Johnny Cornelius, the offensive lineman from Oregon. If I'm not mistaken, he was actually the first guy I scouted from the Senior Bowl. Pretty sure he played mostly tackle, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the other side was occupied by Josh Connolly Jr. Where would you rank the Cowboys? Obviously, new year for the Cowboys, new coaching staff. Where would you rank the Cowboys within the division?
I'd probably – obviously, we're in the middle of the draft, and there's a lot of things that can go a lot of different ways. At this point, I'd probably put them third. But it's a lot of things can change very quickly once we see any of these teams actually practice. But it's hard to not have the Eagles first when they're coming off a Super Bowl win. With the Commanders, they've pretty much, as I see it, the only way that the Commanders aren't going into this season as the second best team is if you think Jaden Daniels has a sophomore slump. But I really like what they've done this offseason, getting Deebo Samuel. They've fortified their offensive line, like you said, with Connerly and trading for Laramie Tunsil. And then with the Cowboys, their biggest thing is obviously there's a coaching change, but Dak Prescott's coming back. And when Dak Prescott plays majority of the season, if he misses a couple of games here or there, but plays the majority of the season, they've never had a losing record. They've made the playoffs the majority of the time. This is a team that obviously they have other players that they have to rely on, but when Dak Prescott can be healthy for them, generally they're a team that is very competitive in the division, is most likely going to the playoffs or coming very close to doing so. And then it's hard for me to not have the Giants at fourth right now, just because
they deserve it.
Seen what they're going to be. And obviously Russell Wilson sounds like he's going to be the starter, and he was in the playoffs last year, but is he, are the Giants, do they have as much of a roster as the Steelers did last year? They got a lot better this draft with Abdul Carter, Darius Alexander. Malik Neighbors is a great target to throw to. But also then there's how much pressure is Brian Dable under? How much pressure is Joe Shane under? How does that affect, if you drop a couple of games early in the season, how does the locker room stick together knowing that like any day now you could find out your coach has been fired midseason? So I think the Giants have had a really great draft so far. I think that if this really is like the make or break year for them, they've set themselves up for making it. But until I see it, it's hard to say like, oh yeah, they're gonna go from what, worst to first in the division.
Yeah. I will say I think the division will be much more competitive this year because
definitely.
I'm not going to say the Giants are going to have a winning season. I think their schedule is completely tough. Their schedule is tough as hell. I don't know how the Cowboy fans would look at their schedule, but our schedule is brutal. The Eagles will be the Eagles. I think the Commanders, those, whether they win as many games as they did last year, I think they'll still be in the mix. The Cowboys, I think they'll, drop off a little bit, but I just don't see anyone being less than four wins.
Right.
Something like that. And I don't think the Giants are even going to be less than 4 wins. I think they'll be like, 5 to 7, 5 to 8, something in that range.
Yeah, I think for one of these teams to be that bad, it needs to, you would need to have like an injury to a key player like quarterback or your best pass rusher or receiver, something like that.
Yeah.
Which hopefully doesn't happen.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. David, where can people find you and what you do?
Yeah, you can find me on social media on Twitter /X at _DH44 _. I'm also on Blue Sky. I'm a little bit more active on Blue Sky lately. I think it's the same exact handle. I think it's DH44. There's no underscores at Blue Sky. And then you can get all my written work on bloggingtheboys.com. Been very, very busy the last few days with the draft, and we'll have things coming out over the next few days about what the Cowboys did, and then we're also tracking very closely what the other NFC East teams did, because unfortunately, I think they've all had some pretty good drafts, and Giants, obviously, I think being the best of them. I'm not entirely sold on Jackson Dart, but
neither am I.
You got Joe Shane had to finally draft a quarterback, and
I
so
agree with that.
We'll see if he did as well as the last time that he was part of a team that drafted a quarterback with Josh Allen. But yeah, I'm excited to see how everything plays out in this new NFC East.
Yeah. Good luck rooting against Cam Scatterbo. I know that's going to be a pain in the thorn in your side. Definitely looking forward to see what the division looks like for this upcoming season. Again, I don't think it's going to be not competitive. I think it's going to be very competitive. And of course, we'll, obviously Giants Cowboys play twice. So we'll definitely chat. We'll definitely have you on again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me on. Always great chatting with you. And yeah, I'm going to hate watching Cam Scatterbo. I got multiple texts from multiple people when he was drafted saying like, oh my God, are you okay?
Take it easy, David. Later, man. All right. I will be right back, and then we're going to get to a full Giants panel. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah. Not the first, not the last error of the draft. Okay. Sir Donald.
The marathon continues, brother. How long are you going for?
5 hours and 4 minutes.
5 hours?
Yep.
That is commitment, brother. That's unbelievable work.
Well, listen, there's two things to that. Number one is, as I said, like probably about halfway through or 4 hours through it went so much. It's gone so much better than last year because, you had people dropping out the last minute. It was like really my first time getting all these different writers and content creators in, and I didn't get answers and stuff like that. I mean, I didn't get a full booking, but a lot of people, showed up. A lot of great analysis, a lot of great talk. And yeah, man, I mean, obviously I want a successful day 3 stream because it's extremely long. I mean, we're not going to go for the full thing, at least because I'm looking to end around 6:30 because we have a Pats guy coming on at 6. But yeah, no, I mean, this has been great thus far. And you know what also has been great? And Sunil, I think you just missed it. You just missed the Cowboys guy. You just missed the Cowboys guy that I had on.
Oh, my heart bleeds.
See, as my uncle says, me heart bleeds. How about the draft class of the Giants, bro?
Did we, ladies and gentlemen, have the perfect class this year?
I have never been happier. I wasn't this happy last year.
I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this. How did we manage to get basically roundabout every main target?
Let me see something. I might be delirious, but let me check something.
Dude, you wanted Bo in the 3rd round.
Yep.
Got him in the 5th. You loved Scatterbo.
Let's see.
Got him in the 4th.
Yeah. Let's see. Because I'm trying to go back to my last mock draft. Well, I was close, right? So Abdul Carter, I'm not taking credit for that because anyone could have guessed that. I had Scatterbo at 99, not 105.
Unbelievable.
So I was this close, but dude, I mean,
And Leonard, everybody was like calling Leonard can't miss. Guy absolutely mauled at the Senior Bowl. You know, people at the start of the day were saying, if Leonard falls to the Giants, they've got to take him. It's all worked out really freaking well. Crazy.
they've not hit the 7th yet, Brad. They've not hit the 7th. I literally said it on Twitter. I said, "Yo, if Joe Shane takes a kicker and a long snapper for the next 2 picks, I don't give a shit."
Yeah. Now he's in a position where it doesn't really matter in the 7th round.
Yeah, you can take another quarterback if you want.
Whatever. I just saw McCord from Syracuse went to the Eagles.
Should order the Browns.
What is that about?
I have no friggin'.
Did you see the quarter? Did you see their draft room? They
No,
looked
I
like
didn't.
they were held under hostage, man.
Oh my god.
When they announced it, they looked like they were held at hostage. Why would they select 2 quarterbacks in the same draft? What are they doing in Cleveland?
I mean, listen, I get it. The Patriots did it last year. They picked 2 good quarterbacks. They got good value to it. They selected Drake May and Joe Milton, who they traded for a 5th after 1 game against the Bills. 1 game literally got him a 5th round pick, right? 10 years ago, RG3 and Kirk Cousins makes sense because it worked out in a sense. This I don't get because your quarterback room sucks.
Right.
Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, you pick Gabriel over Shedeur, and then you pick Shedeur two rounds later. Like,
So
Shedeur might be the best.
What's their game? Do you think they think they're going to trade?
I mean,
One of them?
they traded for Pickett. Flacco is on a 1-year, $4 million deal. I just like, if you cut Kenny Pickett, they probably got him for peanuts and Cracker Jack. Let's see. Because Joe Flacco is like a capable starter. Unless they want a tank. Exchange for a 5th round pick. So he might be the one that gets cut. It's just a weird strategy.
So there's a good chance that Sanders maybe gets cut.
Like, are they trying to tank?
I don't know what they're doing.
Good.
Well, they've now drafted a problem quarterback.
Small hands, past his prime.
I just wonder what they're going to do with Shedeur.
You essentially put him in hell. I think that's the end.
But he has to compete with 4 quarterbacks. And clearly, the organization didn't want him. If they wanted him, they would have drafted him rounds before.
You know how many times they passed on him?
Like 5?
6.
6 times. They didn't want him.
6 times.
They didn't want him. I think it was pressure from ownership.
Pressure from somebody.
There has to be pressure from somebody. Maybe the league.
Probably because they didn't like the outrage. They said, "Browns, you're going to take the fall for this."
It must be. There's obviously something more to this. Because obviously this whole stupid racism scandal, which is insane.
Don't forget the Browns way overpaid for Watson. Yeah, but he's not going to play this year. Another failed asset.
Maybe their thinking is, we select him. We don't want him, but if he maybe balls out in preseason, we could maybe trade him for a 5th or 6th round pick to a team that needs a quarterback, and he can be someone else's problem. Get an asset.
It's just like, what? For the Browns, why would you go through that trouble? Look, if you're going to do that, okay. Right? And I'm not saying you're totally wrong or whatever. Why would you select Gabriel then?
Well, obviously they preferred Gabriel over Shedeur because they were shaking him first. So I think they've got more invested in Gabriel than they do Shador.
Yeah, because Gabriel was a 3rd-round pick.
Right. So there'll be more money invested in Gabriel. So, what a mess. That's a mess over in Cleveland.
I do not want to be a part of that.
I don't think that's wise decision making, man.
I can't even like.
Oh man, interestingly, Baltimore just took Aeneas Peebles. He's one of the guys I like.
Let's see, 1, 2, 9 picks, still the Giants.
Any idea? By the way, is Tez Johnson gone?
Good question. You know who's also not gone? Xavier Restrepo.
Restrepo?
Pretty sure Restrepo's not been taken.
Interesting.
I just don't understand. Let's see. We're in round 6. Yeah, Restrepo and Tez Johnson are still available.
Oh my god.
That's murder.
God, man.
Ludicrous.
Tez Johnson was great in the Senior Bowl. He burned people alive.
No, he did. I just don't like the only reason I mean, if somebody in the chat knows, please enlighten us. Like, the only reason I could think is maybe injury. I don't know what injury he would have. Or B, that nobody takes stock in Oregon receivers anymore because they all suck.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I watched him for Oregon. I thought he was good.
No, yeah, no, he was good, yeah.
I liked him. I always kind of had an eye out on this guy.
Who's a bigger mess, Dallas or Cleveland? I'm gonna go Cleveland. I know I'm gonna make Sunil angry, but it's gonna be Cleveland because at least Dallas will win like 7, 8, 9 games. I think.
I hated that the Browns also took Sampson.
They took Judkins and Sampson.
That's a shitty situation for Sampson, man. He's too good to be like a 3rd choice running back.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna pull up like a PFN mock draft just so I can see who's available. Fast solo draft.
I quite like the fact that the Steelers took Jack Sawyer. He's not the best athlete, but he's a tough dude.
Yeah, they're adding to that defensive line. They also took Will Howard.
Yeah.
A little insurance. I believe Nick Chubb is still a free agent. Yeah, almighty. That injury really fucked him over.
Oh, he's a free agent. Right. I thought he was actually still contracted there.
No.
That's interesting. Okay, well, in that case, then it'll be kind of like a dual threat, and that's not so bad.
Yeah, Colts drafted Riley Leonard. Yeah, make all the Duke jokes. Because you got Jones, Riley Leonard. They've always had a knack for developmental quarterbacks, though. Sam Ehlinger, Jacob Eason, who is dog shit. I mean, I could probably play quarterback better than him.
Hayden Connors has been taken by the Cardinals.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess while this mock draft is running and I get to see who's available, here's my scouting report on Bo. Athletic, 2nd-level blocking, nasty demeanor. Yeah, he puts guys on his ass. Angle perception, those are my strengths. Weaknesses is hand placement, leaning, inconsistent footwork, and opening hips. Right now, I rate him as a better run blocker, which honestly, this offensive line kind of does need.
We need. I think there's starting caliber upside there.
Oh, I do too. I think one of my buddies was texting me. He's like, do you see a spot on the offensive line for him? I said, yeah. It's either going to be he replaces GVR, or he's going to replace Illuminor. But I would not, unless Illuminor stinks this season, I wouldn't let him go.
No, I agree. I like Illuminor. I think that was actually an astute signing. Yeah, I mean, he's now in a good position where there's not going to be too much pressure on him as a 5th round pick, so he can learn. as a backup guard, and then maybe he can get a starting spot at some point later on in the season. But I see it. He's a good run blocker. He's a tough dude. Puts people on his ass. I like that.
Yeah.
I want my offensive lineman to have a bit of a nasty streak. He's got it.
Yeah. I got a funny story to share, but I also have another funny thing here. After Shedeur Sanders was selected, he downed himself and then decided to jump in his pool. Took off his shirt, jumped in the pool. Maybe he wanted to drown. I don't know.
Hayden Conner is not that bad a selection. I quite liked him. He didn't allow any sacks last year.
Sanders earned $6 million in Colorado. Now he gets $350K. Yeah, it was like, okay, he's not going to get a 5th-year option. Okay, he's not going in the 2nd or 3rd round, and then boom. But the funny story with Bo is when we went to interview him. This is notable because Purdue is a rival of Notre Dame, and I go up to him, whatever. He asks me, because I had Luca with me. He goes, "Are you with this guy?" I say, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "Can you tell him to take that hoodie off?" And he's joking around, obviously. Notre Dame is a Purdue rival, and they beat the shit out of Purdue that year. So it was all so I remember that. I'm like, yeah, it's all for jokes and fun. And I loved that. And then, as I said, I loved the interview I did with him. I'm really proud. And like, here's the thing, right? I know Jacob was talking earlier. And Lou, when we had him on the stream as well, was talking about the patella tendon injury. At this point in the game, like, who gives a shit? In my opinion, you're in the 5th round. Like, remember a couple of years ago when Trey Smith was supposed to be a 2nd-round pick? He had heart and blood clot issues. Went to the 5th, 6th round, and he's now franchise tagged by the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, it's a 5th round guy.
Right. Offensive lineman in football.
And you know what I'll say right now? Right? Bo has the potential. I'm not going to say he is. The potential to be the best lineman that Joe Shane has drafted. And that's kind of sad, but it's true.
Dude, he's probably right, almost there, to be honest. Like, what's the competition?
Oh, man. Marcus McKeithen's no longer on the team.
Marcus McKeithen. Who else? Evan Neal. Who else?
John Michael Schmitz.
I think he's probably already there.
Yeah, he might. I will leave it as he's probably on the level, little worse than John Michael Schmitz. But I don't think Schmitz is. I mean, I have to look at his game and intensify it to see where he actually struggles. But no, I mean, Bo has some serious upside.
Yes.
And just,
I don't think it'll take too long for him to be the best offensive.
I can't wait to see him in camp. And I know you were talking yesterday. Oh yeah, I want to come up for camp. I mean, Scatabo and Bo.
What are your thoughts on Scatabo?
I know Disgruntled was talking about some comments about how, he drinks a couple of 40s before a game, or, he does have a person. I don't want to say Shedeur Sanders personality, but like that college frat boy personality. I mean, coming from Arizona State, that doesn't surprise me. But as a player, man, one of my main eyes was like, dude, you got to go get a power back, and that's what they did. And you could see he was emotional and just so excited to be drafted by the Giants. So now you have him and Tyrone Tracy. Singletary can fuck off.
Woohoo!
Eric Gray may not be a thing.
That's great news.
So he's wrong. He's righting his wrongs. Is the way I see it. He's righting his wrong.
His process has actually improved like crazy levels, Joe Shane. But yeah, Scatabo. You know what I like about him? He was like, wasn't he like their entire offense? The entire offense.
I'm gonna look at his numbers.
Literally the entire offense, man.
I don't know anyone else that was selected out of Arizona.
Like, right, exactly. But I watched that playoff game, man, that went into overtime. He did everything. He carried the ball like 28 times. It was crazy. The usage. Do you know that game that went into like double overtime and then
I heard about it. Yeah, I didn't watch it. I heard about it though.
I watched it. He scored a couple touchdowns. He did everything in that game. He carried it like 28 times. He also had to catch it from the backfield a bunch of times. He was their entire offense. And I remember taking notes on him because I was kind of paying attention to him because I thought that he might fall in our range. Here we go. He was in the top 3 percentile in terms of production in college football because of the usage, because he's just a workhorse, and that's a great sign. So yeah, he might not have the healthiest freaking like lifestyle right now, but I think that's going to be wiped out.
If he loves football,
he loves football. Dable ain't going to allow too much messing around.
Forcing around, no.
So, I think that's great. I think, he's a workhorse. He's durable. He's a leader because he was the leader of that Arizona State team. He was the absolute leader of that team. And he was their offense.
Yeah.
So, I liked it. Now, my personal preference is a little different from others. I prefer like faster running backs. I've always kind of preferred that with breakaway speed, especially because obviously we lost Saquon Barkley. But Tyrone Tracy will obviously be having that covered for the most part. And now we've got kind of like a thunder and lightning thing. We've got like an Ahmad Bradshaw versus the white Brandon Jacobs. He's like the white Brandon Jacobs, this guy. He's going to run through you. And he's kind of a leader. And he's tough as shit. I like it.
Yeah. That's, as I said, that's what I wanted. And obviously the Raiders just got their franchise quarterback and Montana State quarterback Tommy Millott. But that, as I said, that's what I wanted because, Tyrone Tracy, I could give two shits about the fumbling problems. I think that's going to get fixed. But I was concerned because you remember early in the season, I mean, in that game where Tyrone Tracy had 100 some odd yards against, who was it, Seattle?
Yeah.
Who was the goal line back that game? It was Eric Gray, and he ended up fumbling it to the other house. So that's where I'm like, yo, we need a power back, and that's not Eric Gray.
Dude, our whole running back team had fumble problems. Singletary fumbled the ball a bunch of times. So did Gray. Gray was ass. Tracy, I didn't really count. He had the worst thing was the fumble that he had in Germany. That was like totally. That can't happen.
I kind of rooted for that because I was rooting for.
Oh yeah, of course, but
in reality, yeah, you can't.
In reality, that was like the only like egregious fumble.
Yeah.
But he was kind of like a breakout.
Yeah.
But no, I'm excited about Cam Scotabo. He's obviously doesn't have the quickest like first step or anything like that, but he's just a bulldozer.
And you don't need to, again, like when you're going on the field, right, and you start your drive, he's not going to be that back. He's not. They didn't draft him to be that back. He's not going to be that back. So Tyrone Tracy likely is back there.
Exactly.
And when it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, you don't have to do all this jazzy nonsense. I'm going to run the T option offense. No, Scatabo up the middle.
Facts.
For extra yards.
And I'm all right with it. He'll rack up the touchdowns.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Scatabo last year, 21 touchdowns, 1,711 yards, 5.8 yards per carry, 131.6 yards per game.
But yeah, I as I say, I watched the the ASU Sun Devils and Texas Longhorns in the 2025 Peach Bowl. I remember that. Scatterbo was crazy in that game. I think that he had, in the quarterfinal, he had 143 rushing yards and 99 receiving yards.
That's nuts.
And 3 combined touchdowns. So as I was saying, he is their entire offense. So we might even be downplaying him that he's just like a power back. He's like an every down back for them, where he put up almost 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in a playoff quarterfinal. And we got him in the 4th round. Are we serious?
Yeah, and he threw a 42-yard pass for a touchdown.
Right, he did.
So, emergency 4th quarterback, Cam Scatterbo.
So, that's exciting. 30 carries, 143 rushing yards, plus 2 rushing touchdowns, 99 receiving yards on 8 receptions, plus the 42-yard touchdown. So he was the first FBS player since Christian McCaffrey to finish with 100 rushing yards, 50 receiving yards, a touchdown pass, and a rushing touchdown in a single game.
Donald, I have a perfect meme that's going to be displayed in about a minute. And I think every Giants fan is gonna appreciate this, and they'll be able to resonate with it, or whatever. It will be able to resonate with it. Here we go.
Look at us. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Look at us.
3-14.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
Not me.
Not us. Not me.
My God.
Ugh. 1 pick away from the 7th round.
Yep.
They really don't give a shit on day 3, do they? We've had puppies.
We've had Sugar Sanders highlights. Yeah, that's day 3.
We had them in Mexico. We've had them. It's like they're just like.
Donald, do you want to announce the next Giants pick over in Scotland? You broadcast it on
yeah, might as well. Come on over. Who's this cowboy?
Brad Paisley. He's a country music guy.
Oh God.
He used to be on the Nationwide commercials with Peyton Manning.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why he's there though.
As I say, they don't give a shit in day 3. It's just like
puppies and trampolines and cheese.
Trampolines?
And water balloons and God knows what else.
So do they actually announce do they actually have people to come and announce these picks, or do they just not even televise it?
Some 4th round you'll see some. Like the Patriots' first 4th round pick, they did not, and nobody announced it. It was just on the screen.
Why don't they announce every pick?
I don't know. I guess they see that there's no meaning, in their opinion, not ours.
I know. It's just like, do I really want to listen to an interview with a country music star and some, trampoline artists? I don't care. Just announce the freaking pick that these people like you. And all these people that fucking spend hours, like me, spending hours and hours going through film for these particular dudes in day 3, and they don't even get the recognition of having their name called. I think that sucks. It sucks for the player too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You should. I would feel a little disheartened, and also as well, the pick is in. You see that on the screen. You got to wait 2 friggin' minutes, and then they finally showcase this is the pick. Just show us the pick, dude. But Donald, they need the ratings. They need the ads, the advertising money, the ad revenue.
It is about ad revenue. So we are very close to our pick.
I have a prediction.
Okay.
Because I'm just throwing shit at the wall.
Reliable source.
No, this is not about. This is me talking.
Okay.
Watch the Giants select Howard Cross III,
Okay.
defensive tackle, Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I mean, obviously that would be a wish of yours, right?
Well, yeah, but also the Giants connection because Howard Cross, obviously,
Yeah.
his father. So, I mean, at this point, again, you're throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. But I will say, here's the best on the board right now. Tez Johnson still hasn't been taken. Xavier Restrepo. Offensive tackle Logan Brown. This next guy I would want because I think he could fit our system. Cornerback Kobe Bryant from Kansas.
Yep. I can see that.
Running back Damian Martinez. Don't need running back. Quinn Ewers is still available. Let's see. They could actually no because they already went running backs. Manangai. Joshua Gray. He's a guy that is very nasty.
They did a ton of work on safeties. Do you think they'll maybe
as a depth spot? Maybe. Seth McLaughlin, Ohio State center. Jake Majors, center from Texas. Peebles is gone. Jared Ivey, edge from Ole Miss.
Okay.
Isaiah Bond fell, obviously, because of the arrest. Clay Webb or Holland Pierce wouldn't be bad. I know you're double dipping at offensive line, but Holland Pierce can play all over the line. Cody Lindenberg, special team linebacker. Well, we could also select a kicker because Graham Gano is getting older. Safety Dan Jackson out of Georgia. Safety Maxon Hook from Toledo.
Denver just took a punter?
Yeah. Jeremy Crawshaw. Curtis Rourke, quarterback. Indiana. Willie Lampkin, offensive guard from North Carolina. Jimmy Horn Jr., Colorado. Sebastian Castro, safety, Iowa. Yeah, I mean, you're just,
Let's see here.
Defense. Yeah, safety. I just listed a few. Three picks, Donald.
Here we go.
Ugh. 3 picks away. Let me do something real quick. Folks, just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the like button, comment, and subscribe. Turn on post notifications so you know when a live stream pops or you drop. Sub up to Pinstripe Chronicles, and also follow Donald on Twitter. You know they go live. Was it three times a week? Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
Yep.
And the Yankees did not play today due to rain, so we didn't need a distraction after Devin Williams.
Excellent news.
That just paved the way for a good day,
Oh yeah. I don't have the mental space to do the draft plus any other sport right now.
No.
Draft all the way.
Yep, and then the Knicks tomorrow.
I know. I didn't even watch that last Knicks game.
Oh no!
I was doing the draft.
I thought you taped it.
I did. I just don't got around to it because I know the score. But okay, the Cowboys pick is in. What are your thoughts? Because obviously you spoke to the Cowboys guy. Was he down on the draft class this year?
He does find upside in the Tyler Booker pick because, his athleticism isn't there, but for downhill running, it's not going to be much of an issue.
Right.
He obviously thinks that there's good upside with Jalen Blue, the running back that they picked out of Texas, because he's got a lot of great speed. He ran like a 4.3 or something at the combine or his pro day, whichever it was. But those are the main picks we talked about. For the Cowboys.
They did take that linebacker who.
Let's see.
Who we quite liked.
Where the hell was it? Shamar James or Ezraku?
Ezraku.
Yeah, Ezraku. Yeah, he said he's good for that role. And then they also selected Johnny Cornelius the offensive lineman from Oregon who plays tackle and guard. So, as you know, as I said to him, it's going to be a competitive division this year in terms of not the top, but filing down to
We
it.
clearly had the better draft. No doubt about it.
Oh yeah, Jay Toya. They like their UCLA defensive tackles. All right, what kickers are on the board? I know none of these names except for Caden Davis and Ryan Fitzgerald. So
No, I know Toya. He's a big dude, 340 pounds. Big dude. Was he at the Senior Bowl?
no, Toya wasn't. If we get Kobe Bryant here, who could be a potential high end backup, I mean, as I said, I really don't care what they do here. They could select a friggin' punter.
I wanted to take advantage and get a receiver.
If they select Tez Johnson, Donald's going to be.
I'd be dancing, bro. I've always wanted Tez Johnson.
Yeah, the thing with obviously Jacob. The thing with Bond was his arrest, but at this point, it's a fucking 7th round pick.
There's no reason not to take his flyer on him in the 7th round.
Yeah, if I will say this: if he was still alive, may he rest in peace. Kyron Lacey would have been in contention here.
Yeah, what happened to Kyron Lacey again?
Oh, he killed himself.
Oh god, that's horrible.
Yeah. Joel Pritchett, DeQuan Felton, yeah. Tez Johnson ranked 93.
What?
No, I said
ranked 93.
He was by Pro Football Network. He was ranked 93, and Restrepo at 107.
And we're at 218.
Yep.
Holy shit!
All right, Giants are on the clock.
Let's look at our receiver room.
Yes.
Jack Nelson got drafted, so he is available for us. Holy shit! Take him. Neighbors, Slayton,
Robinson,
Hyatt, awful.
Pascal, Lil Jordan Humphrey. I think he's a gadget player, but he's good. Then it's Ford Wheaton, who everyone tries to convince me that he's something. Montreal, Washington.
Basically, got 4 receivers. They should definitely be getting.
Yeah, I would use one. Why not?
Oh, definitely, because they don't even like Hyatt.
No, the guy they traded up for.
All right, the Giants pick was in immediately.
Jacob Notez is not a big receiver. He is more the smaller type. But again, here, and Wandale's contract is up after the season, no?
Wanda sucks anyway.
I just remember that draft night. I'm like, who?
Dude will make 100 catches and his overall stat line would be 150 yards. He has no yak. None. He just catches it and falls down.
There's your tight end, folks. Let me get the scouting report on this guy.
Well, so we didn't get him?
No, we got Thomas Fadone, Nebraska tight end.
Oh, why? Who is this guy?
Let's see. There was something about him.
What's going on with Tez Johnson? Why is nobody picking him?
That's a good question. All right, Brian scouting report, 5th round, so he's now in the 7th. Great, exceptional hands, consistent catching passes within his radius, powers through tackles, strong yak producers, advanced football IQ, shows good sink and drive ability to quickly exit routes, reliable hands, good red zone target. He is 6'6", 255 as of this measurement, but let me look at his combine measurements because he might be bigger, he might be smaller. Let's see, Fadone. Tommy Fadone. 6'5", 243. So he's a big boy. What else? Why he's here? 2 ACL surgeries. Not great speed, loose explosiveness. Struggles against stronger edge defenders, and must work on physical strength. So he is a pass-catching tight end, per Brian.
Do we have a ton of tight ends?
We do. We have Theo. We have Bellinger, who is the redheaded stepchild. Chris Mannertz and Greg Dulcich.
I felt that we needed a receiver more. We needed a tight end.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting to see who falls to 240 whatever. But
And we've got no cap space in order to sign a receiver.
let's take a look.
Because I'm thinking about this now. I'm thinking, wait a minute, our receiver core kind of sucks.
About $1 million.
No, that's not good.
Unless you say that is like not counting against the top 53. Unless you just you sign somebody who's like a low risk, high reward type guy. Yeah, 246. I mean, I'm not gonna. I hope I'm not to speak into this existence, but like Slayton's been relatively healthy. Neighbors just had a concussion because he was getting the ball thrown to him 947 times last year by Daniel Jones. And then Wandale, I mean, that's why you would probably draft a Tez because, you know, his you kind of worry about his size a little bit in his long term.
They obviously got well invested in Wandale, but
yeah,
he has no yak. Every time he gets hit, he's just down.
I mean, his separation's good, but he has no catch radius. His catch radius is
no
this.
catch radius. It's like that. Anything above his head, forget about it. Anything to his left or right of him, forget about it. So I think he's incredibly overrated by the organization. High as garbage because he's got no route running ability, and none of us are that high on Slayton because he's got one of the worst drop numbers in the league. So we've kind of just got one receiver.
One reliable one.
Yeah.
And you kind of hope that Theo Johnson comes back like really healthy.
Yeah, well, he's a tight end, but I mean, we've really only got 3 receivers and you have to hope that none of them gets hurt.
Yeah.
There's no depth there.
Or
so actually, you know what? The way I think about it, we should have gone receiver. But it's not a great draft for it.
No, it's not. I mean, you see like Tez and Restrepo falling, but and I'm not defending it, but there's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what the reason is. Although Restrepo, he doesn't really have any. He's obviously a slot guy purely.
Yeah, he's not as good as
speed or anything like that.
And I also would have wanted. He got taken already. Ayomanor from Stanford. I think he went to Tennessee. Let me take a look. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, he went to Tennessee. And then the Lions, being the powerhouse that they are, friggin' drafted what's his face, Miles Frazier, someone who I mean, we got Bo, so I don't really care, but that's just a team that drafts really well.
Jonah Monheim is going to the Jacksonville Jags. You weren't a big fan.
No.
Clearly, nobody else was. 7th round pick.
I think that's what I had him. And Brian, if he's still in chat, could back me up on Monheim. I was not. Yeah, he was not. As I said, he wasn't winning too many reps. Let's see. Monheim. Here we go. 6th round pick value. So I was rating him higher than he was taken. Strengths: recognizing stunts, solid angle perception, run blocking. Weaknesses: balance, footwork, tall frame. You really don't like that for a center. Pad level, soft shoulder, and oversetting.
But isn't that the same problem that we have with John Michael Schmitz with the whole that whole tall frame situation with him?
No, if anything, he's undersized.
You think so? I think he's really tall.
Let me look at his size. Some way, whether it's height or weight, the thing about him is he's undersized. That's at least the narrative.
Yeah, weight wise for sure.
6'4", 320. I think he's got the height. I mean, because you usually don't want too tall of a center.
No, he seems a little. I don't know. There's something wrong with him anyway.
Yeah, the obviously has been working out. So, who's this? Some guy. Yeah. Here we go. Stump the truck. That's what we're doing on day 3 now, Donald.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. Truck versus world. What are we doing here?
Jacob, he'd probably take receiver if Tez is still there at 247.
I'm not confident that we're going to go receiver if we didn't go one there. But there's obviously always UDFAs.
Yeah. Yeah, someone might be able to rise from the mist. That's Victor Cruz.
Right. Yeah, I was hoping that they would do a little bit more receiver.
Well, I guess they figured Neighbors is not injury prone. It's just the fact that, hey, Daniel Jones threw to him 947 times last year.
Yeah. Although, if we don't have any other targets to throw to, then it might be quite simple.
Maybe actually use Theo Johnson this time.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, Damian Martinez went to Seattle.
Yeah. Zach
like
Charbonnet Martinez.
I like that for them. That's a. By the way, steal 7th round for Damian Martinez.
Oh yeah.
I had him in the 4th. What did you grade him as?
I'd say 4th, 5th.
Yep. 7th is crazy.
Jacob, pre actual grading and stuff, I'd say A- B+. I mean, the dart.
I'm actually going A+.
Okay. I mean, the dart trade A. You know, it's not a risky, like, it's a cheap trade, as you mentioned.
Exactly.
Dude, the people in the truck cam are celebrating more than the actual draft picks.
So, obviously, I put it on mute, but what does this truck versus world mean?
Truck's the production crew, I'm guessing, for the NFL Network versus I don't know. It's all day 3 shenanigans.
Yeah.
They might as well just have honestly, they might as well have a circus. It's just like have a clown, have a clown in the background.
Right.
Have like a petting zoo.
Why don't they just make it a concert? Just have some fucking musicians come and fucking play. I'd be more interested in that than watching morons speak for 6 hours. And they're not even breaking down any of the players that have been drafted.
No, they're probably what they're doing is they're talking about other stuff, and then they have little sections of film for little, and little is the key word here, Donald. Little sections of film.
Less than that.
Tom Grossi announcing the Packers pick. As I said, Donald's going to announce the 247 from Scotland for us.
It didn't even come up, though.
I mean, I'd rather watch that.
I was in commercial.
watch that at least. I wonder what I would do if Aaron Boone ever announced a Giants draft pick. He probably would be hexed.
Mel Kiper just went scorched earth. He's just berating people. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. See, he's going on a tangent.
Yeah, literally berating people. I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Let me guess. It has something to do with Shador.
It's everything to do with Shador.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's basically saying that no one knows what they're doing. No organization knows what they're doing regarding quarterbacks, and it's all like conspiracy, blah, 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 blah.
32 NFL teams versus Mel Kiper.
Well, there's a reason why no one listens to Mel Kiper anymore.
Yeah, he's kind of, it's gone past him.
Oh, it's long gone past him because he's sworn by Daniel Jones. That's enough for me. But this one might be a step too far for him. This particular
calm down, buddy. Like
insult, fucking mess that he just started roaring at people. Kenton Crawford, no idea who he is.
Let's see, what the hell does this say? One note on the Giants roll regarding the last 2 days. From a salary cap standpoint, they are finally in a place where they could afford to take the best players available with every pick. I mean, yeah. I was looking at what's his face? Schrager's thing. I mean, yeah, of course, because like they could have selected the best players 2 years ago. They didn't, but now we're there. Well, yeah, Brad. I mean, also as well, our buddy DJ LeMahieu is very close to coming back.
The Steelers selected Yaya Crawford. Dude, I saw him getting completely eaten alive by Wyatt Nolan in the Senior Bowl. I was not.
Yaya Black, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Yaya Black. I was not impressed with him at all. Were you?
Black was on and off because like the latter end of the Senior Bowl practices, like Thursday was probably his best day. Other than that, he was pretty invisible.
Yeah, he didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, we arguably have taken BPA in each pick except 219. Well, they also didn't take BPA with Jackson Dart. So yeah,
how's that guy Sean doing with the Steelers draft?
Well, I mean, he's at the Rail Riders game right now, but I don't know how he feels about the Howard pick. Obviously, he didn't like
his mind to day one. He did not like it at all.
No. What was I going to say? They should have selected more offensive line because I don't think they did. You know, that's an issue for them. And obviously, we don't know where the hell Aaron Rodgers is going to go. So I don't know, Donald. I mean, listen, we have multiple weeks and multiple months and multiple years to determine if the Giants actually had a good draft class.
That's true.
But I would say me being laughed at turned out all right for myself.
I didn't like you getting laughed at, brother. And I didn't even want him. And I just thought, it's really, there's nothing to be laughing at. It's like, as if anyone knows with the quarterbacks this year.
Oh.
No one knows except Cam Ward. It's the only one that you know. The rest is completely regarding development and upside and if they work out or not.
Hey, look, it's the first pick announced in like 1,500 picks. Like, is anyone listening at this point?
Of course, it's the Steelers.
They got to make their grand entrance. Like I remember me and you at this point in 2 years ago were pissed at Jordan Riley and Javarius Owens.
Well, we weren't wrong.
No. Owens is not on the team, and Jordan Riley basically has been kicked out, if you think about it. He didn't play a lot last year, and now with Darius Alexander, it doesn't look good.
Kevin Blue Balls, Pat Tillman Foundation.
Kevin Blue Balls?
Yeah, his name's Kevin Blue Balls.
Yeah, Blue Balls. Oh, yeah. Good pick, Steelers. Ah, that's the guy I wanted. I mean, that's okay. That's okay. Everything's
24, 13 all Big Ten. 100 plus tackles and 3 interceptions.
Oh, man.
I would have liked that better than who we took.
Damn. Well. I want to get Donald's answer on this before I get my answer. Donald Jacob asks, where does Bo fit in?
I think similar to the. I mean, if I was to draw it up, it would be similar to the way that we had with Ahmad Bradshaw and Brandon Jacobs.
Oh, he means Marcus Bo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Scatterbo. I thought you said Scatterbo. Sorry. Marcus Bo. I think he's someone that will play like backup guard behind Van Roten. And then if he impresses, obviously I think he'd be like if there's any injuries, then he'd be the first to step in. And I think that you might see him possibly getting a starting role by the end of the year.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this as much. I mean, put aside the 2023 draft where they had Schmitz and that was good value, and the 49ers just took quarterback Curtis Rourke from Indiana, coming off an ACL injury. But they actually got good value for an O lineman, right? Because Bo was supposed to go in 3 or possibly 2, and they got him in 5, right? Zudu was supposed to be a 5 or a 6. They got him in the 3rd. McKeithen, nobody knew who that was. They got him in the 5th, and he's not on the roster. So something must have changed in a good way.
Their process, they did better work.
Yeah, they definitely.
Credit to Shane, man.
No, yeah, credit.
I'll always, if there's something to praise, then I'll always praise. You know? I mean, it was never anything personal. It was just like before the process was all over the place. They didn't scout well enough because they were taking flyers on dudes that wouldn't have even gotten drafted, and they were taking them in the 3rd or 4th round, and it was all just disastrous. But something changed. Whatever their process is with the drafts went a lot better, and they finally have a plan.
Yeah,
that's all we ever asked from our organization: have a plan. They're now following through with that plan. So they've earned the right to see if it comes to fruition. And that's absolutely fine. So let's see how it goes. Man.
And
I hope it works out.
Yeah. And then to contrast with another team, Donald, do the Yankees have a plan?
I don't know what their identity is.
I would have said no, but that's an even better answer.
But no, it's more, it's a more nuanced answer because I don't necessarily know. I think their identity is as a young team with upside. But I don't know. I mean, it's still not a bad roster when you think about it, because obviously where they're at, what was it, like 15-11 with really inconsistent production after Aaron Judge, and hoping like 3 really good starters.
Yeah.
And then having your ERA of your star closer, who you made a big trade for, being 11.58 at this point, blowing basically every single outing. The fact that we're still where we're at, number one in the East, 15-11, is actually kind of impressive. So you know what? I'm giving Aaron Boone a lot of credit. I think he's managing very, very well with a very difficult roster. Volpe's been awful for the most part offensively. And I know that it's the popular thing just to be like F Aaron Boone and all that stuff, but I'll be honest, man, I think he's managed very, very well this year. It's a weird roster to manage. It's not the easiest. And he's doing kind of well. Do you not agree?
No, listen, he hasn't fucked too much shit up. I know it's
no, I mean, you know me, man. I've never
yeah.
But I have to just call it similar to Joe Shane. Like if you do something to change my mind that's positive, I think he's done a decent job. As I say, man, it's a weird roster. It's kind of weird though, isn't it? It's like we don't have a third baseman, and we don't have a closer now. We never seem to have a closer anymore. We don't have a closer. We've got Escara, who's like an Uber driver, as your backup catcher, and Volpe he's a very mediocre player. He's not particularly good. And you're kind of trying out Dominguez on the fly. Bellinger looks like a bust really early, so there's a lot of question marks, and also like 3/5 of the rotation can't go any more farther than 4 innings, and he's still managing to get you 4 games above 500, and we'd be a lot more above 500 if Williams hadn't blown like 3 or 4 games already. So it's a weird team. It might surprise you. It's just never going to go anywhere once we reach the playoffs. I just don't think there's enough upside there.
No.
They're going to get absolutely mauled by good teams. But there's a lot of mediocre teams in the American League. And I think the Yankees, thanks to Aaron Judge, who's having this ridiculous season. So, I mean, I walk back all those comments that I had when he was so bad in the playoffs. When you're batting like 500, bro, at this stage, that's stupid. Like, absolutely stupid. So.
Stupid. Wow, Donald giving credit to Boone. Hell is frozen over. Well, I mean, that's just for now. He's giving credit as he should, but let's
exactly. It can all change, man. I'm just
we're in the month of April.
Anything can change, man. Anything can change between now and September, October.
Yeah, just like this draft class may not turn out. Now, hopefully, I'm wrong, but
I have a lot more faith in the Giants than I do the Yankees doing.
I do. Yeah. I second that.
And it makes me feel very weird. But I'm a lot more interested in what the Giants are doing because they have a plan that I can kind of invest in. You know what I'm saying? Even though they don't have the highest ceiling, they have a plan that I can invest in. I'm not entirely sure what the Yankees' plan is because they just came off a World Series and they had a budget. And they kind of lost me at that.
Yeah. Jazz Chisholm, 172 average.
Absolutely awful. Volpe's average is what is that? What's Volpe's average? Like 190.
I'm gonna guess it's like 200. I mean, it's not gonna be 202.
That's awful. Bellinger's batting 170, isn't he?
The fact that listen, look, I didn't expect him to be MVP Bellinger, but come on, 195.
195 is horrible.
It's putrid.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of production. But what Aaron Judge is doing, where he's making up for about 4 or 5 people himself, is just crazy. Right now we got Rich Eisen, and he's watching a bunch of kids run.
Yeah, I need to run a 40 at some point just to see how speedy I would be.
Dude, I'd make it about 20, and I'd be done. I feel like, thanks, guys.
It was fun.
That was fun.
Son of a bitch. Yeah. No, I mean, and listen, look, I don't know if it's like because I haven't spent as much time dealing with the Giants, because obviously I don't want to say a newer fan, but I've followed the Yankees for long enough. It's just like, and maybe because I hate the Twitter base more, I share more of a favoritism towards the Giants. But I'll admit when the Giants are bad and when they don't know what they're doing. But this changes a few things. This changes a few things for me.
Absolutely, it has. I mean, when I heard that Joe Shane got retained, I was angry, as you know. We did a big
Both of us were
it
pissed.
was like, what is the plan here? Like, they've embarrassed themselves in front of the world. The entire world thinks we're like this hilarious joke. We've just handed our arch rivals one of the best players in a generation to go and win them a Super Bowl. That's like brain dead behavior. So, like, I had absolutely no faith in this organization, none. And for me to be sitting here in day 3 of the draft, giving them an A+, for me, speaks volumes about how they've managed to turn this thing around. They've done a 180 where I can now buy into the process. There's not a single move that they've made this year that I can go, what the F are you doing? I kind of buy everything they've done. And it's like, I'm not been in that position as a Giant fan since we had Tom Coughlin. But even then, we had Jerry Reese, and I hated Jerry Reese, and I knew that Jerry Reese was a snake, and he was working against Tom Coughlin. I knew that, so I knew that he was making moves to fuck Tom Coughlin over. I just didn't have the evidence. But the evidence was the draft selections were so freaking terrible. And so I can even predate Jerry Reese then. It's been a long time where I've actually been pretty happy with a general manager. Ernie Accorsi. That's it.
Yeah. How many years? So what I'm going to do now is, for a few minutes, we're going to turn it to the and I'll keep, Donald, I'll keep you on the studio here. I'm going to turn it to somebody we met in Mobile, Alabama, who covers the New England Patriots. Then we're done with him. We're going to have a Giants panel against someone else who's waiting backstage, and then it's going to be done for that. The Dolphins take Quinn Ewers. Interesting.
Ooh.
So, with that said, I'm going to send his link in the chat once I introduce him. We got Mr. Paul Vazella of Paul Talks Pats. As I mentioned, we met him down at the Senior Bowl this year. Brian was mainly the one that was talking with them. And then after the press conference, we proceeded to catch up, trade business cards and stuff like that. Paul, how you doing? What are your thoughts on the Patriots process this far?
Doing well, Alex. First of all, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. Honestly, after years of terrible drafting, I can say I'm finally satisfied with the names that popped up on the cards this year for New England. It's been a hell of a draft for the Patriots.
Yeah, it really started at 4th overall, and you got to love. You had to have been fired up by Will Campbell and what he said, that he's gonna. I'm paraphrasing, of course. That he said, it's going to be every part of me that, blocks for Drake May, in paraphrase, of course. But I'll go quickly back into last season before we come over to the Mike Vrabel era. What were some of the key cogs to the Pats' disastrous season in 24? And I guess I'm not going to ask if Gerard Mayo should have been given the longer leash, because right now it looks like the Vrabel era is working out. But what were some of the key cogs to the disastrous season last year?
Yeah, I mean, you can really look to any point, honestly. It's easier to say the bright spots of the team. Obviously, Drake May had a really good, promising rookie year. You look at Christian Gonzalez, really good year. But honestly, no weapons for Drake May on offense. That was a huge problem. The offensive line, maybe the worst in the NFL, if not definitely bottom 3 unit. And then you look on the defensive side of the ball, really, they dealt with injuries, and that didn't help them. But last in the league in sacks, and that came with a game against the Bears where we had 7 sacks. So, I think it was like a quarter of our sacks came in that one game. So the pass rush wasn't there. The passing game on offense wasn't there. The offensive line was bad, and Ramondre Stevenson had a bad year because of it. So if so much was going on last year, it was tough to find the bright spots for the Patriots, but it's looking like it's going to be good turning around for this upcoming season.
Oh, of course. I mean, one of the first, I would argue, with the first pick that you guys made in this draft, and probably your highest free agent signing, is going to kind of lead into my question. Because it just shows the type of guy that he is. And he was probably one of my top targets if Brian Dable was fired. What type of culture do you think Mike Vrabel is going to instill here? Plus the fact that he's a former Patriot himself.
Yeah. That's the thing. A key thing is that I think he wants people and the media, the fans, to know is, yeah, he played under Bill Belichick, but he's not a disciple of the Bill Belichick coaching tree. And he's going to bring a similar aspect to the culture that Belichick did, but he's going to do it his own way. And he's said it. He wants players to know every single name in the building. He wants them to get a feel and a sense of community in Foxborough. It's not just going to be show up, do your job, and get out, but it's going to be a full experience for every member of the team. And he wants to stay away from those toxic players, which I think you saw factor in who we picked in the draft. And yeah, he's going to be strict, but he can also relate to the players, of course, as he was one. He had a nice long career full of success. So he's going to bring back that winning culture that he learned himself as a player in New England, but he's going to do it in his own way.
Yeah. Going to the quarterback position, obviously y'all selected Drake May last year, and Josh McDaniels is coming back at offensive coordinator. So what improvements are you hoping to see from Drake May in 2025 with McDaniels as the play caller?
Yeah, Drake May was very limited, I think, last year in what he was used in. As far as schematically goes, I don't think Alex Van Pelt was too creative on his play calls there. So this year, I think McDaniels is going to get Drake May using his legs a lot more, scrambling, using designed runs to play to his advantages. And along with that, play action passes, options. He's going to get more creative. Drake May is a great athlete, and he didn't really get to display that last year unless he was, running for his life behind our terrible offensive line. That was the only really time you saw him use his athletic abilities. But he is a gifted runner, and he's a bigger quarterback, so he can take hits in the run game. So I think you're going to see a lot more of that this year, especially with the addition of Henderson now. A lot of options out of the backfield, and Drake May is going to be a big part of that run game. So I'm excited to see how he plays a factor in that aspect of our offense.
You were talking
One of
about
the best plays. Remember that play where the time expired and he kept the play alive? He broke like 6 tackles. He just kept running around in a circle until he got some space, and then he threw a perfect touchdown for overtime. What was that game again? That was incredible.
That was the Titans. Somewhere in the middle.
I was totally in love when he made that play. I was sending it out to people. I was like, "Did you see this? This is unbelievable."
Yeah, that was honestly the one play I remember, because I've tried to forget just about every other play from last year. So,
sorry, Donald. Tez Johnson is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Yeah. I'm very disappointed. Wow. I'm a very sad man right now.
He's very upset. What's up to Luca? He said, just clocked out of work. It was great meeting you in Mobile, Paul. Obviously, I remember, because obviously it's in a piece of video I have. Brian was trying to relate the two, because we had Paul, we had Luca. I know he goes by Patriots Red Zone or Patriots Fan Zone. What was the other guy's name?
Alex.
Of course, he has the same namesake as me, and I forget it. Because Brian was like, it's okay, because it's Patriots, guys, and obviously all the suffering of the bad drafts and all that stuff. You were talking about lack of offensive weapons earlier. Stephon Diggs is now a New England Patriot. He comes back to the division. How much of it is a boost for a talent-depleted wide receiver core?
Yeah, I think the problem with Obviously, you saw the lack of production there, but the Patriots have a ton of wide receiver threes, wide receiver fours, and they were just working with that. And now you finally have that alpha receiver on your team. And it's going to be interesting because Stephon Diggs' game relies heavily on his route running. And with his knee injury, it looks like he's recovering well, but you don't really know if he's going to go back to full health until you see him in pads and on the field against other teams. So hopefully he can return at least very close to what he was, but he is older. So I'm not expecting him to put up those monstrous numbers he was putting up, but definitely something the Patriots have been lacking for years now. Really since Randy Moss. We've had weapons since then, but not that true number one receiver, I think, since Randy Moss. So it's good. It's really good to finally not have to worry about a top target.
Yeah, definitely. And moving to the most treacherous part of the New England Patriots 2024 season, the offensive line. For arguably one of the worst, if not the worst in football, the Patriots have made changes since then. They added Will Campbell. They released David Andrews. They drafted Jared Wilson. They signed Garrett Bradbury. They signed Morgan Moses from the Jets. What are your thoughts on how they invested in this offensive line? And as a second part of that, do you think Jared Wilson is a long-term Bradbury replacement, or is he a guy that's just going to be a backup?
Well, let me just start with just looking on paper. I can at least say that we've upgraded the offensive line because it was really tough to get worse than what it was. So it's looking at least promising, I'll say. I'm not too high on Will Campbell, honestly, as a tackle. I think he can be a good tackle. I don't know if he's going to be an all-pro tackle. I don't think he's going to produce as you would like to see a number 4 overall pick produce, honestly. And I think he could be an all-pro type guard. So Mike Vrabel emphasized pressure up the middle. Not when he was in his introductory press conference after we hired him, that he was specifically mentioned pressure up the middle. So I think he values guards as much as he does tackles, which if you want to agree with it or not, that's up to you. I think the edge is more important to protect, honestly, but that's not how he looks at it. So I think if Will Campbell has to bump in eventually, he will. But he's better than Vidarian Lowe. So that's an upgrade there. Left guard's going to be a competition this year. Center is going to be Bradbury's job, I think, at least for this year. It's because he's on a short-term deal. Right guard, obviously, we have Onwenu still, so he's good. And Morgan Moses holding down the right side of that line. Wilson, as far as he goes, our GM, Elliot Wolf, said that he sees Wilson as a guy that can play both center and guard. So he's a very raw prospect, very athletic, and only has one full year of starting experience at Georgia. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a year to develop, but I see a lot of upside in his game. And who knows, he might compete for that left guard position this year. But long-term, he's going to be our answer at center, I believe. Once Bradbury is used as that bridge, I think we'll see Wilson take over next year and potentially get playing time at left guard this year.
Okay. What did you think of the Travian Henderson pick? I know Donald over here, because he was focused a little bit before we got Scatabo. He was like, yeah, I'm looking at these home run hitters. Quinshon Jenkins went, and then Travion Henderson went. Obviously, both of those guys won the national championship. I mean, is that the best? I mean, as I said, I have to take a long look through the last 10 years of Pat's draft history. Is that like the best running back they've had in a while?
Yeah, I mean, as far as home run ability, that's explosiveness that he has, there's really been no one. We don't have a great history of running backs. And I would say off the top of my head, I can't really think of someone that has really that explosiveness. As far as athleticism goes, I think you could look at guys like Dion Lewis, but obviously he's not producing what you hope Henderson's going to produce as the 38th overall pick. So a very skilled back, and probably one of the most talented we've had in quite some time. So he's going to add a lot to our offense, and I don't think it was that big of a need to take 38th overall. But when you look at the talent, you can't complain too much about where he was taken, because some people were projecting him to go in the first round. And then you also look at, well, who else could we have taken there? Luther Burden would have helped, but he has the character concerns. And like I said, Vrabel's really keen on building that culture here. So I think, in my opinion, that Burden wasn't even on the board for them, and he skipped over him. Maybe you go Ezeraku. You keep him local from BC to New England here. But you don't really – it's not that big of a need. So I'm fine with the Henderson pick, and I think he's going to add a crazy element of explosiveness and playmaking to our offense.
Yeah, definitely. The Patriots had a middle-of-the-pack defense statistically, and then bottom 10 run defense. How would you grade how they have handled the asset management towards the defense? I mean, they brought in Carlton Davis for big money. They brought in Robert Spillane, the former Steelers and Vegas linebacker. They brought in Howard Landry, which is a big boost in terms of pass rush. And, of course, one of the main signings, Milton Williams from Philly. So how do you think they handled the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, I think obviously the defense needed its fair share of improvement. Vrabel knows defense, and he knew it because he coached some of these guys. You look, obviously, Landry was there with Vrabel in Tennessee. Spillane was a captain with the Raiders when McDaniels was the head coach. There's several connections there with our coaches on former teams, and I think that's what they were going for, guys they know that can contribute on the field and culturally, and I think they succeeded a lot in that. And Milton Williams obviously made a name for himself in the Super Bowl in particular. So they spent a lot of money on defense. So they upgraded there. Obviously, just spending money is not good for long-term success. In the short term, you get a lot better. But, you know, they didn't find anyone they're going to have for 10 years probably. I think we have a solid defense now. I would argue top 5. With the duo in our DBs in Gonzalez and Carlton Davis. And then you look at our ability to rush the quarterback now, improved greatly. Run defense, I don't think is going to be top notch. I think that still might be a cause for concern. We'll see how much Spillane contributes to that, but a lot better than last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's a tough, I would say, comparison, not really tough, but, you know, A to Z kind of thing.
Yeah.
In terms of talent to the rest of the division, right? The Patriots, they selected 4th overall for a reason. They did a very good job this offseason, however, cleaning up some holes. How would you rank that within the rest of the division? And what are your expectations for the New England Patriots in September?
I would say I want them to be in that conversation of, you know, when you're looking at the graph of the playoffs, I want them to be in the hunt for, you know, until January. I think if they max out their potential, they could have a 10-win season. I really think we've improved that much, and I'm really not trying to be a homer here when I say that. I'm trying to look at this from an outside perspective. Usually when you look at who's drafting very early in the NFL draft, at least one out of the first 5 to 6 teams make a big jump the next year and will improve by 4 to 5 wins. And I think the Patriots can be that team this year. We had a solid cornerback in Gonzalez. We had a solid quarterback in Drake May, and you built around him very well this offseason. So in terms of the AFC East, the Bills are still going to be the top dogs, but I think we're going to be competing for that second spot in the division and maybe a wild card spot, but I want to be in the hunt. That's my goal this year. Show more promise, know those couple of spots you need to improve on next offseason, and just be fun to watch, be competitive.
Yeah. Any final thoughts?
No, I mean, I'm just super excited. We finally nailed a draft, and it'll be fun to see how it all plays out. Drake May has weapons, so I think we're going to see a lot of improvement from him this year. And on the defensive side, some good playmakers. So things are trending upwards for the Patriots after a couple of years of crashing down, steep decline. So the roller coaster's going up. So I'm excited. It's going to be fun to watch. Hopefully I won't be screaming at my TV too much.
Make sure to follow Paul on Twitter. That's in the comments. His YouTube channel, Paul Talks Pats. Paul, it's great having you on. I'm probably going to contact you again because the Giants and the Pats play this season.
Yes.
I believe they play in over in Foxborough. I think they do.
Yep.
Because it was down to them.
Go.
Jets. So it's going to be. I'm actually. That's a game I'm looking forward to.
It'll be a good one. Always is. New York, Boston can't beat it.
New York, Boston can't beat it. And then after that, I'm sure I'll get to see you and Alex down at the Senior Bowl once again. But
Definitely.
Paul, great having you on.
Here, man. Good luck. All the best.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, so I'm not gonna shut it down right now. Might as well wait till after the Giants pick. But with that said, let me add on my brother, Big Lou, coming on here, Giants fan, Giants content creator, G Nation Inside Sports, who we got the Senior Bowl with. Speaking of Giants, the guy who announced this actually was a former Giant, Kevin Booth. So they just picked 241 for the Denver Broncos.
What's going on, Mr. Stewart?
What up, my man? What up? How are you?
Well, I've been better, but we'll see how this shapes up.
You must be feeling this draft. It's a good draft, no?
I'm a little worried. You know, I'm glad about the running back. I'm glad about the edge rusher. Not so happy about the quarterback pick, but I'm gonna support him. The Mbo kind of scares me with the torn patella, and I am glad about the tight end we picked. He is a good blocker. He is a great run blocker.
All right.
So I just wish we would have attacked the offensive line a little earlier. There were some guys there that we could have gotten to shore up this offensive line.
What up, Big Alexander? You not excited about him?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Listen, that front four is scary now.
Oh, unbelievable.
You got Carter, Dexter, Darius, and then Brian Burns. That front four is intimidating.
And then Kayvon when you
so if you could,
it's football already easy.
Kayvon, I like him, but he's inconsistent.
I agree with you.
Fact.
You know what I mean? I need him. To me, Ojolari was better. He just got injured too much.
I agree with that too.
You know what I mean? If Ojolari could have stayed healthy, he'd have been our premier pass rusher. Him and Burns could have been a hell of a duo, but he had injury-plagued time with us, and he's gone now. So, you know, I just hope this having Burns and Carter there motivates Thibodeau to step his game up. You know, maybe he can learn some new tricks. You know, a swim move, something other than a bull rush that he's not strong enough to do. You know, that's usually he relied on the bull rush in college, which was great. In the NFL, he hasn't been strong enough to overpower these guys. And you know, I haven't seen a swim move. I haven't seen, you know, nothing spectacular from him to justify where he was picked at. What are you pointing at?
The
Alex,
snake.
did you watch the dude, the snake handler
in Australia, dude.
In Australia, he's got like a killer snake wrapped around him, and he's trying to announce the round pick. That's insane. That's Dennis. That's Steve Irwin's son. You know the crocodile hunter.
Yeah, the crocodile hunter. May rest in peace.
Yeah. All right.
Cranky, mate. Look at the size on this one.
She's beautiful. She's gorgeous.
She tried to get me in the bloody death row.
Alex, did you ever watch the Crocodile Hunter?
I have not. Now that's on my list.
Oh, dude.
Oh my God. He was killed by a stingray while on vacation.
He was
This
like,
dude used to jump on alligators, live alligators, and wrestle them to get a good picture with him and shit.
He would jump
And was
over
on vacation and was killed by a stingray. Ain't that some shit?
It's really not right. It's not right, bro.
It's like Superman getting paralyzed by a horse. Like, you know, sometimes life is so ironic.
Aquaman drowning in the tub. It's basically it's like not right. It's not.
Oh man. Oh, we got 3 more picks, and also
And hence that's why we're Giants fans.
yeah.
You gotta have a specific type of mindset to be a Giants fan. You gotta be a little bit twisted, you know.
Shout outs to Mr. Carl Banks, who retweeted my interview with Bo. So hopefully more people
All
see
right.
it.
Salute, Carl.
Salute.
Jacob, you out of order. It's about Lou. I'm gonna pop you in when Come In Sports comes. Pause. Oh,
Wait, here we
shit.
go for our pick. Our pick's coming up very soon, right?
Yeah, we got 3 picks. I was filming a documentary when stung by the stingray barbed to the heart. I know Donald wants a receiver, though. There's not really much to choose from now.
I can't believe
Listen.
that's Cortez Johnson, man. I wanted him.
Look, at this point, we need a guard. Double down on the guard. Get another guard
Okay,
or a tackle.
Okay, so the best I could give you is Joshua Gray.
Dude, did you see the tight end we we drafted? You know,
The dome.
do you know he has
The
a
dome.
tattoo? Do you know he has a tattoo of a dinosaur with a dick on his head?
Oh my god.
Did you not see that?
No, I didn't.
Not a Cockasaurus tattoo.
Yeah, he's got a Caucasaurus.
Oh my god, I gotta see this.
Yeah. Me and Rob have been talking about it. That's why I've been in stitches. I've been trying to stay really composed.
Oh lordy. What the fuck, man? Holy shit.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
It's trending on Twitter now.
Jesus Christ.
You know what's oh my god.
It's
You know
it's like the guy from it's like Jonah Hill in Superbad, remember?
yes.
Where he
Oh,
used to throw
God.
dicks
You
all
want
day. Now he's doing it on his entire body. What's going on here?
what's even worse? The caption, right? The caption to the Instagram picture. A man waited 12 years for this. Hashtag Dino Dong. Oh my god.
Big Lou speechless. We've made Big Lou speechless. That's who we drafted. Dino Dog. We drafted Dino Dog.
Every time he catches a ball and moves for a first down, Dino Dong.
It's Dino Dog. What are we doing here?
He's not, but he's a blocking tight end. He's not going to be used in that capacity. Dable isn't that creative of a play caller.
Oh, Dino Dog.
That's why it's going to be special, Lou, because if he does catch a ball and it's for a first down, we're just going to chant Dino Dong.
I can't believe it.
I am seriously contemplating becoming a Buffalo Bills fan at this point. Like, this shit is this.
And then you know what's even better, Lou? If it was baseball, we chant Caucasaurus.
If we don't see him, Giant fans can now just chant Dino Dong, to get him on the field. Dino Dong. Like
You know somebody's going to yell that during training camp.
That they want to get in the game. They chant his name in order to get Tom Thibodeau to do it. Now we can do it as Giant fans. Dino Dong. Dino Dong. What is happening here? Oh, my God.
All right. We're 2 picks away, folks. Get a guard or get a damn kicker. Be crazy if we use the last pick to get a kicker.
What number was leaked, Jacob? I'm not following. I mean, this has nothing to do with the upcoming pick, by the way, but leaked who? Shadur's fucking number?
His phone number, yeah. Somebody prank called him and told him
I know. But he leaked she liked the comment about someone saying about Shadur's number. Oh. Yeah, that was what do you call it? Shane's daughter. Shane's daughter liked a comment about leaking Shadur's number.
Dominic Lovett of Georgia is going to the Lions. Oh, what do you think about this Abdul Carter trying to take LT's number? Are we bothered about that?
He better sit his ass down. He better sit the fuck down.
Yeah, it got rejected out of hand.
Well, yeah. I mean, 56 doesn't mean anything without Lawrence Taylor.
Absolutely. But isn't it weird that he already tried? Like, I know
there will never be another Lawrence Taylor. Simply because Lawrence Taylor, the whole reason you can thank Lawrence Taylor for running backs having to chip block. Okay. He revolutionized the defensive game. He revolutionized the linebacker position. You now had to worry about blocking for your quarterback before you can even think about getting the handoff. Until another linebacker comes in here and makes us change the way we play offense, there will never be another LT.
No, I mean, LT's like probably maybe the greatest football player of all time.
Yeah. Greatest defensive player, that's for shit, sure.
Yeah, greatest defensive player of all time. Absolutely, unquestionably. It's a little weird that Abdul, you know how I'm obsessed with Abdul, but a little weird that he asked for his number. Like, get your own number.
Yeah. And ain't he a Philadelphia fan?
He was, yes.
And you gonna come in here and ask for LT's number?
Yeah.
They ought to give him a blanket party. You ever seen Full Metal Jacket?
For Eli's number. You know what I mean? It's like.
You ever seen Full Metal Jacket?
No.
Yeah. I've seen it.
Well, it's a movie about Vietnam and this guy who was drafted.
It's one of the great movies of all time, man.
He was on the spectrum. He was heavy set, and the drill sergeant was on him, and he lost it. And he ended up shooting a bunch of his squad and himself. But anyway, he messed up so many times, and the platoon would have to pay for it. So one time he messed up, and they were on bunk beds. So at the end of the night, a couple guys came and grabbed his blanket and held it down while everybody else came by with a bar of soap and a sock and beat him. It's called the blanket party.
Oh.
Imagine being held down by a blanket on your bed while 50 guys walk by and beat you with a bar of ivory soap and a sock.
Pick is in for Big Blue. No, wait. I haven't played this all day. What am I doing? Right. Hold on. Where is it? 3, 2.
This is it.
Final pick.
Yeah. And then it'll be good night the lights, as they say.
No, we still got leather.
Well, you got leather to face.
To the face tonight.
Well, there wasn't a wide receiver. was a corner.
Got
Corey Black.
Chris Eubanks and Connor Ben, finally, long awaited.
Let me look at his
boxing rivals whose fathers were boxing rivals.
So tell me about Corey Black, because I know nothing about him.
Yes. Positives. Feisty catch point defender, uses length to reach and separate receivers from the football. Explosive straight line and vertical speed. Has good bounce out of transitions. Negatives, consistency and route recognition and spacing and zone coverage. Press technique can lead to some easier releases for receivers, and discipline has been steadily improving with hand usage downfield. His best fit, he was projected to go in the 5th round.
Wow.
Developmental starter for press man scheme. That does not fit us, but he has the transitional ability to play deeper zones.
Wow.
So
that sounds pretty solid, man.
Yeah. High-end backup possibly and special teamer.
What was that tight end, Dino Dong? What was his projection?
I want to say 5th or 6th. Let me look. Dino Dong. Oh, man. Dino Dog. 4th round via 33rd team.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. And then, let's see.
4.3. He ran a 4.3.
What?
Our cornerback selection runs a 4.3.
Very fast.
There we go.
That's good.
6 foot, runs a 4.3, 190 pounds.
I would have liked her as I still don't really love our receiver core outside of Neighbor, but
100 tackles in his career as a collegiate athlete. 4 interceptions, 21 passes defensed. Well, he's not a ball hawk, but
no, 4 interceptions the last 2 years. He is 6'0", 185.
3 interceptions, 9 passes defensed in 2024. 5+ passes defensed in each of the last 2 seasons. Was he a backup? Was he on the bench? I mean, how you?
It's very well possible. He was either a backup and didn't play, or he was like
splitting time,
or he was a background corner, or he just didn't get to the ball a lot. Which, let's see, pass deflections. He's at 21 over the course of 5 years. He had 14 the last 2, so he just got to get his hands on the ball. Which, I mean, I'll take that. He played for Oklahoma State.
Well, okay. Maybe they weren't targeting him that much because he's that good. Hopefully, let's say that.
Okay. Stick with that.
Let's be optimistic.
Yeah.
Well, overall, pretty damn good draft class.
Yeah, I have to give credit, but I'm not going to wait for the rest of the draft. I've been here for 6 hours and 44 minutes.
That's amazing, man.
So
for everybody in the chat, you please give credit to Alex, man. He does unbelievable work. 6 hours and 44 minutes for you guys. You know, he does the work. He goes to the combine. I mean, it's a real testament, man. It's
he's giving you more time than he's giving his lady.
There is no lady, but yes.
But yeah, it's just big salute to you, man. You're grafting in there, and it's working out for
The
you.
ladies will come. Focus on what you focused on. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah. Well, it would be possible, A, without the chat, B, with how many people popped on today. Because like last year, I pooped out at 5 hours because not many people came on, and a couple people dropped out and all these other different things. So it just wasn't moving along, and I canceled early. But, we made it to the last Giants pick. Made it to the last Cowboys pick, too. But nobody cares about that. Thank you to everyone we had on, including Lou, including Donald. So it's good draft for the Giants. I could definitely say that. Can't wait to see how it plays out on the field. Great that I got to interview the Giants' 5th round selection. We'll see how everything plays out. But if you haven't already, sub up to G Nation Inside Sports. He'll be live for Leather to the Face tonight. Sub up to Donald Pinstripe Chronicles. D Stewart 267 on Twitter. I think he'll be live tomorrow with Luca for the Knicks game, game number 4.
Right, let's go.
It's going to be a lot of fun. But it's kind of sad also as well because this is the last serious football we'll get until training camp. So
well, we still got that to look forward to.
Yes, hopefully.
Oh no, there's going to be a whole lot of chitter chat around this whole Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders situation. So there's going to be a lot more content to make because there's going to be articles breaking out of speculation and rumors and new findings and everything else every couple of days. Watch.
Yeah,
there's going to be a circus act now.
But anyway, we'll get out of here, folks. Again, like, comment, subscribe to all the good stuff. Turn on post notifications so you know when a live stream pops or video drops. I'll have a draft recap out at some point. I'm going to see who I'm going to do it with and all that good stuff. But anyway, peace out, guys. See you later. Stay cool.
11-6, bet.
And also, most of all, let's go Giants.